Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Shor had thought he needed to pressure these students into working harder, but watching them now, he realized that might not be necessary. Maybe doing the opposite would be more effective. A loud bang cracked through the room as another firework went off, cutting through the noise of the Ravenclaw's chatter. Shor's mind moved fast. "I have 3 announcements," he said quickly before anyone could speak. First, knowledge. Hogwarts already has a vast library, but the Black family has also preserved centuries of unique material you won't find anywhere else. I'll be donating part of it to create a learning database. It will also include mathematical, physical, and chemical knowledge collected from the Muggle world. He paused just long enough to catch their attention before continuing. Second, the points system. Advanced knowledge won't be free. To access the deeper parts of the database, you'll need to earn points through contribution, behavior, and discipline. If you refuse to cooperate, well, you'll just have to watch others swim freely in the sea of learning. Third, it's simple, like the new rules Gryffindor and Slytherin introduced recently. When he finished, the room went quiet. The students were actually thinking, which was progress. After a few minutes, a 7th year finally spoke up. "Shaw, how should we?" "You," Shaw cut him off sharply, "just spoke without raising your hand. That's minus 10 points. The student froze, mouth half open. He quickly retreated back into the crowd, embarrassed. Shaw exhaled in relief. The tactic worked. A hand went up. Penelope, beautiful as always, was the one who had invited him to join Ravenclaw on the train. Shaw gestured for her to speak. "Shaw," she began with a bright look in her eyes, "when will the learning database be ready? What are the exact rules of the point system? And can we join your weekend spell guidance classes? Also, you usually like." Shaw couldn't help but smirk. So this was what Hermione would have been like if she'd gone to Ravenclaw. The curiosity, the endless questions, it was the same. He waited until she finished and then replied calmly, "The database will take time. You can start with math, physics, and chemistry in the meantime. Don't get lazy. The door knocker's riddles are getting harder each day, and I doubt any of you want to sleep in the hallway. Points start now. The rest follows the other house's rules. And yes, you can join the spell guidance class." He didn't bother answering the rest of her personal questions. With a wave of his hand, Alice stepped forward and began organizing etiquette training for the younger students. Some Slytherin boys who had come along tried to drift closer to the Ravenclaw girls. They couldn't help it. Ravenclaw girls were both beautiful and elegant. But after one cold glance from Alice, the snakes immediately straightened up like gentlemen. Shaw stepped back and wiped the sweat from his forehead. So this is what it feels like to face an army of women. Professor Flitwick, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke. "Not easy, is it?" Shaw gave a dry laugh. "I made the mistake of assuming too much. I wasn't ready for how lively Ravenclaws can be." Flitwick chuckled. "They're good kids, just independent. In class, they're much more disciplined." Shaw wanted to say that's your fault, but bit his tongue. Then Flitwick's tone softened. "You really plan to donate your family's collection? Even if it's not as large as Hogwarts, it's one of the finest private archives in Britain." Shaw nodded. "Knowledge means nothing if it just collects dust. Books are only valuable when they are read." Flitwick studied him for a moment, impressed. "You've got a big heart, Shaw." He didn't press further. Few people were truly selfless, but contribution still mattered more than motive. While they talked, the etiquette lessons continued smoothly. Most Ravenclaws already had good manners, they just lacked structure. Still, the girls especially couldn't help whispering questions about Shaw while they practiced. Does he really whip girls' backs every day? Is he secretly hundreds of years old? That would explain why he's so strong. Does he have a girlfriend? The Slytherins eagerly denied the rumors, praising Shaw like he was a living legend. Meanwhile, a group of older girls gathered around Theodore. They pretended to listen to his instructions while teasing his straight-faced seriousness. Theodore silently cursed himself. He had come expecting a magical duel, not a social ambush. Next time, Draco's coming instead. When Alice finished the lesson, she started walking towards Shaw, ready to discuss his sudden announcements and the points system. But she stopped when she noticed Hermione beside him. Hermione stood quietly, waiting for the right moment. Alice's instincts flared. This girl felt like a rival. Before she could say anything, Hermione stepped forward and introduced herself, holding out a single poker card. "Hello, Alice. I'm Hermione, the only Ravenclaw student holding a poker card. Please take care of me." Alice's eyes narrowed. She noticed the card, 10 of clubs. A high rank even among the future throne structure. It meant Shaw valued her highly. Her smile turned sharp and charming as she cast a soundproof spell. "From now on, you should also call him Chief," Alice said seriously. "It's disrespectful otherwise." Hermione blinked, then nodded. "I understand." "Good." Alice's tone softened a little. "Also, since you're holding a card, you'll be involved in managing Ravenclaw's members later. You'll need to pay attention to what kinds of talents appear." Hermione thought for a moment, then said, "Senior, Ravenclaw isn't really a house of warriors. It's better at nurturing researchers and thinkers. So maybe we should value creativity over raw spell power." Alice tilted her head, surprised. Then she smiled genuinely. "That's actually a very good point. We should discuss that with the chief." At 8 in the morning, Shaw finally escaped from the Ravenclaw common room, wiping lipstick off his face as he hurried down the hall. He hadn't meant for things to get out of hand. All he'd done was a bit of close-up magic for fun. But the moment he got close, the female students surrounded him like a pack of curious harpies. The young ladies of Ravenclaw had no resistance to a handsome boy with a bit of charm, and Shaw quickly learned that Western wizarding culture was surprisingly open-minded. The Ministry of Magic, after all, encouraged early relationships to promote wizard births, and plenty of Hogwarts couples married right after graduation. So, naturally, chaos followed. Shaw shot a look at Theodore, who had been dragged along for moral support. The two of them spoke in perfect unison. "I'm never coming back to Ravenclaw again." 10 minutes later, Shaw parted ways with Theodore and arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. Fawkes had intercepted a letter for him earlier, which meant one thing: Dumbledore wanted to see him. "Big red robe," Shaw muttered, giving the password. The spiral staircase began to move and he stepped on, wondering what the old man wanted this time. Maybe he made too much noise. Still, Shaw's Conquer Hogwarts second ring quest had been stuck at 57% for days. If he wanted to face Quirrell or Voldemort before Christmas, he needed more faith points and legendary value. He considered his options. Should he use Quirrell as an excuse again? Or maybe the diadem, Harry, Ron's mysterious pet, the Horcrux ring at Riddle Manor? No, best not to mention anything except Quirrell. When he reached the door, Shaw knocked 3 times. It swung open on its own. Inside, Dumbledore stood before a cabinet sorting through a mountain of gift boxes. "Good morning, Headmaster," Shaw greeted. "What are you doing?" "Oh, Shaw, perfect timing. Help me check the production dates on these, will you?" "Your production dates?" Shaw blinked but stepped closer anyway. As he helped unpack a few boxes, he realized these were all Muggle health products, some still sealed, some clearly ancient. One bird's nest had molded into dust. Dumbledore sighed. "The older I get, the more gifts I receive for my health. But I suspect some of these have been regifted a few dozen times. I can't tell if that's care or carelessness." Shaw arched a brow. "Forcing your good intentions on someone else can be just as troublesome." Dumbledore smiled faintly, placing down a carved box containing a ginseng the size of a carrot. "It seems you understand that lesson well. But tell me, Shaw, why don't you follow it yourself?" Shaw grinned, lifting the box. "If you gave me this, I'd accept it gladly." He nudged aside another box with his foot. "But if you gave me that, I'd throw it away." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled behind his glasses. "Few people your age have that kind of judgment. Most students can't tell good from bad." "Then they need guidance," Shaw said, continuing to sort through the boxes. "That's what wise men are for." "Oh," Dumbledore asked, amused. "And do you consider yourself a wise man?" I'm not sure about wise, Shor replied smoothly, but I am brave enough to keep walking forward. Before Dumbledore could respond, Shor changed the subject. Headmaster, are you familiar with the 100 schools of thought from the East? The old man chuckled softly. As a matter of fact, I've been studying some Eastern alchemy and philosophy lately. Quite fascinating. Shor smiled. Let me tell you a story. Dumbledore leaned back slightly, his blue eyes narrowing with interest. Usually he was the storyteller, but Shor always managed to turn the tables. Very well, Dumbledore said. Go on, I'm listening. Shor continued to sort boxes as he spoke. Once, there was a blind man walking at night with a lantern. A scholar passed by with his students. Instead of asking why a blind man needed light, the scholar tried to interpret it for him. He told his students, if the blind man lights the lamp to guide others, he's a Confucian. If he does it to avoid being bumped into, he's a mohist. If he does it out of habit and rule, he's a legalist. If he lights it when he feels like it and not when he doesn't, he's a Taoist. Shor paused and looked up at Dumbledore. So, headmaster, which do you think he is? Or perhaps you're the scholar in this story. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed behind his half-moon glasses. Tell me, my blind friend, why do you carry a lamp? Shor smiled faintly. It doesn't matter what the scholar thinks. I am blind to the path ahead, but the lamp in my hand is my courage to walk through the dark, my light of exploration. He closed the lid of a box and continued, his tone even. Unlike those who talk endlessly of ideals and wisdom but never take a single step, I would rather walk forward, even if I stumble. Dumbledore stood very still. It wasn't the words that struck him, but their echo. He'd heard something like them before from a man named Gellert. Could this really be the change the prophecy hinted at? He studied Shor quietly. The boy's lightning powers were both destructive and creative, symbols of death and renewal. Dangerous, yes, but necessary. Dumbledore sighed inwardly. As the guardian of the wizarding world, he'd spent years patching its cracks piece by piece, mending class divides, encouraging mixed bloodlines, guiding pure-blood families like the Weasleys toward Muggle acceptance, even promoting population growth among wizards. But Voldemort's war had undone decades of effort. He came back to himself to find Shor casually making tea at his desk, having sliced the ginseng into thin rounds and dropped them into the pot. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. The boy was trouble, but perhaps, just perhaps, the kind of trouble the world needed. The headmaster's office was filled with the aroma of tea. Except for the gurgling sound of boiling water, the room seemed so peaceful and quiet. At this moment, Shor was no longer here. Only Dumbledore was left drinking ginseng tea at his desk, thinking about the 3 rules Shor had just agreed with him. Shor's sonorous voice seemed to still echo in his ears. First, I will not promote overly dangerous ideas in school. I will only restore the appearance of a school. Second, I will help the headmaster protect Harry and keep a close eye on Quirrell. Third, based on the few words left by my father, it is inferred that there are at least 5 to 7 Horcruxes left by Voldemort. I can help the headmaster slowly find them. The information contained in these 3 messages was really too huge. As for Shor's promise not to promote overly dangerous ideas, this can only be observed later. He did not object to temporarily improving the self-protection ability of the little wizard. He was worried that Shor would take the same path as Voldemort. Power and prestige would breed ambition, but compared to Grindelwald's affairs, these are temporarily out of my time. After all, it is impossible to really imprison Shor or send him to Azkaban. When I have time in the future, I must give Shor more care and guidance. And Voldemort is really crazy, daring to play with souls like this. Split so many Horcruxes. How many clues did Shor's father leave for Voldemort's former confidant Regulus? Who is Shor's mother? It has not been found out yet. For Shor to help me find the Horcruxes, and it is already being implemented, it is also good. Someone is running around for me, a centenarian, which is always a good thing. And Shor actually noticed my concern for Harry and my suspicion of Quirrell. But after flipping through a few pages of Shor's notebooks on Voldemort's fiery curse and serpent trick, the old bee was relieved. Such a keen observation. Doesn't he yearn for super strong black magic? This kind of snake magic is quite powerful. While Dumbledore was thinking, He drank a pot of fragrant ginseng tea unconsciously. Suddenly, he felt a little hot. Shor left the principal's office and came to a balcony to enjoy the morning breeze, slowly relieved his nervous heart. Just now, Dumbledore was not a man of honor and actually used legilimency on him, although it didn't work on Shor, who had a full-level brain occlusion. But this represents the attitude of the old bee. As a last resort, he could only offer 3 rules to barely deal with this conversation. It's so difficult. Shor's current situation is in a dead loop. The more attention Dumbledore pays, the more he has to speed up the pace of conquering Hogwarts, and then be more concerned by the old bee. But to qualify for the chess table, strength is the foundation. Conquer the 4 colleges, gain legendary points and faith points, then defeat Quirrell/Voldemort's remnant soul, gain a lot of faith points and reputation, and then improve your strength again, and then attack the pure blood at Christmas. This is a virtuous cycle. Can't let the old bee be so idle. Why do old men stare at my kind little boy every day, perverted? I need to call someone. Shor thought about it in his heart and then strode to the Slytherin lounge. Super easy to talk to, pen pal, it all depends on you. After Shor rushed to write a letter to Grindelwald, Dumbledore left Hogwarts on Tuesday. The Saints suddenly made a big move. Several small magic ministries in Northern Europe sent news that a large number of Saints were catching a mutant Thunderbird, so Dumbledore had to leave. The campus life at Hogwarts is generally leisurely. The years passed in a flash. More than a week has passed, and the reorganization of Ravenclaw has been quite smooth. They are very self-motivated in morning and evening self-study. The progress of mathematics learning is amazing. Now they have started to learn elementary physics and chemistry. Shor is very satisfied. The progress of the task of conquering Hogwarts, second ring, has reached 70%. Just it was Victor who always mentioned that the girls from Ravenclaw kept talking about him and Theodore, and asked people to send many small gifts. Shor even found a small cake containing aphrodisiac in those gifts. These girls were too fierce, and now Shor and Theodore are not willing to go to the hall for dinner. On this day, Shor finished a difficult potion class and saw that Snape still didn't blink at him. He had to say goodbye to the other little snakes, left the classroom in a chic manner, and prepared to go back to the dormitory for dinner alone. On the way, he was stopped by a group of little badgers. Hufflepuff's handsome, sunny and handsome Cedric stepped forward and greeted him shyly. Shor, hello, I'm Cedric Diggory. Sorry for interrupting you. I want to talk to you on behalf of Hufflepuff. Shor was stunned for a moment, but he didn't feel surprised. After all, the badgers have been boiled in warm water for a week, so they must be tasty. These little badgers must have cried in the toilet for a long time, but now they can't help it. Shor smiled warmly and shook hands with Cedric. Hello, what can I do for you? Cedric was a little embarrassed to speak, but he felt the burning eyes of his compatriots behind him, so he just said it directly. It's like this. Why is the Chinese food getting less and less recently? But the amount of the other 3 colleges is not less. We went to the kitchen to ask, and the elves who used to have a good relationship with us didn't make it for us alone. After thinking about it, we can only ask you. Cedric swallowed his saliva when he said this, and his friends behind him were similar to him. Shor showed a look of realization, and then he was heartbroken and exaggerated and talked nonsense. I'm so sorry. The supply of Chinese food has been integrated into a reward and punishment system called the Zuhai point system, and the other 3 colleges are involved. In fact, the 3 colleges do not supply unlimited quantities. They exchange them with points. As for the decreasing supply of Hufflepuff, I'm very sorry. Some of the raw materials of Chinese food are shipped from tens of thousands of miles away, which are very precious. It's already very tight to satisfy the students who exchange points for food. I've tried my best to provide Hufflepuff with a little bit to satisfy their cravings. Shor's sincere speech silenced Cedric and a group of badgers. They are all loyal and kind people, and they understand Shor's difficulties. But his stomach is really disappointing. Gurgle. *N. The gurgling sound immediately became like the croaking of frogs. Cedric scratched his head. smiled apologetically at Shor, and turned back to talk quietly with several seniors. Shor waited patiently. More than 10 minutes later, Cedric came over again, looking a little hesitant. Shor, if Hufflepuff is also included in the academic point system you mentioned, we can only exchange points for food. Can you allocate resources in this area? Shor almost broke his defense. Are the badgers so thoroughly rotten? Are you sure? We are sure. Cedric nodded firmly. Shor didn't believe that there were people who were really willing to degenerate, so he asked directly. Can you tell me why? Points can be exchanged for advanced knowledge, which is an opportunity to make a further step in life. Cedric smiled, and his smile was very clean, making people feel like spring breeze. In fact, the reason is very simple. We Hufflepuffs are the most self-aware. General knowledge is enough for us to study for a lifetime. Most of us Hufflepuffs have mediocre qualifications and do not have enough wisdom and energy to distract ourselves. In this case, it is better to satisfy our appetite. Life, after all, requires a little pursuit. Since other high-end things are not available, food is indeed the easiest desire to obtain. Listening to Cedric's seemingly self-deprecating words, Shor was somewhat moved. Great wisdom appears foolish, all the same. Thousands of years ago, a vigorous witch-hunting movement was launched on the land of Europe. At that time, wizards were taught by the master-apprentice system, and the spellcasting level of wizards was uneven. Many scattered wizards were put on the stake and burned alive by muggles. The 4 founders of Hogwarts founded the first formal magic school in this context. The qualifications of students who can come to study are good and bad. Rowena Ravenclaw only accepts students who are smart and creative. Godric Gryffindor only accepts brave and courageous students. Salazar Slytherin only accepts pure-blood students who are smart and ambitious. Helga Hufflepuff is the most inclusive. She is kind and friendly. Any student who is rejected by the other 3 colleges will be generously accepted by Hufflepuff. Therefore, Hufflepuff has the largest number of students, and the quality of students is the most mediocre. But this does not prevent Hufflepuff from cultivating excellent students. History has proven that countless great men are not necessarily smart people, but they are absolutely tenacious. Honest people work hard and go all the way. They face difficulties head-on and are more likely to achieve results. Smart people often like to take advantage of loopholes and shortcuts. They are more likely to be swayed by various temptations and desires. They often fail after encountering setbacks. Hufflepuff students usually have no highlights in the first half of their lives, but they are likely to become great late bloomers. Shor quickly recalled the information about Hufflepuff, but today he discovered the most fundamental advantage of Hufflepuff: self-knowledge. Don't think that many people have self-knowledge. In fact, most people have a biased understanding of themselves, expecting high but not being able to do well, and being able to do well but not being able to do well can be seen everywhere. Shor did not have a clear understanding of himself. He was originally a loser and had just entered the magic world. He had a system, money and background, and his mentality was very chaotic for a while. Although he wanted to show his nobility, he would inevitably reveal his arrogance from time to time. To put it bluntly, it was the mentality of a nouveau rich. So when Shor heard Cedric's statement about Hufflepuff at this moment, it had a certain impact on his mentality. Sure enough, everyone has his unique wisdom and things to learn, and all he needs is a pair of discerning eyes to discover them. Shor was taught another lesson, but he was very happy. Cedric watched Shor fall into deep thought and said a little nervously, "Shor, how is it? We Hufflepuffs are not troublemakers. We have heard about your rules. Although it feels a bit awkward compared with the delicious food, it seems that this grievance is nothing." Shor came back to his senses and showed a long-lost smile from the heart. "No problem. Don't you need to consult Professor Sprout?" Cedric patted his chest and said confidently, "Our dean is easy to talk to. This is not a bad thing. There is absolutely no problem." Shor stretched out his hand and shook the other party. "Happy cooperation. Don't worry. As long as you Hufflepuffs follow the rules, you will have plenty of delicious food. I will reveal a piece of news to you in advance. Next year I will get a 1,000-year-old snake. If you perform well, I will kill the snake for you to eat." As soon as Shaw said this, a series of swallowing sounds rang out. Gulp, gulp. Some badgers drooled so much that they dripped on the ground. The temptation of the 1,000-year-old snake is indeed extraordinary. Shaw watched the badgers trying to wipe their saliva while staring at him with burning eyes. He felt a little uncomfortable because he was being stared at. However, seeing that the progress of conquering Hogwarts' second ring has reached 85%, it has jumped a lot. It is estimated that the task will be almost done once these badgers bring the news back. Okay, let's go. I'll have someone go to your lounge tomorrow to teach you the rules." Cedric wanted to asking about the 1,000-year-old snake. He felt too abrupt, but he couldn't wait to ask. "No need to wait until tomorrow in the evening. No, now. Send someone to our place now. We can also eat in the evening. Cough, cough." Shor smiled knowingly and didn't object. "Don't be so anxious. Don't worry, Hufflepuff's dinner will have enough Chinese food. I will send someone to your place in the evening." "Ah, this is great, Shaw. Hufflepuff will always be your most loyal friend." Cedric was delighted, and the badgers behind him almost danced with joy. They were really a group of children who were easily satisfied. Then Shaw separated from them. When passing the hall, he endured the teasing eyes from the Ravenclaw long table, quickly explained a few words to Alice, and ran away. If he didn't run, he would be surrounded by the big sisters who were overflowing with love and broad-minded. Shortly after Shaw returned to the dormitory, he found that the task of Hogwarts' second ring had reached 99.9%. Shaw was not happy but speechless. Isn't this teasing him? Who is it? Who is it? According to this progress, only 1 or 2 little wizards are still resisting. Shaw paced back and forth in the lounge, muttering to himself and thinking in his heart. The little snakes were definitely all defeated, and that was still part of the first round of the task. The little badgers also looked honest and reliable. As for the little eagle, it was a little uncertain. Maybe a male comrade envied that he had taken away the care of the little sister. As for the little lion, it was most likely that there were many people who were not convinced in their hearts. But the task was not to make the students completely loyal, otherwise this task would not be completed in 100 years. As long as these students obeyed their orders honestly and didn't get angry, it would be fine. Who is it? Shaw couldn't guess, so he could only use a stupid method. After dinner, Alice took 10 people to the Hufflepuff lounge. The little badgers were very worry-free and didn't need him to go out in person. He chose to go to Gryffindor first. He was the deputy head of the school after all, so he had to use his authority. At 7 o'clock, Shaw entered the Gryffindor common room on time. The morning and evening self-study sessions stipulated by Shaw are naturally not very popular among students. No one wants to be a hated person, like his great-grandfather Phileas, who left behind a reputation as one of the most unpopular principals after his death. Shaw has no choice. Everything is for the mission. After completing the second ring mission, perhaps he can loosen the ropes on the necks of these little wizards. But he can only relax a little, because he has spent a lot of effort to let these Western children enjoy the Chinese education of love. These people will be his basic base in the future, of course. The stronger the better, and naturally he will not abolish it. Maybe occasional relaxation will also gain the gratitude of many people. This principle is very ironic. For example, if you give someone 10 yuan a day and suddenly forget to give it one day, you will get complaints. But if you give someone a big slap every day and suddenly don't slap him one day, you will get gratitude. Shaw shook his head and discarded the random thoughts in his mind. His arrival attracted the attention of the little lions. Shaw rarely came except for the first 3 days when he was more diligent. During those 3 days, he punished more than a dozen people and set up a supervision team, so the little lions dared not get angry in public. Shaw didn't care about the calculations behind the scenes. After that, he only received reports from Percy every 3 days and regularly gave the twins a wake-up call. The other punishments were a thick sea of questions. Well, Professor McGonagall has been very irritable recently, so the little lions are still having a hard time. But it's not to mention that the self-study here is not as quiet as Slytherin. Although it's inevitable to whisper to each other in secret, the current study style of Gryffindor has improved a lot. Of course, we have to ignore that many little lions twist their buttocks from time to time, as if they have hemorrhoids. When Shor appeared, the little lions didn't expect Shaw to come to Gryffindor again today. Shaw's reputation in the Lions' Court is no longer the same as before, and many people got up from their desks. The man made a knight's salute to Shaw, and the woman made a lady's salute with her arm in hand. "Hello, Vice Dean. Hello, Vice Dean." The voices calling for the Vice Dean also rose and fell. Although it looked a little weird, it was also a huge improvement, better than the mess. All right, sit down and study hard, don't worry about me." While Shaw nodded and waved, asking everyone to sit down, he walked towards Percy's position and smiled at Harry when he passed by. He also saw the crooked-mouthed and squinting twins smiling at him with a servile look which made Shaw smile. Two funny guys. Percy's position was a small platform which was not as high as Shaw's supervisory position in Slytherin. Percy didn't have such a reputation yet, and his small platform was just for supervision. The girls in the supervisory group also studied here. Percy stood straight at this moment, with a serious look, as if he was meeting a leader. Shaw looked at Weasley, who looked a little tired, and knew that it was because of his declining prestige after losing the duel that day. He did not persuade him. Percy was a smart man. With himself as an example, he would sooner or later understand the essence of power. "Hello, Vice Dean, welcome to Gryffindor again. Do you have anything to announce?" Shaw smiled warmly. "Percy, don't be so nervous, be happy. I have nothing to do this time. I just want to see what Gryffindor looks like after Nirvana." Percy suddenly realized and frowned. "I betrayed your trust and let Kenneth and the others." Shaw waved his hand. "Don't say that. There are also bad people in Slytherin. People's hearts are complicated and no one can see through them." Although Shaw was chatting with Percy, his attention was always on other young wizards in the lounge. Before coming in, he drank the perception potion. He just wanted to catch the person who was not convinced in his heart. After chatting quietly with Percy for a while, I still didn't notice any unfriendly looks. Even Kenneth in the corner didn't show any strange look anymore. I guess he was really beaten. Well, maybe he was subdued by the biological weapons. Shaw turned to ask Percy, "Are all the students here today?" Hearing this, Percy quickly took out a notebook to check. "Deputy Dean, Neville and my brother Ron, who are first years, were caught by the Dean for violating school rules this afternoon. They are now in detention with the Dean." Shaw understood and reached out to pat Percy's shoulder, but Percy was taller than Shaw, so it was a bit inconvenient. But when the other party saw this, he quickly bowed slightly to make it easier for Shaw to pat him. Shaw admired Percy more and more. It's not that the other party is keen on power, but he has a look at the superiors. Maybe in the eyes of others, Percy flatters, but in the eyes of the superiors, this is an excellent subordinate. "Okay, I'm leaving first. Do your best and don't be afraid of offending people. If you make a mistake, you will be punished directly. If you can't handle it, report it to me." Shor patted Percy on the shoulder, encouraged him, and then went to the entrance of the lounge. The little lions stood up again to see him off. Shor felt the enthusiasm of these little lions. After being really convinced, there were not so many twists and turns. After leaving the lounge, Shaw thought about it and hesitated for a while between going to the Ravenclaw lounge or Professor McGonagall's office. In the end, he chose Professor McGonagall's office from his heart. After a while, he came to the professor's office. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard the angry scolding of the big cat faintly from inside. "Ron, look at you. You don't study hard, and you want to make trouble with Neville. The restricted area on the 4th floor is strictly forbidden. Do you think the headmaster's warning at the opening ceremony is just a deaf ear? Neville said you want to be in the limelight, want to investigate the truth there to make a splash. You are simply courting death. I am really mad at you. Your two oldest brothers are the pride of Gryffindor. Even if George and Fred are a little naughty, they are also smart and know not to do things that will get you killed. But what about you? You are not motivated in your studies and you don't know enough about your own strength. What's more, you drag Neville, who wants to study hard with you." Shor shook his head when he heard it outside. Ron is really a little speechless now. I didn't expect that Ron was still very concerned about the fact that I blocked Harry from following the plot. I didn't want to disturb McGonagall's education of students, but Shor suddenly had an idea and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Squeak. After more than 10 seconds, Professor McGonagall opened the door and saw that it was Shor. She was stunned and asked, "Shor, are you here to ask about transfiguration?" "Yes, Professor. I have some doubts that I need to ask you." "Oh, please come in." Shor followed McGonagall, whose chest was still heaving, into the office. He saw Ron and Neville lowering their heads, writing furiously in a pile of test papers. Then Shor felt a flash of resentful eyes. Neville was shivering and buried his head in the test papers. The look was sent by Ron when he quickly raised his head. Shaw narrowed his eyes slightly and his intuition told him. Found it. Shaw was a little confused. He would be jealous if the gap was similar, but would only envy if the gap was too big. He didn't look down on Ron. He was just too different from him. "Shor, sit down. Do you have any questions about transfiguration?" You know what? Shaw actually had some questions about transfiguration to ask. "Professor, I've read a lot of books about animagus, and I'm confused why I can't transform into magical creatures." McGregor was stunned. "Your learning progress has reached this point. This is something that only happens in the 6th and 7th grades." Then the professor became serious again. "Shor, although I believe you have reached the point of learning animagus, I want to warn you that you must not try to practice privately." Shor said sincerely, "Professor, don't worry. I won't try it without a clear understanding and full preparation. It's still the same question as before. Why can't wizards transform into the animagus of magical animals?" McGregor looked at Shaw's expression carefully, but couldn't see the reason, but still explained carefully. "This involves the difference between ordinary creatures and magical creatures, and the difference between wizards with magic and magical creatures with magic." Next, Mag explained the differences between the three in detail. If he explained it in detail, it would take several thousand words. Simply put, it is the difficulty of biological simulation construction that produces magic, and the difficulty of conversion between different magic. In history, many transformation masters have tried to transform into magical animals, but most of them failed due to inadequate magic simulation conversion, and became half-human, half-animal monsters. However, these people still found a practical suggestion, that is, animal magic affinity and body magic. In fact, the magic contained in large magical animals, such as dragons and phoenixes, giants and monsters, is very high, even dozens of times higher than ordinary people. But because of their wisdom, they cannot reasonably use their own magic, which is why they are enslaved by humans. And many great wizards are restricted by the shackles of the body and cannot be promoted to legends. After all, the upper limit of magic cannot break through the limit of human beings. So these people have made many magical transformations of the human body. The most famous one is Salazar Slytherin. When Shor heard this, his heart moved. The reason why the noseless old Voldemort became half snake and half human was probably similar. He only had the magical skill of soul-sucking, but was also limited by his physical fitness. Seeing Shor in deep thought, Mag warned him again. "I tell you this not to let you try, but to tell you how difficult and dangerous it is." Shaw immediately became a good student and learned. "Don't worry, Professor, I will never try it. Mag has been teaching for many years and knows how strong the curiosity and thirst for knowledge of these little wizards are. The more talented they are, the more so." After thinking about it, he stood up. "Sit here for a while, I'll find you some books." Shaw's eyes lit up. He was still hesitant about how to get Mag out of the way. He didn't want to wait for the two idiots over there to finish their confinement. "Thank you, Professor." When McGonagall went to the small study in the compartment to look for books, Shaw stood up and went to the two little wizards buried in the papers. "Neville." Shaw did not go directly to Ron. It was more appropriate for such a thoughtful little brat to give him a warning first and then scare himself to death. Neville had not yet evolved into a sword master, so he was startled like a little animal, and then looked up blankly. Deputy Dean." Shor glanced at Ron, who was even more guilty, and gave Neville a reassuring smile. "Don't be nervous, I'll ask you a question." Neville stuttered. You ask. "Are you jealous of me? Jealous of my glory and prestige? Jealous of my strength?" Neville was stunned. I'm not jealous of the Deputy Dean." "Then do you envy me?" "Yes, a little." "Then are you jealous of Harry?" Neville is an honest child. He answered questions quickly and said almost all of his true thoughts. But when asked about Harry, he was silent. Shor understood and patted Neville on the shoulder. "Don't feel ashamed. Jealousy is human nature. It's better to say it out loud than to hide it in your heart. Only those who dare to face their own darkness are true warriors." Shor said this and saw that Ron, who was looking down, had begun to shake violently, and many beads of sweat dripped on the test paper. He didn't pay much attention to it and still looked at Neville steadily. "Like me, although I seem to be stronger than ordinary little wizards, I am also jealous of big figures like the headmaster. This is not something difficult to talk about." Neville looked at Shor in disbelief. His lips closed several times, and he stood up suddenly and said with courage, "Yes, I'm jealous, Harry. I'm jealous of his talent, jealous of him having a friend like you, but actually I hate myself for being so stupid." This time Neville didn't stutter, and he spoke more and more fluently. Shor was quite relieved. He really liked Neville, but he was too busy recently, and he couldn't take care of Neville's affairs. Today, he tried to enlighten him. "Neville, you are really brave." Neville was a little embarrassed, secretly reaching out to rub his knees. He just stood too hard and hit his knees on the seat. "Yes, is it? But Grandma always said that I was cowardly, and I felt that my heart was really dirty. I was jealous of Harry. He helped me a lot." Shor said earnestly, "Neville, don't blame yourself. Everyone has jealousy. The low-level logic of jealousy, to put it bluntly, is people's dissatisfaction with their current situation and lack of confidence in changing themselves. But I see that you are trying to change yourself in you. Even if it is slow, it is still worthy of praise, so you are excellent." Neville was stunned, and his eyes became more and more energetic. Affirmation from outstanding people of the same age is often more effective than affirmation from elders. Shor continued to enlighten. "There are 3 types of jealous people. Smart jealous people often see their own shortcomings and try to change themselves. Neville, you are one of them. Mediocre jealous people only say what's the big deal, isn't it this, isn't it that? And stupid jealous people either frame the jealous people or do crazy things to show their extraordinariness." "Ha, Ron, do you think you are that kind?" Shor said, and suddenly turned his head to look at Ron, who was peeking at him. This sudden question scared Ron and made him fall off the stool. He was sweating all over his head, and he loudly denied the rumor. "I'm not jealous of you. I'm not jealous of you. I don't want to be in the limelight. I didn't mean to go to the 4th floor." Shor leaned over and looked down at Ron and looked into his panicked eyes. "Ron Weasley, I know you. You have 5 excellent brothers above you, and a sister who is loved by the whole family below you. You have been a little transparent since you were a child, and your family is really not rich. Growing up in such a living environment, it is indeed easy to understand that you have some dark thoughts. But you are a Gryffindor. What about your courage? Is it difficult to admit your weaknesses? Look at Neville. His family environment is even worse, and his parents are still lying in St. Mungo's. He is much braver than you." Looking at Ron, who was getting more and more cowardly if it wasn't for the mission, Shaw wouldn't want to be a babysitter and counsel people all day long. His voice became colder and he shouted louder, "Stand up, don't let me look down on you." Facing Shaw's stare, Ron was very scared, the most scared he had ever been, and even his whole body was cold. In a trance, he seemed to see a giant snake with a crown and 2 horns behind Shaw. This shadow might become his nightmare in the future, and Shaw's every word burned back and forth in his heart like a branding iron, so painful and uncomfortable. Is he really a dirty person? His whole family is sunny. Is he the only one living in the shadow? Ron's body was cold and he had difficulty breathing. He mustered up the courage to refute Shaw several times that he was not a coward. But, ding, complete the Conquer Hogwarts 2nd ring task reward. 100 level 2 faith points, 1 legendary points. Ding, release Conquer Hogwarts, third ring. Become the only director of Hogwarts, a great king. How can you share power with others? Kick all other directors out of the board seat one by one. Task reward, 200 level 2 faith points, 1 legendary points. Shor suddenly heard the system prompt and his mouth hooked. When he saw the 3-ring system task, his mouth twitched again. A system that loves to pretend to be AC, Shor no longer forced Ron. He was not so idle, so he could only hope that the other party would realize it by himself. A loud drum does not need a heavy hammer. If it is really mud, it is better to give up. Shor turned his head and saw Neville still looking at him stupidly, with a few traces of fear in his eyes, and reached out to rub his round head. Neville, your potential has not yet been stimulated. If you study hard with Harry in the future, you will have a bright future. Shor gave Neville some chicken soup, then returned to the sofa and sat down. While waiting for Professor McGonagall, he opened the system and started to think. Host, Shaw. Occupation, wizard/poker magician/king of the magic throne. Magic power, 140, 100 for adults. Talent, lightning element affinity max. Water element affinity level 2. Parseltongue level 2. Dark magic 8 Azkaban. Transfiguration 5 gifted. White magic 3 potions 3 decent talent. Expand. Talent points 1. Legend points 1. Skill brain occlusion max. Exclusive magic lightning sword level 5. Lightning floating ring level 1. Dark magic soul sucking level 5 obtained by lottery. Killing curse level 4 improved after a lot of practice. Fiendish fire curse level 2. Voldemort's notes. White magic water prison level 5. Disarming curse level 5. Birds flock level 5. Iron armor curse level 4. Level 1 faith 230. / level 2 faith 189. / level 3 faith 5. Lottery 1000 / 100 / 10. Fanatics Theodore Knott, Alice Foley, Hermione Granger, Cretch, Copper Spoon. Mission seize the Savior's reputation, first ring. Reward 10,000 level 1 faith points, 1 legendary point. Conquer Hogwarts, third ring. Reward 200 level 2 faith points, 1 legendary point. Inherit the Witch Party. Reward 300 level 2 faith points, 1 legendary point. The second level faith value can be drawn once, so let's talk about it when it's urgently needed. As for what to add to the legendary value, Shaw was a little hesitant. The water prison technique is very useful, but it is a little weak in killing. The level 5 lightning sword is the result of his improvement of the lightning blade in the past month. He has a max affinity for the lightning element. If he wants to break through the upper limit of level 5, he roughly estimates that it will take him 1.5 years to realize it by himself, at most 2.5 years, which means that he can do it in the 3rd grade. But this requires calculating the time cost. The breakthrough of the lightning sword can be polished with time, but it is not conducive to the implementation of his recent plans. If he adds some water prison techniques, I don't know whether level 5 and level 6 are qualitative breakthroughs, and whether he can fight against the remnant soul of Voldemort. Confusing, waiting online, very anxious. After a while, Professor McGonagall brought 2 tattered books. These are 2 books about the failure records of Animagus, which contain many failed cases and experiences. Shaw was full of black lines and his hands trembled. Other professors give students books on successful cases. What is Big Cat doing? Is he so unreliable? Is there an evil spirit between his eyebrows? He is also very careful about his life, okay? However, Shaw still showed gratitude on his face. Thank you, Professor. I will read it carefully. Professor McGonagall was relieved to see Shaw's calm attitude and explained Animagus in detail. No more water. Please understand the popular science in the comments. Before Shaw left, he repeatedly reminded her that if he wanted to perform Animagus, he must notify her so that she could guard him. Professor McGonagall became McGonagall. Ron is really qualified. After Shor left, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but frown, but there was no more appropriate way. After turning around, she found that the 2 students who were confined to the sea of questions were different. Neville was in very good spirits, and his temperament was less honest and straightforward. He was concentrating on doing the exercises. Ron, on the other hand, had a blank look in his eyes, and the pen in his hand didn't move, as if he had lost his soul. McGonagall's heart was like ice and fire, with relief and hatred intertwined. She pursed her lips, walked over and waved her hand in front of Ron. "Why are you in a daze? You are not allowed to go back to the dormitory if you don't finish it. Stay up until dawn." When it comes to staying up late, cats never lose. Shor came outside. It was almost 10 o'clock now. He didn't have the habit of going out at night, so he went to the Slytherin lounge. Halfway through the journey, he suddenly heard a noise around the corner. Shaw cast the disillusionment charm and walked over lightly. In an abandoned corridor, Snape was beating Quirrell against the wall. Snape was full of cold and domineering aura, and his voice was low and indifferent. "This matter should not be made public. Have you figured out how to get through the stupid dog raised by Hagrid, that idiot?" Quirrell shrank like a little bottom and stammered. "Snape, no, I don't know what you are talking about. You don't want to be my enemy, Quirrell." I don't." Snape approached Quirrell a little closer. "Oh, your little tricks can't fool me at all. I really no. Give you some time to think about it. I hope you know who to be loyal to." At this moment, an owl suddenly flew past the window. Snape gave a final warning, then withdrew his hand from the wall, lifted his sleeves, and left in a black robe. Quirrell stopped trembling immediately after Snape disappeared, and his eyes became cold and evil. He straightened his wrinkled robes and stayed there for a while, as if he was talking to Voldemort. Quirrell's eyes flashed with a trace of entanglement, and he sighed and left. Shaw watched the show with great interest. It was a duel between two drama queens. Their acting skills were great. He really wanted to give them a little golden man. He also calculated in his mind that Quirrell was probably already in contact with Hagrid. It wouldn't be long before he could use the dragon egg to exchange for the trick to pass the three-headed dog from Hagrid. In the previous plot, after Quirrell got the secret, he had been waiting for Dumbledore to leave school. He didn't have to wait until the end of the holiday. He didn't know that Dumbledore used the Mirror of Heir to defend at the end of the level. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. And now, Dumbledore is not in school every other day, which is like the back door is wide open, and only Snape is watching. So time is a bit tight. Shor gritted his teeth and turned to the 8th floor regardless. After entering the exclusive spell practice room of the Room of Requirement, Shor added a point of legendary value to the lightning sword without saying a word. Level 6 lightning sword. Achieved. Instantly, Heir's perception of the world changed greatly. Although he had a max affinity with the lightning element before, that was passive, and the lightning elements in the air actively had an affinity with him. His own control over these elements was basically zero. Even if he had a lightning spell, the main body of the spell still had to rely on his own magic power, and the lightning element was passively added. But now, it is still unknown how powerful the level 6 lightning sword is. But Heir could already vaguely feel the free lightning elements in the air, as if he could actively communicate with the lightning elements. Heir reached out to the empty sky, and with his mind, those invisible lightning elements began to jump and swirl around his palm. Heir's handsome eyebrows were full of joy, and he quickly drew out his magic wand. With National Collapse in hand, the wand body kept shaking and spewed a lot of purple electric sparks. Heir could clearly feel the other party's excitement and kept urging him to use it quickly. Heir smiled, poured in his magic power, and used the lightning sword. As Heir's magic power was activated, a purple magic power quickly wrapped around the magic wand. This time was different from the past. A purple light energy condensed from the air beside the magic wand and flowed into the gradually formed lightning sword like a stream. If Heir needed 10 scales of magic power to initially shape the lightning sword in the past, now he only needs 6 to 7 scales, and the other 1/3 can be borrowed from the heaven and earth. Moreover, the condensed lightning sword is more tenacious and sharp, and the complex runes on the sword are more mysterious. The flow of purple light is like a halo, like a weapon used by gods, magnificent and dazzling. Nirvana. Heir shouted a powerful slogan and slashed the lightning sword forward. A 3-meter purple lightsaber shot out like a sword, with dazzling purple light and unparalleled momentum, splitting the heavy stone wall not far away in half. The long lightning sword energy penetrated the stone wall as easily as cutting tofu. The half of the stone wall fell to the ground along the smooth cross-section and broke into several pieces. After the sword light passed, it directly hit the wall of the House of Requests, and the whole house shook violently. Countless runes appeared and flashed on the wall, and a large amount of magic power gathered from the castle, dissolving the power of the sword light and repairing the damage to the wall. Shor was a little dumbfounded. He didn't have time to continue to test how many elements in the world could be attracted when he continued to test the large-scale lightning net. He quickly put away the lightning sword and walked quickly outside the House of Requests. This time, the test spell was wasted. The school has an owner. At least Dumbledore, who has the authority of the principal, can feel all the big movements in Hogwarts Castle. He was afraid of being caught for doing such damage. What Shor didn't know was that he was lucky today. Old B was not in school. After hastily fleeing the scene and returning to the dormitory, Heir was slightly relieved. If he was not caught on the scene, it would not be his responsibility. But he immediately became excited again, his eyes full of excitement. Level 6 skill, so terrifying. Not only does it consume less, but the power has really changed qualitatively. Just now he just hit it casually and it had such an effect. If he was given some time, he would slowly attract the elements of heaven and earth to merge. Tusk. After calming down, Heir frowned again, thinking something was wrong. By the way, it is impossible to increase the power of magic spells infinitely, otherwise he would dare to attack the principal's office now. There are two very intuitive limitations here. 1, the problem of magic output and the efficiency of attracting the elements of heaven and earth. 2, Heir's problem of controlling the upper limit of magic power. Fighting on the battlefield is a race against time. No one will hold back a big move for the opponent. The spell must be completed in the few seconds of activation, and the stronger the spell is, the harder it is to control. Just like taking care of kindergarten children, taking care of 1 is easy. Taking care of 10, you can handle it. Taking care of 100, I guess he just wants to die on the spot. But Shor is already very satisfied, probably relying on a level 6 lightning sword and his full-level lightning element affinity. In the use of lightning spells, the natural control and conversion rate are higher than the upper limit of ordinary people. Opponents below the legendary level can basically be dealt with, at least to an undefeated level. After more practice, it is not a big problem to beat the residual soul of Voldemort. Draco has been teaching Goyle and Crabbe the petrification spell in the corner, watching Shor start his daily face-changing behavior of sitting in a daze again. Draco still feels distressed. Shor is still under too much pressure, and he is a little mentally ill. Alas, it's my fault that I am useless and can't share his burden. After Draco hated himself for not fighting, he turned around and continued to train the 2 followers fiercely. If you don't learn this spell tonight, you won't be allowed to sleep. Shor came out of his deep thoughts. When he came back to his senses, he heard Draco scolding the 2 idiots in a low voice. He smiled and ignored it. Draco was much more patient now. He took out a notebook from his ring and ticked a small goal on it. Then he started writing and drawing. Plans are always not as fast as changes, and they need to be adjusted constantly. In recent days, the little snakes in Slytherin found that the chief was always elusive. Except for seeing him in class, even Draco and Alice, who were close friends, didn't know where Shor was. They only knew that Shor often went to the Forbidden Forest, but they didn't know what he was doing. Theodore knew a little, but no one could get any information out of this taciturn guy. And the whole Hogwarts has become very different. If a graduated student came back to visit the school, he might think he was in the wrong place. In the corridor, everyone became polite and nodded to each other when they met. Except for the Gryffindor boys, who all gave a stiff chivalric salute, everyone else gave a normal gentleman and lady salute. Some knowledgeable professors said that the students' etiquette was no less than that of Beauxbatons School of Magic in France. During the meal, the lively scene of eating together was no less lively than before, but it had a different kind of beauty. Well, it was a bit funny because many students were still not used to using chopsticks, and chopsticks often caused injuries. Moreover, the food here was so fragrant that Hagrid, who had been eating in his own cabin all year round, came to the hall to eat. In the classroom, everyone rushed to answer questions for academic points, and even the Badgers were no longer pretending to be invisible. For the sake of delicious food, they were more motivated than the top students in Ravenclaw. The professors were very surprised. Although the Badgers always got the answers wrong, they were always very happy and always gave them 1 or 2 points to comfort and encourage them. McGonagall, the vice president, was very happy to see all these changes and felt that she must be the greatest vice president in the history of Hogwarts. Alas, there is no perfect thing in the world. After Shor abolished the electrical therapy, the twins, who were the biggest deductors, showed a tendency to revive. McGonagall was determined to win the College Cup this year. There are still 3 weeks of Quidditch coming up soon, and this year's Quidditch Cup is also very promising, because Harry's recent training has been very effective, which gives her hope. And because of Shaw's existence, Slytherin probably doesn't dare to do anything dirty in Quidditch now. McGonagall said to herself, I have to talk to Shaw later and find a way to make the twins continue to be honest. Time flies, 2 weeks have passed, and Halloween is only 2 days away. Shaw, who had been missing for 3 weeks, suddenly asked Alice to gather 4 throne subordinates to gather in the throne room of the Room of Requirement tonight. Hermione was very excited today. She had held the sequence poker for more than a month, and finally she could attend the throne meeting. When she came to the magical Room of Requirement, she was even more excited. The solemnity of the pentagram hall, the 52 gorgeous seats, and the lofty black and gold throne. All of this stimulated Hermione's heart. She felt the blood in her veins surging. She clenched her fists several times to prevent herself from screaming out of control. Hermione, you are in the 10th seat in the upper right wind zone. This is exclusive to Ravenclaw. On the side, Draco introduced Hermione in a neutral tone. He was a little indignant in his heart. Why was he 10 of spades and Hermione also 10 of clubs? In addition, Theodore was still 9 of spades, and the brother felt the pressure. Hermione knew Draco's arrogant personality a long time ago and didn't care. Shaw told her that as long as the age of these boys in the school was reduced by 3 years, it would be easy to understand. Hermione came to her exclusive seat, first tidied up her carefully selected blue and white dress, took a deep breath, and then solemnly sat on her gorgeous seat. Her back was pressed against the soft and comfortable back of the chair, feeling both honored and heavy on her shoulders. This is responsibility. She glanced at the throne of a higher order next to her, and saw Alice, who was sitting on a higher order throne in the corner. Hermione told herself in her heart, Hermione Granger, you are not bad, you are the best. After Alice and others sat in their seats one by one, everyone waited with a serious expression. A few minutes later, Shaw, dressed in a black and purple robe, slowly walked out of the back hall and walked up to the throne step by step. Alice and others found that the chief was a little different today. Although his smile was as warm as always, the murderous aura on his body was very strong, and a flash of electric arc flashed around him from time to time. After Shaw sat down, he first glanced at Hermione, who was alone in the upper right wind area, and then calmly said to his 4 subordinates, although the throne is still weak, it has also added new members. We are growing stronger. Shaw waved his hand to stop his subordinates from standing up to show their loyalty and then said, Halloween is coming, and an important plan of mine needs to be completed on this day. So today I called everyone together to give you some tasks to cooperate with my plan. This is also the first action of the throne. At this point, Shaw's warm smile turned cold. He stood up and flicked his purple-black robe sleeves. Alice, listen to my orders. Alice immediately stood up, put one hand on her chest, and said with a firm look, I'm here. I've imprisoned hundreds of small animals at the edge of the forbidden forest. You organize the senior students and use transfiguration to turn them into portable decorations. On Halloween night, distribute them to the young wizards. Yes, Chief. Hermione. Hermione's blood rushed to her head, but she quickly imitated Alice's movements and shouted with one hand on her chest. I'm here. Contact Percy, Penelope, Cedric, and Montague and ask them to organize the students not to panic and quickly retreat to after something happens on Halloween night. After Shor explained, Hermione wanted to ask why, but unconditional obedience to orders and instructions was the state that the throne's subordinates should be in. Yes, Chief. Shor waved her hand to let her retreat and then said, Theodore. Theodore immediately strode into the hall, knelt on one knee, and looked at the domineering chief on the stage with a fanatical expression. I'm here. Shor was stunned, but he didn't care and continued to give orders. On Halloween, maybe. Can you do it? Although Theodore was enthusiastic, he didn't agree immediately. He thought calmly and seriously for half a minute before he promised loudly. Chief, I guarantee with my life that I can complete it. Shor said after a slight pause. Your life is more important than the mission. Theodore's pale face did not change, but a hint of tenderness flashed in the madness in his eyes. Shor sighed and waved his hand. Okay, today's meeting ends here. As soon as Shor finished speaking, Draco, who had been expecting it, immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. Chief, what about me? What about me? What about my mission? Shor was about to turn around and go to the back hall, but when he heard Draco's question, he turned his head and said, Mr. Malfoy, you can't even cast the shield charm properly. Just hide well on Halloween night. Draco. He wanted to say that Hermione was the same, but then he became uncertain. A creature like a top student cannot be judged by common sense. Draco has actually worked very hard during this period, but although he is talented, he can only say that he is good. It's not the best yet. Theodore passed by him lightly. His gait and appearance became more and more like the chief. Draco wanted to punch himself on the head. He didn't have Theodore's abnormal perseverance, sleeping only 4 hours a day. Alice walked behind Draco and patted his shoulder. Don't be discouraged. The chief is also for your own good. Alice said and walked away with a smile. Draco's ahoj immediately turned into an S shape, indicating that he was very heartbroken. Hermione also passed by with her mouth covered. Draco was even more angry. His 10 of spades might not be fake. He thought about it and set off to find Harry. He was heartbroken and could only complain to his good friend. Shor returned to a room in the back hall which was decorated as a study and lounge. Heir sat down on a comfortable chair, and then he dozed off after leaning back. He was really tired these days. He subconsciously spread out the palm of his right hand, and a ball of purple light slowly gathered on it, and then turned into a sword shape, a net shape, a shield shape, and so on. Although Heir dozed off, he couldn't help but think about the plan in his mind. There were no loopholes in it. After all, there was no perfect plan. In fact, Heir didn't have to work so hard, as if he had become a slave to the system, and was born only to do tasks. But this feeling of being able to control strength and power is really an addiction. Without personal experience, it is really impossible to know the beauty of it. Just like a non-smoker, he doesn't know how ethereal a mouthful of nicotine will make people feel after a meal. Warning, children are not allowed to smoke. Heir didn't know how long he dozed off, and his palm suddenly felt a little hot. He opened his eyes suddenly and found that the sofa was accidentally burned by his lightning arc. He waved his hand to dispel the spell on his palm and looked at his mechanical watch. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Shor was a little hungry, so he left the room of requirement, cast the disillusionment charm, and went to the kitchen. Cretch was not in Hogwarts, so he had to go to the kitchen himself. He sent his elf butler to deal with the affairs of the Muggle world. Albert's performance has been outstanding recently, but the capital chain is also extremely tight. Shor had no choice but to continue selling some of the antiques without magic power, but he was almost out of stock. The layout of the Muggle world could not stop, and he was forced to rob. in front of the kitchen door. Shor scratched the pair on the painting, and with a few giggles he entered the open kitchen door. But he found that there were still many people here. Judging from their clothes, they were all badgers. As expected, they are Hufflepuffs who eat 8 meals a day. Which 8 meals? 4 meals in the morning, noon, and evening snacks, 3 meals in 3 classes, and 1 meal on the way. The badgers were not just here for food, but to ask the elves how to cook Chinese food, which was naturally rejected. Some badgers were holding Chinese recipes that they didn't know where they got from and were trying to imitate them in a corner. But they were confused about some of the words on it. For example, a pinch of salt, a little bit of sugar, appropriate vinegar, slow fire. Shor couldn't help but smile. It seems that the little badger is not satisfied with the little portion of Chinese food at the main meal and wants to be self-reliant. Cedric was originally patiently talking to the elf leader Tongxiao when suddenly the elves in the room exploded. Tongxiao, who just looked old and couldn't speak clearly, immediately pushed him aside and walked quickly to the door. "Ah, great Mr. Black, you come to see us humble elves again. Woo-woo, the sir is here again. I am so happy that I want to cry." Cedric looked back and saw Shor with a warm smile on his face shaking hands with the elves gathered around him, but he didn't say anything. Many doubts flashed through Cedric's mind. Among the entire wizarding community, the honest Hufflepuffs were the least discriminatory against house elves, but they had never been so courteous. After thousands of years of education, even the badgers did not agree that elves and wizards could get along equally. But the scene in front of him had a certain impact on Cedric's worldview. Based on his understanding of Shor during this period of time, this powerful super genius seemed easygoing, but in fact he had a domineering personality. He didn't look like someone who believed in the equality of all beings. At this moment, Shor became even more mysterious in Cedric's heart. Shor was very experienced and waited for the elves to vent their emotions before speaking. "Friends, please give me a bowl of bird's nest porridge and grilled squid, thank you." Then, more than a dozen elves fought in a group, competing to make supper for Shor. In the end, it was Tongxiao who designated 3 elves to calm the situation. This scene made the badgers on the side stunned. They are all wizards. Why are the elves' attitudes so different? In fact, to be precise, these elves treat other little wizards with respect, but if you experience it carefully, you will feel a sense of isolation. Shor had naturally seen Cedric a long time ago, and smiled and waved to him and said hello, chatting casually about some interesting things about the recent changes in Hufflepuff. Shor did not, there was no intention to have a deeper exchange. Although he wanted to recruit this outstanding little badger, he could learn the information himself, and the kind-hearted Cedric might not accept his ideas for a while. Hufflepuff, well, it is indeed a big head that needs to be fought for in the future, but there is no rush. This group is still suitable for boiling badgers in warm water. Half an hour later, Shor left the kitchen with a food box amid a farewell. The little badgers immediately started discussing. "Hey, Cedric, Shor is still easy to talk to. These elves really admire him. Strange, he is kind-hearted and likes to play with food, so he should be Hufflepuff. We also have pure blood here, the Burns family and the Milan family. Maybe the Sorting Hat made a mistake." Cedric did not agree with his friend. "My father is from the Department of Magical Creatures and Magical Care of the Ministry of Magic, so he still has some political wisdom. He always feels that Shor is hiding something." Shor returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Seeing that Draco was a little depressed, Goyle and Crabbe dared not even breathe. After the meeting, Draco went to find Harry, but Harry now has to deal with his studies, participate in Quidditch training, and spend a lot of energy practicing spells, so he has no time to accompany Draco. So, Draco is a little autistic. Shor waved and moved a table and chair to Draco. Draco still lowered his head and thought about his own things silently. Shor smiled and did not speak actively. After sitting down, he put the lunch box on the seat, took out the food, and began to eat with his head down. "Gyudon." A slight swallowing sound sounded, and then Draco hurriedly said to hide his embarrassment, Can you go to the side to eat?" Delicious. Ah, what did you just say?" Shor pretended not to hear and looked up at Draco. Draco felt like crying. I said I didn't say anything. Shor said oh and continued to eat his supper. When Shaw was about to finish his supper at midnight, Draco finally spoke. Shor, am I really useless? It's okay. Shor's perfunctory answer made Draco even more sad, and he began to give up on himself. What do you mean it's okay? I can't do spells as well as Theodore, even Harry, and I can't handle affairs as well as Alice and Hermione. I am a waste. After Draco finished speaking, he looked at Shaw expectantly, hoping that his best friend could comfort him. Shaw didn't say anything immediately. He drank the last mouthful of bird's nest, put down the small bowl, took out a napkin and wiped his mouth, and then asked, "Didn't I ask you to make more friends? How are you doing?" When it came to this, Draco changed his depressed look and began to talk freely. "Of course it's good. I asked my father to mail me a lot of good things. I would give one to anyone who I think has good potential, and then we would be good friends. Theodore asked me to teach etiquette in Ravenclaw. After I went there, I was very popular with those seniors, and I gave them a lot of things." Shor choked. Although Draco's method seemed stupid, it was actually the real way to make friends, and it went straight to the essence. He quietly cleaned up the plates, stood up and patted Draco on the shoulder. "Well done. A force naturally needs a diplomat. This is your position. Come on." Draco nodded his head vigorously. "I know. I will do my best. I will write a letter to ask my father to send me more things." Then there was no conversation overnight, and the next 2 days passed quickly. Hogwarts does not have a Halloween holiday, but there are no classes in the afternoon. Shaw announced that there is no need to worry about etiquette today, so all the students who were crazy about it started to make trouble. Hogwarts is full of pumpkin lanterns, which are unusually large because Hagrid used the expansion spell. In addition to pumpkin lanterns, wall lamps are decorated in various bat shapes, and there are many horror elements filling the campus. Ghosts are also very active on this day. The students had a joyous afternoon, and time gradually came to the evening. In order to set off the atmosphere, the hall, which used to be brightly lit, had half of the thousands of floating candles today. When the students entered the hall, they were also given a bat brooch by the prefects of each grade. After everyone sat down, they waited for the Halloween dinner to start. Nurmengard, Austria. There is a cage on Grindelwald's desk. The cage is made of blue fierce fire and some alchemical mechanisms, and a purple bird resembling a phoenix is locked inside. The bird has beautiful purple feathers, with lightning flashing on the feathers, and 2 golden feathers on its head swaying gently, making it look extremely proud. In its narrow and sharp eyes, a pair of piercing pupils are purple and black. It also has long and beautiful tail feathers, and its purple-black claws are extremely sharp. It looks very much like a mutant phoenix or a smaller thunderbird, at least a close relative. Grindelwald adjusted his azure half-moon glasses with his hand and moved his head closer to the cage, with a scholarly temperament. "Master, this bird is called the purple lightning kite by Nordic muggles. It is a mythical incarnation of the god of thunder. Although this magical creature cannot control lightning on a large scale like the thunderbird, its single lightning attack is stronger, and its flying speed is faster, almost comparable to teleportation. If it is used to send letters, it can go between Austria and England in 2 hours." Abernethy, who was standing by and bowed, reported truthfully. There were still a few unhealed burn scars on the face of the saint, but he did not say how much damage he suffered when catching the purple lightning kite. Grindelwald was stunned and remembered some secrets that only legendary wizards like them, or high-ranking wizards in the magic world, knew. Although the major pantheons in the world are all passed down or recorded by muggles, they are all deified. But the prototypes are all forces founded by powerful wizards, and the most recent pantheon that has declined is the Nordic Odin 1,000 years ago. And this Odin is a firm believer in pure blood supremacy. Just look at the relationship between the gods in his lineage, and you will know that almost all of them marry close relatives. Either marry a sister or marry a nephew, and the relationship is very messy. And Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts, also went north to find this legendary wizard with similar ideas after leaving school. As a result, I don't know what the two had a conflict with, but they started fighting. In Norse mythology, the giant snake Jörmungandr that has been attacking Agast is Salazar's pet. In addition, these two legendary wizards are madmen who love to do human and magical animal experiments. So there are various forms of werewolves and giants and other magical creatures in Norse mythology, which adds a lot of legends to this pantheon legend. Grindelwald asked casually after he came to his senses. This kind of bird must be the hybrid of Odin's arrogant pure-blood wizard. Haven't you encountered resistance from the pure-blooded descendants of the natives in Northern Europe? Abernethy stood straight and said enthusiastically, "For the greater good, subordinates are not afraid of sacrifice." Grindelwald nodded to express his appreciation and said nothing more. As long as the result is good, it's fine. He reached out to the Fiendfire cage. Even if those blue Fiendfires were not cast by Grindelwald himself, they were very obedient and opened a crack automatically. The purple lightning kite, which had been vigilant in the cage, pecked instantly, trying to make a bloody hole in Grindelwald's finger. But Grindelwald's palm was instantly covered with a layer of dark blue scales. He didn't care about the pecking and stroked the head of the purple lightning kite very accurately. Well, it's easy to pet. It's good as a pet. Tusk. The purple lightning kite was very dissatisfied, and lightning arcs began to swirl all over its body, but the next moment it was suppressed by the alchemical device in the blue fire cage. It could only stare at Grindelwald with fierce eyes. "Hey, little guy, don't be angry. I found a good master for you. You will thank me in the future." Grindelwald looked at this unruly bird, quite satisfied, turned around and ordered, "Next, tame it well and make sure it's done before Christmas." After Abernethy took the purple lightning kite away, Grindelwald watched the sky outside getting darker and darker. The night wind gently blew on his old face, feeling a little cold. "Oh, by the way, tonight is Halloween. How can I spend it alone? It's too lonely." Grindelwald took out a coin with a function similar to a two-sided mirror and began to input magic. Then, he happily changed into a hospital gown and came to the fireplace to lie on the rocking chair and pretend to be a patient. Time goes back half an hour. Hogwarts is crowded with people now. Today is the day of relaxation, so except for Slytherin, the other three long tables are very lively, especially the Gryffindor who are crazy about staying up. In the teacher's seat, only the headmaster and the 4 deans came to the dinner. The headmaster just gave a brief opening speech, and everyone was happy. The headmaster praised McGonagall for his good management of the school from time to time, and he must increase his salary in the future. The hall was filled with fragrance, and the dining table of Hogwarts was completely occupied by Oriental dishes, with the most popular steak and chicken sandwiches were not touched at all. The Badgers were the most enthusiastic in eating. They were not as lively as the lions, but they ate the fastest. Cedric was always worried, always thinking of what the Ravenclaw girl Hermione had told him before. "Hey, Cedric, stop being in a daze. Be careful that I will steal your Mapo tofu." "Ah, don't move, it's all mine." At the Lions' Dean's table, Harry still didn't make a fuss with the other little lions and ate the dishes quietly. With good food at school and frequent Quidditch training, Harry has become stronger and is no longer as thin as before. Harry noticed from the corner of his eye that Ron's condition has not been right today, to be precise. He has been a little confused in the past half-month. He would suddenly wake up in the middle of the night, talking nonsense in his sleep, saying, "Snake King, don't kill me." He also found that Neville was not as cowardly as before. Although he was still very shy, he was more motivated and took the initiative to ask him for advice every day. Harry glanced at Slytherin, who were still following the usual etiquette. It wasn't that Shaw didn't allow it, but the beautiful Alice gave them a sidelong glance, and the little snakes all behaved, and their prestige was established. And the idle Shaw sat in the first seat. Tonight, he didn't wear a school uniform with a green background and silver edges, but a slim black and purple hunting coat, which was very tough and handsome, even a bit domineering. On the Ravenclaw side, the young ladies who had mailed gifts to Shaw looked at Shaw from time to time, very boldly, and didn't care about other people's strange looks. They saw Shaw was actually eating a red pudding, and the faces of these girls changed. But some girls were more flirtatious and looked eager to try. Shaw was scooping pudding with a spoon in one hand and playing with a coin in the other. The silver coin flipped and rolled on the back of his hand. This was a habit he used to regulate his mind when he was nervous. He hadn't played with coins for a while since he came to the magic world. He was really fascinated by this kind of jelly-like thing recently. It was smooth and tender, with a variety of flavors, and he never got tired of eating it. As for why it was red, it was intentional. He wanted to pick off some young ladies who had bad intentions towards him. He now received a bunch of love letters and gifts every day, which was really annoying. He could only confirm the legend of his violent devil. Alice had finished eating a long time ago. This time, she didn't make tea and wait for Shaw. Instead, she got up and communicated with some peripheral subordinates again to ensure that everything would be safe. Theodore in the corner didn't even eat. He looked solemn and kept wiping his white jade wand. Only Draco, after Shaw refused to teach him the cool trick of rolling coins on the back of his hand, gave up on himself and used food to fill his broken heart. Time passed by minute by minute. In the teacher's seat, Dumbledore suddenly looked sideways and pressed his hand on his chest. After sighing and speaking a few words to the air, a food box appeared out of thin air on the table. Dumbledore picked up the box, said a few words to McGonagall, winked at Snape, and left in a hurry. Shaw saw this and was delighted. His pen pal was awesome and gave him another wonderful assist. As expected, it happened that Dumbledore left not long after. The door of the hall was knocked open by someone. Quirrell looked terrified and staggered to the center of the field and said weakly, "Giant monster, there is a giant monster, I thought you all knew." Then he pretended to be unconscious and fell to the ground professionally, making the ground bang. As Quirrell brought the news of the troll, the hall was quiet for a while and then it became noisy. There were many nervous and frightened little wizards. "Ah, troll, so scary. How could there be such a monster in Hogwarts? Mom, save me. What should we do?" "Yes, find a place to hide. Don't think that the troll is easy to deal with just because Harry and Ron can deal with it in the original book, but that is entirely due to the protagonist's halo. In a real confrontation, 3 or 5 ordinary adult wizards may not be able to do anything with the troll in a short time. Of course, elite aurors and perverted professors are not counted. For example, 3 or 5 big bats can be killed without a trace." Shaw was well prepared and winked at Theodore. Theodore immediately stood up, held the white jade wand in reverse, and strode out. His task tonight was to walk the troll away and prevent the professor who arrived later from finding it for at least half an hour. The task was difficult. Shaw was also glad that Dumbledore was distracted, and Theodore's mission was much easier. Alice had already started to arrange people to carry out the mission, and the outsiders had joined the crowd to organize the students. For a while, the hall was in chaos. Professor McGonagall stood up from behind the teacher's seat and said loudly, "Be quiet." Seeing that it didn't work, she had to add loud voice to herself. "Be quiet." The little wizards looked at Professor McGonagall blankly, and McGonagall was about to say something. Shaw took the lead and walked to the teacher's seat and said loudly, "Professor, there is no time to lose. You go catch the troll and leave this to me." McGonagall was stunned but nodded. Shaw's prestige in the student group may be more useful than the professor in some aspects. McGonagall quickly took Flitwick and Sprout to find the troll, and Snape had disappeared long ago. After McGonagall and the others left, those who had made arrangements in advance were able to let go. The chaos in the hall was quickly suppressed, and many senior prefects led students from their own colleges to the 4 sides of the hall, with one college in each direction. The young wizards were confused, and some wanted to disobey, but after hearing that it was Shaw's order, they dared not say anything. They consciously followed the prefects to their own square formations and stood in place, and Shaw was blocking Quirrell's way to the upstairs. He was calm and teased Quirrell, who looked anxious. "Professor, are you going back to your office? A professor who doesn't protect his students is not a good professor." Quirrell had planned to sneak out of the hall and go to the 4th floor to try to force his way into the 3-headed dog during the chaos. Quirrell was really poor now, and he really didn't want to spend a lot of money to buy dragon eggs to find Hagrid, that big fool, to exchange information. Unexpectedly, he was blocked by Shaw. Quirrell's expression turned cold, but he quickly returned to his timid look. Zior, I'm hurt. Get out of the way. I want to go back and rest. Because the students hadn't set up a defensive formation yet, Zior could only patiently chat with Quirrell. Professor, why are you stuttering again? Is it because there are so many people here? Quirrell's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said in a low and fierce voice, Zior, do you want to die? Do you know what you are doing? Get out of the way. Zior took out his wand and tapped it on his palm, continuing to talk nonsense. Quirrell, whether a person succeeds or fails in this life sometimes depends on only one choice, so you have to be cautious. And you have no choice. Quirrell's face changed drastically. What do you mean? Do you know something? Zior turned his head and took a look. The students were basically standing in a specific position, and there were 1 or 2 outstanding students who could perform the advanced armor spell, All Protection, in front of each square. Moreover, the small animals that transformed into brooches were restored to their original forms and then petrified. Now they were placed in front of the students to form a wall. Although Shaw was confident, he did not want to cause any casualties by accident, so he took safety measures for the students. Voldemort's killing curse was still very strong, and it was safer to have a life wall. Quirrell also noticed the weirdness of the hall at this time. He was a little panicked, secretly pinched the wand in his sleeve pocket, and said fiercely, Shor, what do you want to do? Attack the professor. You will be expelled. Seeing that everything was ready, Shaw was too lazy to talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, 5 gorgeous cards flew out of the ring, hovering above Shaw, dragging light flames and spinning. The wand in his hand quickly turned into a shining lightning sword and slashed towards Quirrell. A 3-meter sword rainbow like a sky-breaking sword flew out of the sword and stabbed Quirrell. All the young wizards were stunned. They were still wondering about Shaw's strange arrangement, and then Shaw started to beat the professor. The young wizards had countless questions. Is it so lawless? The devil is already dissatisfied with the existing power. Is he going to formally conquer Hogwarts? Picking the weak ones first. A dozen little snakes who were almost going crazy thought that the chief was super cool, and they took out their wands and were ready to help. Stand still. Alice turned around and swept these fearless and easily excited teenagers with a wild and fierce look. This stopped their suicidal behavior. In the field. Don't think that Quirrell is timid and stuttering all day long. That's just pretending. He is a man who dares to experience adventures all over the world and go into primeval forests. I don't know how many fights he has fought. If it weren't for the bug of Voldemort, he would be more than qualified to be the professor of defense against the dark arts. Armor to protect yourself. Armor to protect yourself. Quirrell drew out his wand, quickly estimated the power of the lightning sword energy, and quickly and hastily laid down 2 thick blue light armors. Bang, bang. The lightning sword pierced the first iron armor with great momentum, and in the blue light fragments it continued to pierce the second iron armor, just merging the two without wasting any magic power. This is rich combat experience. Quirrell laid down a blue light shield. At this time he knew that he must have been exposed, so he turned and ran towards the gate. If he was late, he would be beaten by the professors who came back. But the next moment, a blue water python poked its head down from the sky with violent water splashes and bit him with a ferocious mouth. Quirrell was furious and directly fired multiple freezing spells and explosion spells. Quick freeze. Thunder explosion. Bang. The blue water python first froze into a lump at a very fast speed and then was blown into pieces, splashing everywhere. The splashing ice fragments also scratched many young wizards in the distance, and the prefects were scared to put up shields quickly. Sean narrowed his eyes slightly. Sure enough, the fighting power between wizards is incomparable. He summoned another anaconda from the card, which did not attack Quirrell, but just entangled him. Then he began to accumulate power, and the lightning sword in his hand made sword flowers, and the hunting clothes moved with the wind, which was very handsome and unrestrained. A huge purple electric net with jumping arcs and sparks was generated around and above Quirrell, with a posture of covering the sky and catching turtles in a jar. Damn it! Quirrell cursed secretly when he saw this, and dodged the attack and snake coil of the blue giant python. He waved his magic wand fiercely. Hellfire! A black flame gushed out from the tip of his wand, which was the fiery flame curse. As soon as the fiery flame appeared, it quickly turned into a flaming giant snake with evil spirits. Voldemort did teach Quirrell something. The flaming giant snake raised its head and rushed towards the blue anaconda that blocked the way. The collision of the two giant pythons was spectacular and even felt like an earthquake. For a moment, the floor shook, sparks burst and water vapor rose. But the water python was obviously no match, and the water on its body was quickly melted. The fiend fire, which could absorb everything and burn, became even bigger, and it was extremely powerful and domineering. This frightened the surrounding young wizards and trembled, and the senior students were also a little scared. "Senior, let's run. Go and call the professors, tell them to stop fighting. Is this the legendary fiend fire? Professor Quirrell is crazy. Is he going to destroy the hall?" Alice and Draco looked determined, and they believed that the chief would definitely defeat Quirrell. "Well, although I don't know why the chief wants to fight, that's not important." Heir calmly looked at the fierce fire snake in the field. Since he dared to take action in the hall, he was naturally prepared. Unfortunately, although he could not end all curses, the electric net that condensed a large amount of thunder elements could suppress the fire. Thunder can overcome evil spirits, although it cannot fight against 100 like its natural enemy, making the fire afraid and escaping. The thunder element can offset the curse attribute in the fire. To eliminate the remaining single flame, it is the magic reserve that counts. Comparing magic reserves, Heir is not afraid of anyone in a single duel under the legend. There are still 20 playing cards storing magic in the ring. After the two blue water pythons were eliminated by the fire snake, his snake-catching electric net was also ready to continue. "Collect!" Heir stretched out his hand and clenched his fist fiercely. The huge purple net that reached the dome began to shrink rapidly, and the sense of oppression was extremely strong. As the body becomes smaller, the densely woven electric wires become more and more condensed, with purple energy flowing on them and arcs jumping, which is very gorgeous and dazzling. Zyla Zyla. Zai. When the electric net touches the flame snake that is screaming to the sky, a violent collision immediately breaks out. Boom! The giant snake tries to straighten its snake drive, but is slowly bent down by the pressure, and the fierce fire that constitutes the huge snake drive is also melting rapidly. The electric net at the impact point gathers a lot of magic power from the connected electric wires from all directions. And not only that, it also draws thunder elements from the air to join. The fierce fire snake is trapped and still fights, still fiercely and unwillingly attacking randomly, constantly attacking the purple lightning net in all directions. The flames rise and the fire rolls between the flick and swing of the tail. When the fierce fire grows to a certain extent, if the controller is not strong enough, it will lose control of the spell. Grindelwald almost burned Paris with a fire, but it was also improperly controlled. In the end, it took hundreds of elite wizards to use End of All Curses to control it. Quirrell was also inconsolable at this moment. Although the giant fire snake above was attacking the power grid, he was also affected and was in a very embarrassing state. His clothes were tattered, and he could only support the protection of End of All Curses. But Quirrell's resistance became more and more difficult. Seeing the fire snake getting smaller, the power grid was shrinking. "You are really a waste. You can't even beat a first-year student. Give your body to me." Voldemort on the back of his head finally couldn't stand it anymore. If Quirrell's body was defeated, he would only be a residual soul and couldn't do much. Quirrell hesitated. If he gave his body to Voldemort at this juncture, the consequences can be imagined. His magic power and vitality would be drained in 9 out of 10 cases. But when he heard the last shrill whine of the fiend fire above his head, which turned into ashes. He knew that he had no choice. Then he relaxed his mind. Everyone in the field was watching eagerly. They didn't expect that Shor's spell could restrain the fiend fire that could burn everything. Fred, with squinted eyes, shrank his neck. "Hey, George, it turns out that the big devil used to play tricks on us." George, with crooked mouth, rolled his eyes. Yes, the big devil is mighty. I am the vice dean's dog. A beautiful little eagle lady. Oh, Merlin's pudding. Shor is so perverted, sister. I like him so much." Harry's eyes were full of admiration. Is this Shor's strength? It seems that I need to work harder. Alice and Draco were even more fanatical at this moment. Following such a leader, there is no need to worry about not achieving great things. Others had almost the same ideas. Shor in the field was not as relaxed as they thought at the moment. Seeing that he was about to touch Quirrell's purple electric net, he was abnormally nervous. He knew that Voldemort was about to appear. Sure enough, the next moment, Quirrell seemed to have changed into a different person, and large amounts of black mist rose from Quirrell. A certain kind of extremely powerful energy field with binding force was formed, which stopped the purple electric net that had just shrunk rapidly. The electric net shone with dazzling brilliance, but still could not be stored. This was the power of legend, and Quirrell in the middle, his pale face was distorted for a while. As if he had drunk polyjuice, his skin was wriggling, bulging and shrinking. Gradually, he turned into a face with a pointed chin, a flat nose and scarlet pupils, which was Voldemort. And his unique dark and evil aura immediately filled the entire hall. Voldemort twisted his head, reached out and threw away the scarf on his head, reached out and touched his bald head, and adapted to the body that did not belong to him. He immediately looked at Shor on the other side of the electric net, with admiration and resentment flashing in his eyes, and said in a hoarse voice, "Shor, you have ruined the plan of the greatest Dark Lord. Since you are still a talent, kneel down and surrender to me, and I will spare your life." The whole audience was silent. At this time, no one realized that the person who came was Voldemort. After all, this Dark Lord had been dead for 11 years. It was just a surprise. What happened to Luo? And Shor's words shocked everyone. Voldemort, you are a bug that can only hide in the dirty sewers. You dare to hide in Quirrell's body and become a remnant soul of cats and dogs. You are so arrogant that you want me to surrender." After 2 seconds of silence, the little wizard screamed, "Voldemort, oh no. Impossible, the mysterious man has been dead for a long time, killed by Harry. But Quirrell's scene is really strange and evil. He looks very similar to the mysterious man. No, how can Quirrell be the Dark Lord? Oh, no." Harry's reaction at this moment was the biggest. He covered his forehead with severe pain and half knelt on the ground, shaking all over. Harry raised his head and looked at Voldemort in the field with red eyes. Hermione suppressed her curiosity. She came from the Muggle world, and her fear of the Dark Lord only stayed in the narration of others. Although he was frightened, he did not forget one of the tasks that Shor had given him. He quickly raised the magic camera in his hand and took pictures of the scene. Afterwards, with the help of developing potion, it can be seen as a comic strip. Voldemort was almost furious. Shor was so ungrateful that he not only destroyed his plan but also insulted him. "You are looking for death. Let the great Dark Lord teach you what power is now." After saying that, he casually raised the magic wand in his hand, and the magic power in Quirrell's body surged. The remaining fiend fire on the ground immediately revived and ignited spontaneously, as if it had been cast with an amplification spell. With a bang, a black fiend fire snake sprang out from the ground. Although this snake and Quirrell's fiend fire snake were both constructed by fiend fire, their power was very different. Voldemort's serpent, the serpent's fire was as black as ink, and the scales on the serpent were lifelike, like the red magic of magma flowing through it, mysterious and evil. As soon as the serpent appeared, it retracted its neck to briefly accumulate power, and then it shot towards the purple electric net above its head. Boom! The fierce impact made the already very solid electric net bulge a lot. Sparks of electricity exploded one after another, and the snake's hoarse roar continued. The serpent was extremely ferocious, and it kept deforming the electric net, but it could also draw energy from the air. The water element that the blue water python just emitted in the air under Voldemort's control became a lot of nutrients for the serpent. The foundation of the purple electric net, those electric wires were constantly broken, but they were immediately repaired by a large amount of magic power. Shor held the poker cards that stored magic power in his hands, constantly calling up magic power and absorbing elements from the world, and quickly repaired the purple electric net. He didn't dare to let Voldemort out. However, Shor still oversimplified the legendary wizard's methods. Some of the young wizards at Hogwarts believed that the noseless squirrel in the electric grid was really Voldemort. The battle between ordinary wizards was not that dazzling, just like shooting at each other with lasers. The earth-shaking battle only existed between top wizards. Voldemort and Dumbledore never had a direct battle in public, but they must have fought in private. The older generation may know how magnificent the battle between legendary wizards is, but it was the first time for the young people to see the battle between top wizards under the legend. Naturally, they thought it was a legendary battle. They were surprised that Voldemort was not dead and his powerful and evil magic. They were even more surprised that Shor, a first-year student, dared to fight hard. Even 50-50. "Chief, you are mighty." I don't know which little snake shouted this sentence first. Well, the passionate atmosphere quickly filled the air. The chief is mighty. The vice dean is mighty. Little brother Shor is mighty. Shor didn't react to the cheers, but what the hell was that little brother? He almost stumbled. And Voldemort in the field felt ashamed of being watched by a monkey. His snake face became more and more twisted and hideous. He was both shocked and angry. "You all deserve to die. You all deserve to die." He used to just see that Shor had a great talent for magic and wanted to take him as his loyal servant like Regulus. But now, Shor not only destroyed his resurrection plan, but also forced him to reveal himself. Moreover, Shor's magic talent was too evil, which was beyond his imagination. A selfish superior like Voldemort could allow powerful subordinates, such as Snape, but would not allow subordinates who were better than himself. Several reasons added together, so even if Quirrell's life was given here today, Shor must die too. Voldemort raised his pale left hand, and the giant fire snake broke into two halves. One half exploded directly, and with a fierce impact, it forced the electric nets in all directions back several meters. The other half began to condense rapidly, shrank a lot, and turned into a dark flame giant gun. The giant gun was like the spear of Longinus that stabbed Jesus to death. With unparalleled sharpness, it stabbed the electric net in the direction of Shor. This was not over yet. Voldemort shook the magic wand in his right hand forward. Avada Kedavra, a dazzling green light as thick as a thigh appeared at the tip of the wand, instantly dyeing the space in the electric net green. The power of this spell is similar to the pillar of light that Voldemort shot at the Hogwarts shield in anger in the original book. The killing curse followed the giant flame gun, and it was a fatal killing move at first glance. Quirrell's body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the howling of Quirrell's soul could be heard faintly. As for Shor, when the electric net was repelled, he had a bad feeling, and immediately inputted magic power desperately to strengthen the protection and convergence of the electric net. But when he saw the green scene behind the giant gun and the green scene behind it, his scalp was numb. The intensity of this battle was somewhat beyond his expectations. The Dark Lord is indeed the Dark Lord. Even if he is disabled, if you dare to despise him, you will only seek death. He gritted his teeth and stamped his feet. "Merlin, let's fight." Shor gave up the blessing of the electric net and let the remaining electric net serve as a protection for the students around him. He quickly summoned 5 playing cards from the ring and shot out a series of powerful, 2-zhang long purple-black electric rainbows. At this time, the giant flame gun had already hit the front electric net. The electric net had just consumed a huge amount of energy and had no more energy for defense. The impact point kept flashing, and after exploding countless arcs, The giant gun consumed half of its energy and pierced the electric grid, continuing to stab towards Shor. 5 purple-black electric rainbows also collided with the giant gun, and the shock wave and heat wave of the violent collision blew the people around it to the ground. The little wizards crawling on the ground were dumbfounded. There was even a more powerful move. Is this still a wizard? The 5 purple-black electric rainbows consumed the giant flame gun, and like a relay, they collided with the sky-high green light that was still connected to Voldemort's wand. Zyla Zyla, Zyla Zyla. This time, there was no huge momentum in the battle of moves, only the harsh sound of rapid melting. Countless plasma-like lights suddenly appeared in the center, and the air was distorted by the high temperature. The electric rainbow was also shrinking visibly. Shor's eyes condensed. He spent a week and a lot of magic to build his 5 electric rainbows. He almost killed the giant spider, but he didn't expect it to melt so quickly. If he didn't kill Voldemort this time, he would lose a lot. Shor took a closer look at Voldemort in the distance and felt a little satisfied, because the opponent was not in good condition either. At this time now is the time to compete in perseverance and family background. Shor was distracted, maintaining the electric rainbow while swinging the sword in his hand. He moved his feet and rushed towards Voldemort from the side, and a layer of purple shield began to appear around him. Before, he wanted to use the water plus electricity method to deal with Voldemort, but when Voldemort appeared, the water element in the air completely became Voldemort's slave. Shor was so scared that he didn't even dare to summon the water python. Now he is very glad that he didn't upgrade the water prison technique at the beginning. The 6th level water prison is strong, but it is not as strong as Voldemort's legendary realm exclusive control of water elements. Although he is a residual soul, his realm and understanding of magic are still there. And now, Shor charged just because he saw that Quirrell's body was about to run out of energy. At this time, he naturally had to maximize the results. After beheading Voldemort with a sword, his head flew high. Is there any better background to highlight his invincibility than this? Is there any better way to increase prestige than this? Well, it's definitely not for show. It's also not what one wishes. Voldemort. At this time, a shrill and mournful voice suddenly came from the stairs not far behind Shor. Shor was speechless. He knew this voice very well. He couldn't help but complain that Snape didn't stay on the 4th floor. Why did he come to join in the fun at this time? Shor's mind raced, and he felt that Snape should not be exposed now, so he stretched out his hand and threw it back. 3 gorgeous playing cards jumped out of the ring, dragging red and blue flames and shooting backwards. 3 blue water pythons flew out while the playing cards were still in the air. The water prison may not work against Voldemort, but it is more than enough to stop Snape. God's sword has no shadow. The sound of swords whistling and water pythons whistling came from behind, and the fight started non-stop. Shor didn't care about that. His body passed through the electric net and he saw Voldemort's withered face, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Voldemort was furious, and he shouted at Shor, who ran over. "Shameless Shor, you deserve to die. You rebel. How could Regulus have such a rebellious son like you?" Shor didn't want to talk to Voldemort anymore. Holding the sword with both hands, jumped lightly and slashed at Voldemort fiercely. The lightning sword burst out with a stronger magic, and the sharpness reached its peak. Voldemort frowned. If Quirrell's body was not too useless, he would not be so frustrated. While maintaining the killing spell and the lightning rainbow to consume, the other hand swung casually, casting a spell without sound and wand, and a dark green death shield appeared beside him. Clang! The lightning sword slashed on the diamond-shaped death shield, and the collision between the sword and the shield made the green and purple light intertwined and shone. The turbulent wind blew up Zio-Ur's hair and made the hem of his clothes rustle. Zio-Ur took a half-step back. His eyes were fierce, and he continued to pour magic power into the somewhat dim lightning sword. Zio-Ur continued to swing his sword and cut, and dense spider web cracks began to appear on the surface of the death shield. After 3 or 2 more hits, with a click, the shield broke. Voldemort gritted his teeth. When had he, the Dark Lord, ever suffered such an injustice? He waved his wand fiercely, and the green light of the killing curse pulled the 5 lightning rainbows that were about to dissipate to the side, and directly exploded the lightning rainbows, the electric net, and the green light into a ball. This is combat experience. Voldemort attacked with no time and squeezed out all the last bit of magic power in Quirrell's body. The reason why Voldemort likes to use the killing curse is that it is convenient for killing, and it is also disdain for ants. But this does not mean that the Dark Lord is really stupid enough to use Avatar to kill. A large amount of black air surged out of his body again, quickly wrapping him up. This is an application of the water element. After breaking the shield, Shor was overjoyed and continued to work hard. He chopped the water mist with a sword. After the water mist was cut open, there was no touch. As a result, he chopped it in vain, and Voldemort's complicated words came from above. "Shameless Shor, you are indeed a genius, but you don't know what real power is. I'll give you one last chance, surrender to me. I'll give you eternal life." Shor looked up and saw Voldemort floating in the sky wrapped in rolling black fog. Behind him, a dense black light was shrinking, and a palpitating feeling filled Shor's heart. This must be Voldemort's big move. Shor knew that villains died because of talking too much, and he didn't respond to Voldemort's words of persuasion or delay. "Old dog, don't think you are the only one who can fly." Shor cursed, and as the magic power in his body surged, a protective layer like an electric scab condensed on the surface of his body. Behind him, a halo appeared. The halo was in the shape of a pentagram, and the purple-gold halo reflected outward, which was very ethereal. As the halo slowly turned, it dragged Shor into the air. The lightning sword in his hand also changed its form, turning into a purple halberd of 10 feet long. 3 magic poker cards flew out and injected magic power for free. Voldemort cursed and said he didn't know what was good for him. The black fog spread outward, and bursts of shrill sounds came faintly. This is considered the domain exclusive to Voldemort after his legend. Of course, it is unknown whether the magic world calls it that. Shor held the position of the magic wand in the middle of the halberd, and under the drive of the lightning floating ring, he stabbed Voldemort forward and instantly killed into the black fog. For a while, the black fog rolled up and down, surging, and the aftermath of the explosion radiated to the surroundings, and the power grid was quickly destroyed. Although Alice was worried, she quickly scolded and ordered, "Why are you all standing there? Build a shield." Those stunned senior students hurriedly chanted the spell in panic. "All protected." Asterisk and others quickly injected magic to help defend, and the shock wave quickly hit the shield, which flickered for a while. In the field, purple and green intertwined, and the light was so bright that all the viewers could not open their eyes. Only the lightning could be vaguely seen melting the black fog, and the black fog swallowed the purple thunder. Shor's shouting and Voldemort's roaring were heard continuously. The students were all worried, and many students were in tears. "Damn it! Merlin bless, the chief will definitely win. Voldemort must die. Mom, I want to find my mom. It's over. If Shor loses, will we die too?" Harry had recovered at this moment, but he gritted his teeth. If Neville hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed into the battle circle to fight Voldemort and avenge his parents. The most complicated one was Draco. Since he was a child, his father had taught him how powerful the Dark Lord was. Now that he saw that Shor could fight the Dark Lord on equal terms, he was both excited and, of course, there was a small group of people who were really excited at this moment. Pansy. "Ha, Shor will definitely die under the wand of the great Dark Lord." Marcus. This, let's talk about it later. Gloria. He, Dad will be so happy to know that the Dark Lord has returned. Hey, where is my stupid brother? Other anti-Shor little snakes are already fantasizing about whether they should kneel down to express their loyalty or crawl on their stomachs to lick the toes after the Dark Lord wins. In the distance, Snape's eyes were red. He had killed 3 blue anacondas, but he also calmed down. At this moment, even if he wanted to help, he couldn't do it. The energy field was too intense and it couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. He could only watch Shor fight for his life, clenching his fists and digging his nails into his palms to relieve the pain in his heart. Lily, I'm useless. The enemy is right in front of me, but I can't avenge you. I have to watch a little guy. Bang! A deafening sound came from the center of the battlefield, and then the black fog was blown away by the wind. Gradually, a figure holding a halberd in one hand emerged and stood there. The figure was not tall and even a little thin. The hunting clothes on his body were even a little tattered, but it gave people a feeling of standing tall. And Voldemort, that is, Quirrell's body, had been beheaded, and a head was thrown high in the sky. Added a murderous footnote to Shaw's invincible momentum, without waiting for the stunned people to cheer. Voldemort's residual soul quickly poured out from Quirrell's headless body, and the dark soul gathered in the sky to form a flat snake face. Voldemort's eyes were filled with hatred. Shameless Shaw, you wait for me, I will be back. After saying that, he rolled up his soul and rolled out of the door with endless humiliation. Shaw looked at him coldly with disdain on his face. Next time he would definitely not fight so hard, and he would almost bankrupt himself. In the hall, the silence was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and no one spoke for a long time. After all, the Dark Lord was defeated, but his soul is still alive. His words, I will come back. It was like a sword of Damocles hanging overhead, making people feel uneasy. Alice was stunned for a while, but she didn't care. If Shaw could kill Voldemort once, there would be another time. She immediately raised her wand and shouted, Voldemort is defeated and fled. The chief is invincible. Shaw's die-hard supporters were the first to agree, and they all pointed their wands to the sky. The chief is invincible. The chief is invincible. This time, it was not only the students of the Snake Academy who shouted like this, but also many young wizards from other academies followed suit, and they also shouted the chief. Shaw was taking a breath, and when he heard the movement behind him, he was about to turn around handsomely. And the next moment, ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task. Snatch the Savior's reputation. First ring. Reward 10. 000 level 1 faith points, 1 legendary point. Ding, release the task. Snatch the Savior's reputation. Second ring. Open the Chamber of Secrets in the second year and prove that you are an upright Slytherin heir. Task reward. 200 level 2 faith points, 1 legendary point. Shor's mouth twitched. After completing the first ring, the reward was good, which made him happy. But what is the second ring? The content of the task is still expected, but the word upright, tut-tut. Shaw shook his head slightly, forget it, and slowly figure it out in the future. He wanted to add legendary points to the lightning sword. This actual combat proved that too many tricks are really not as good as one skill for 10,000 years. Ding, failed to add points. The 7th level spell requires 2 legendary points, and the subsequent additions accumulate 1 legendary point. Fuck! Shor was dumbfounded. Isn't this a joke? It means that if you want to upgrade a skill from level 5 to level 10, you need at least 15 legendary points. But think about it, it seems to be okay. Level 6 skills are already considered to be in the category of half-step legendary spells. By analogy, level 7 is legendary, level 8 is mid-level legendary, and level 9 is high-level legendary. Level 10, maybe it's god level. Shaw is also thinking about it, not sure if it's accurate. But he didn't have time to think. A group of students gathered behind him and immediately surrounded Shaw. They were ready to flatter him. Chief, you are mighty and domineering, the best in Britain. Chief, you are so cool. Deputy Dean, you actually beat the mysterious man. Snape, with a complicated look, was also ready to say something. Shaw didn't dislike these, but he had an important thing to do now. He turned around and gave instructions to Alice, who was full of enthusiasm. Organize people to repair the hall. The Halloween dinner cannot be delayed. After saying that, he shook the halberd in his hand, turned it back into a wand, and ran out. He had to go see how Theodore was doing. The basement with complicated roads was filled with stench. Theodore limped and ran with difficulty. Behind him, a giant monster, 5 or 6 meters tall and with gnarled muscles, was chasing him with its thick legs, making a big pit with every step. Bang! The giant monster became more and more manic because he couldn't catch the slippery delicacy. He swung a huge stick in his hand and hit the floor with great force to make a deep pit. The splashing fragments hit Theodore's back, leaving blood marks and making him stumble again. Theodore didn't even look back. While rushing forward, he waved the white jade magic wand backward. There are many obstacles. A transparent ripple radiated backward, slightly blocking the giant monster's progress, but it only stopped for less than half a second. Theodore rolled on the ground, and his face and palms were scratched with some small cuts. He didn't care and quickly stood up and continued to run forward. From time to time, he shot a disarming spell backwards, hoping to knock the stick out of the troll's hand, but the troll's magic resistance was really high. His skin was like granite, and the spell had no effect on it. Fortunately, he used the barrier spell well. The troll's head was not much bigger than a coconut, and it was very stupid, so he was easily led here from the second floor, although it cost a lot of energy and damage. Theodore took the troll around and felt that the time was almost up, and he should have completed the delaying task assigned by the chief. His pale face immediately became fierce, and the madness in his eyes was blazing. He was not a coward who could only take a beating. He ran past a corner, stopped immediately, wiped the blood off his face casually, and then began to accumulate power and predict. In his other hand, he held the 9 of spades playing card. After the troll, Dabu appeared from the corner. God's sharpness. Thunder explosion. 2 consecutive spells accurately hit the troll's knee joint. The troll screamed in pain, and 2 small holes were blown out on its gray skin. But it staggered 2 steps but did not fall down. Instead, it became more and more manic, and started to swing the wooden stick regardless of anything. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding walls and the ground were cracked everywhere, and large amounts of smoke and dust rose, and broken stones flew everywhere. In the chaos, Theodore was hit on the chest by a stone the size of a human head, which made him groan, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Theodore swallowed the blood back into his stomach. His eyes became more and more crazy, and he rushed in the opposite direction to the troll's feet. Armor to protect yourself. Under the random sticks, Theodore, at the most dangerous moment, raised his shield to block a random sweep of the wooden stick. He rushed forward quickly, jumped from under the troll's feet to behind it, aimed the playing card at the troll's back, and activated the spell. He screamed wildly, "Go to hell, ugly bastard!" A purple electric light as thick as an arm surged out and shot directly at the troll. Boom! The upper body of the troll was immediately blown to pieces, and there was a sound of burning. The lower body of the troll fell forward powerlessly, smashing a large amount of smoke and dust, and countless burnt pieces of meat and blood fell everywhere, soaking Theodore's head and face, and he immediately turned into a bloody man. But Theodore didn't care, lying on the ground and laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha, all of them will die, all of them will die. In fact, with the playing cards given by Shor for self-defense, Theodore can kill the troll from a distance, and if he can't kill it, he can also destroy the target. But Theodore deliberately approached the giant monster, wanting to experience the edge of death and then laugh in the blood. Well, it is indeed a bit morbid. After laughing for a while, Theodore suddenly found someone above his head. Although his eyes were covered with a layer of blood, he could not see clearly. But he knew who the person was, and he opened his bloody mouth and murmured, "Chief, I have fulfilled my mission." Seeing that Theodore was so embarrassed and a little evil, Shaw did not say much and said softly, "Are you happier?" Theodore was stunned and then nodded. "Happy." Shayar smiled, not disdaining Theodore's blood, and reached out to help him up. "I'm happy." He was about to take the 9 of spades from him. "Wait until I fill the spell and then give it to you." Theodore did not let go but held the card tighter, shaking his head and begging, "Thank you, Chief. I want to add a spell to the sequence poker myself. Is that okay?" Shor's expression flickered, and he pondered and used the cleansing spell on Theodore to clean the blood stains all over his body. He then roughly applied some white fresh water on his wound and then asked casually, "Oh, what spell are you going to use?" Theodore's eyes were full of bloodthirstiness, and he said without hesitation, "The killing curse." Shor sighed secretly. With Theodore's understanding of this world hatred, it's a good choice to choose the killing curse. Maybe it can become your life curse. He wanted to say something, but if he didn't experience other people's pain, he really couldn't persuade them. Heart knots need time and care to slowly heal. Shor reached out to straighten Theodore's lapel, patted his shoulder, and finally agreed. Okay. Theodore's pale and cold face showed a bright smile. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but it was stained with a sincere smile. Shor didn't advise or warn. This great trust was more important than anything else. He bowed to Shor. Don't worry, Chief, I know my limits. Shor also laughed. The clean smiles of the two teenagers were as warm and brilliant as the sun rising in this dark and smelly basement. By the way, where are the professors? Theodore suddenly asked after restraining his smile. Shor said indifferently, I met the professors upstairs and told them that Quirrell turned into Voldemort and was killed by me, leaving only his remaining soul to escape, so the professors hurried back to the hall. Theodore's whole body was shaking, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Shor only gave him a task to walk the troll, and did not explain the cause and effect, and he did not need to know. But now he heard that it was Voldemort who returned and was killed by the chief. If you want to say who Theodore hates most in this world, besides his crazy and violent father, it is the powerful but dead Voldemort. But now, the information contained in the chief's words is really huge. Voldemort is not dead. Voldemort has returned. Voldemort was defeated by the chief, and Voldemort's remaining soul fled. The most important thing is that the chief is already powerful enough to kill Voldemort, so wouldn't he be useless? Shor saw that Theodore's eyes became a little depressed and smiled and rubbed his messy hair. Don't think too much. You are still young. The future is our stage. Theodore felt an inexplicable force flowing into his body, making him warm, and then nodded firmly. I know. Shor glanced at the corner of Theodore's mouth that continued to bleed and took out a bottle of healing potion from the ring. Drink it first, can you still walk? Theodore took the potion and drank it down, then shook his head. It's okay. Shor knew that this kid was very stubborn, nodded without saying anything more, and took the lead to the exit. Theodore endured the pain in his chest, straightened his back, and followed. The hall was dilapidated and dim. The 4 long tables had long been a pile of broken wood. The candles suspended in the sky were basically extinguished, and there was a severely burned pit in the middle that could not be repaired in time. After the professors came to the hall, they looked at the tragic scene and the dismembered Quirrell, and couldn't help but gasp. Seeing the scene, McGonagall took a breath of cold air and almost exploded. After learning the general situation from the gloomy Snape, his face became even uglier. He was both shocked and scared. McGonagall and Flitwick went forward to check on Quirrell's body, which had shriveled up and was no longer in human form. Professor Sprout hurried to check if the little wizards were injured, but was immediately pulled by the little wizards who were like chicken blood and talked all kinds of nonsense. Professor, you don't know, Vice Dean Shaw was really amazing just now. Professor, woo-woo, I was scared, but fortunately the chief was here. Professor, these little wizards were just short of turning Shor into Merlin. Dean Badger College looked helpless and did not reply, patiently pulling over the little wizards one by one to check. Next to Quirrell's body, McGonagall was mentally prepared, but she didn't expect things to take a sudden turn for the worse and then turn around. Flitwick had a complicated feeling. Quirrell was his proud student, such a smart person. Unexpectedly, he surrendered to the Dark Lord and lurked in Hogwarts, threatening the safety of the young wizards at all times. Now he is dead. I heard that he could not say a last word until his death. I don't know whether he was coerced or voluntarily. Flitwick was both pitiful and scared and said indignantly, Is the mysterious man crazy? He dared to do it in Hogwarts. The headmaster would not. The headmaster is not here. Then he patted his chest again. Fortunately Shor blocked it. McGonagall pursed her lips, stood up, and transformed into a coffin to bury Quirrell's body and head. Professor Sprout was relieved when he made sure that no one was injured. Then he ordered the prefects to take the students back to their respective lounges, and took a few eloquent students with Snape to the headmaster's office. She had to inform the headmaster to come back quickly and stop hanging out outside, and she also had to inform the Ministry of Magic. After they left, how could the excited students go back to the lounge? Under Alice's hosting, many chairs were moved in and placed around the big pit, and the two easier-to-talk deans were invited to start the Halloween dinner again. Oh, and a lot of small animals that were not used were sent to the kitchen as ingredients. After a while, the table was full of rich food and game again. The students ate the food and excitedly told loudly about what they had just seen, and those outsiders were even more proud of it. Shor's admirers grew exponentially. However, 7 or 8 pure-blooded little snakes slipped back to the dormitory trembling after their dreams were shattered, ready to immediately report what had just happened to their families. That night, when Ermengarde and Dumbledore were having a drink with Grindelwald, they suddenly received an urgent message from Fenway. Under Grindelwald's surprised gaze, Dumbledore hurriedly called Fawkes without explaining anything and disappeared in the firelight. Grindelwald was stunned for a moment, looking at the empty seat opposite and the table full of unfinished food. His expression gradually became gloomy. "Come here, go check what happened in Hogwarts." That night, British Minister of Magic Fudge Connolly was enjoying dinner with his family at home, and suddenly received a letter from his subordinates. Fudge smiled, thinking it was a holiday congratulatory letter from one of his subordinates to flatter him, and felt that his prestige in the Ministry of Magic was getting higher and higher. But when he opened the letter, he just glanced at it for a few times, and his face changed drastically. His fat body fell directly from the chair to the ground, and he started to talk nonsense. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Voldemort is dead, yes, dead, dead. Is someone trying to overthrow my power? Dumbledore, ah yes, I'm going to find Dumbledore and tell him someone wants to harm me." Fudge had just taken office as minister not long ago, and his power was not stable, so he was still very attentive to Dumbledore. He got up, and in the surprised eyes of his family, he ran to the fireplace without even putting on his favorite hat. In a burst of firelight, he disappeared. That night, the Ministry of Magic, which had been quiet, became noisy again. All the Aurors were recalled to work overtime. Fudge took a dozen Aurors and went to Hogwarts with peace of mind. And the most terrified were not Fudge, but those pure-blood families. After receiving letters from their children, these families almost thought that the end of the world had come, and then began to contact each other in a panic to confirm the news. Lucius was also having dinner with Narcissa. Even though there were only 2 of them, the table was still full of delicious food. Narcissa mentioned Draco from time to time. "Xiaolong is really something. Now he dares to say that the food I cook can only be ranked 99th, and he said that Chinese food is the best in the world." Lucius, after hearing this, his expression was quite gentle, and he was about to scold his son with his wife. A flame suddenly rose in the fireplace, and then an old human face projection appeared on the flame. The human face said quickly and urgently, "Lucius, come to the Pureblood headquarters quickly." The Dark Lord appeared in Hogwarts and was defeated by Shor. Only his remaining soul escaped. Now we need to discuss how to treat Shor. After the human face finished speaking, it disappeared without waiting for Lucius's reaction. It was probably to inform other families. Lucius and Narcissa opened their mouths wide, and the silver forks in their hands fell into the dinner plates. This information was really terrifying. But then he thought that other families had received the news, and only his family needed someone to convey it. Could it be that something happened to Draco? The two stood up at the same time in shock. "Is Xiaolong okay?" "Draco, Lucius is the head of the family after all, and he has seen a lot of storms, although the matter of the Dark Lord makes him palpitate," he said after thinking quickly. "The Dark Lord is dead again. I didn't expect Shor to improve so quickly. I will go to the meeting first. You write a letter to Hogwarts to ask about Draco's safety, and then go to Hogsmeade to wait nearby. If there is any news, use the 2-way mirror to notify me." Narcissa slowly calmed down and hesitated. "Then will you support Shor when you attend the meeting later? He has grown up. Why don't we?" Lucius looked inexplicable. "As the head of the Malfoy family, my responsibility is to keep the Malfoy family name forever." After saying this irrelevant question, Lucius adjusted his luxurious robes and walked toward the fireplace with a ceremonial stick. Narcissa sighed secretly and didn't say anything else. She quickly got up to write a letter. Today's Halloween gave the entire British magic world a terrifying surprise. The news also slowly spread, and all kinds of connections began. Positive and negative, black and white, all gathered together to discuss the matter of the Dark Lord and Shor. The reporter of the Daily Prophet also rushed to Hogwarts. Tomorrow's headline must be a news that can cause a magnitude 10 earthquake. The center of the incident, the Hogwarts Hall, was still bustling, but after a while, a large group of owls suddenly flew outside. This was not the time for owls to deliver letters, but Vice Principal McGonagall could not suppress it and had to relax this restriction. After seeing the letter, the students excitedly started to write back on the back of the letter paper, naturally all kinds of exaggerated and boastful. In the school hospital, Shaw quietly watched Madame Pomfrey apply medicine to the reluctant Theodore. He himself was wrapped like a dumpling lying on the bed. Just at the last moment, Voldemort tried his best to kill Shaw before escaping. Shaw naturally couldn't be unscathed. As for the outside world, he had expected it, but he didn't care much about it. Thinking about the follow-up plan, I guess those purebloods are now like monkeys with their butts on fire, jumping up and down in fear. Shaw couldn't help but curl up a curve at the corner of his mouth. Let these people panic for a while, and then deal with them in a month or so. Well, use Voldemort's identity. Just as Shaw was thinking, a senior student ran into the infirmary, breathless. "Zio, Chief, the principal is looking for you. The password is Yukian Longjing." In the principal's office, Dumbledore was making tea on his desk, and the kettles on the 2 red clay stoves were gurgling with boiling water. Dumbledore was obviously not a person who did things himself, and he didn't like to be pretentious. He hooked his index finger. More than 10 porcelain cups on the table seemed to come alive, grew a pair of feet, lined up to tap dance, and jumped into the boiling water to take a bath. There was also the sound of the porcelain cups laughing and playing. Then the porcelain cups jumped out of the boiling water one by one. Then the tea leaves in the teapot rolled into small balls and fell into the porcelain cups. Finally, a hot stream shot out from another kettle and poured into these porcelain cups. The tea leaves slowly rolled up and the tea fragrance gradually spread. A very magical tea-making skill. Dumbledore hooked his finger again, and all these porcelain cups floated up and flew towards the people in the room. At this moment, there were many people in the room, and it was even a little noisy just now. Now everyone stared at Dumbledore's tricks. Fudge picked up the teacup floating in front of him and was immediately scalded, so he became even more impatient. "Principal Dumbledore, can't you give me a definite answer?" Dumbledore picked up the teacup and blew it, looking inexplicable. "Cornely, doing things is like drinking tea. You have to be a little patient. Otherwise you will be easily scalded, and isn't the fact already clear?" Fudge was furious. He just wanted to hear the words of the strongest white wizard and him on the same front. "Principal Dumbledore, this is all a lie. Someone is jealous of the peace and joy of the wizarding world." Dumbledore took a sip of the tea that had not yet been tasted. The old bee was not drinking tea, but personally experiencing why a person likes to drink tea. Just like when he was looking for the Horcrux, he always used the pensive countless times to recall every bit of Voldemort and think of his weaknesses. After he put down his teacup, he picked up a stack of magic photos from the table and flipped through them one by one. It faithfully recorded the process of a super intense battle between top wizards. Look, Shaw's lightning net and electric rainbow, Voldemort's death and water mist, they are all so magnificent and dangerous. Fudge's eyes twitched, thinking that if Voldemort was really not dead, the Third Wizarding War might start at any time. He didn't have the courage to face it. Thinking about the corpses and the dark magic marks everywhere was terrifying, so he tried his best to deny it. "It's impossible. Voldemort died 11 years ago. These photos are all forged. The little witch should be arrested and interrogated to force her to tell who is trying to create fear in the wizarding world." Dumbledore took a sip of tea and was very disappointed with Fudge's performance. "Cornely, we can't be blinded by fear, but the situation is not bad now. Shor has already expelled the Dark Lord. Voldemort in his residual soul state can't cause any trouble for a while, as long as we are prepared." Fudge didn't listen at all, stepped forward, grabbed the photo and started to tear it up. "They are all liars, you must want me to step down." Snape in the corner looked at Fudge like a fly, opened his mouth and wanted to sneer, but was pulled by a bold black aura next to him, and whispered, "Fudge is not normal now, it's better not to mess with him." Snape was stunned for a moment and stopped talking, watching Fudge's show off coldly. "The black man is not really black, but his skin is darker. His name is Kingsley Shacklebolt, a senior member of the Order of the Phoenix and a top auror. The Shacklebolt family belongs to the pureblood family of the 28 Holy Gods. In the original book, Kingsley later became the Minister of Magic, a very powerful and shrewd guy." Just as Fudge was arguing and guessing who was going to harm him in the office door was opened. Madame Pomfrey, the school medical officer, pushed a cart and brought in Shaw, who was wrapped in bandages. "You'd better hurry up. The patient has bruises all over his body, and his internal organs are seriously damaged. He needs to rest well." Pomfrey is known as the most difficult person to mess with in Hogwarts. In her small territory, Dumbledore's face is not useful. Seeing Shaw so miserable, Snape's eyes flashed with a complicated feeling, and Professor McGonagall moved her feet to step forward to show concern. But Fudge was faster. He came to Shaw in one step and asked directly, "Your name is Shaw, right? Tell me who forced you to act in this play. Don't be afraid. I am the Minister of Magic and can guarantee your safety." Shaw looked at the middle-aged fat man with cold sweat and a terrified expression in front of his eyes. "Is this Fudge? He is really timid. However, this kind of minister who is greedy for money, power, and cowardly is a good minister for him now. Next is the time to show his acting skills." Zio showed a trace of pain on his face, pretending to be weak, said, "Mr. Minister, hello, I don't understand what you are talking about." Fudge obviously did not give up. He had to nip the rumor in the bud. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people at the scene, and there were reporters, he might really use some tricks. Fudge could only warn secretly at this moment. "You are from the Black family, a natural foodie, cough. It is a big crime to publicize the return of the Dark Lord for no reason. You don't want to go to Azkaban to accompany your uncle." He thought for a while and continued, "If you can be honest, as a minister, I naturally can't turn a blind eye to some of the things that embezzled your family's property in the past. This is giving benefits, but it's all empty words from politicians, without any real temptation." Shaw blinked hard, wanting to laugh, but he had to hold it back. But it was not the time to confront Fudge head-on. Shaw groaned and his face became paler. Sure enough, pretending to be sick. If it is a real illness, it is an excuse for invincibility. Well, students are still not allowed to learn it. Seeing this, Madame Pomfrey immediately said anxiously, "Do you have anything else to ask? If not, I will take the patient back to the ward to rest." Dumbledore stood up and walked over. He used magic to sense that Shaw was indeed seriously injured, so he went straight to the point. "Shor, how did you find out that Quirrell was abnormal?" Shaw blinked and said, "Let's be lenient. Principal, didn't I give you a notebook of dark magic that Quirrell stuffed into me last time? Since then, I have started to pay attention to Quirrell and found that he always likes to talk to himself when he is in a remote place, so I guess that he is not alone." Dumbledore's expression did not change and continued to ask, "Why would you and him start a war in the hall without any scruples, and even prepare hundreds of small animals as a shield wall in advance?" "Principal, I said this was a coincidence. Do you believe it? Maybe you were not there at the time, so Quirrell was so bold that he wanted to kidnap the little wizards." Seeing Dumbledore's old face blushing slightly, Shaw held back his laughter and continued, "As for those little animals, they are my Halloween gifts for the little wizards. Think about it, when everyone is eating happily, the brooch suddenly turns into a little animal. Isn't it a surprise?" Shor's nonsense explanation not only made Dumbledore's eyes jump, but also made other professors and aurors fall for it. But some things, even if the person involved doesn't say it, there is another explanation that can be explained, and Shor is now a student with super strong martial arts and prestige comparable to the Savior. Dumbledore really didn't know how to deal with it for a while. He could only wave his hand helplessly. "Poppy, take Shor back to the ward to rest." Madame Pomfrey nodded and took Shor out of the office without saying a word. This is a true doctor. In her eyes, there is no good or bad in human nature, only whether the patient is healthy or not. Fudge was anxious. "Dumbledore, Shor is obviously lying. How can we let him go so easily? I suggest using legilimency or even veritaserum." Seeing Fudge lose his composure and dare to say things that are forbidden by the law, Dumbledore was a little impatient. "Cornely, the facts are irrefutable. What we need to do now is not to treat a little hero harshly, but to prepare for Voldemort's second comeback." Fudge's eyes widened and he pointed at Dumbledore rudely. I have listened to you very much. Why are you still so dissatisfied with me? You must want to drive me out of office. All this is your conspiracy. I tell you, don't dream. I am the most suitable minister of magic." After Fudge scolded loudly, he walked out of the door angrily. Dumbledore's face darkened. On the second day of Halloween, the Hogwarts Hall has been restored to its original appearance. This is the charm of magic. After breakfast, countless little wizards were looking forward to the arrival of owls. They wanted to see how the Daily Prophet described the grand battle last night and how it praised the new savior. When a group of owls appeared on time and dropped a roll of newspapers, the little wizards rushed to open the newspapers and read them. Those who did not subscribe to newspapers also squeezed in to read with other classmates. But after a while, someone cursed loudly. "Has the Daily Prophet gone crazy? They actually said that the battle last night was a prank by a little wizard who burned down the hall." Why am I not on camera? There was a reporter interviewing me last night." "Nonsense. The Ministry of Magic actually has the nerve to come out and clarify. This is nonsense." "No, Shor is our savior. How can his reputation be suppressed for no reason? I want to write a letter to my aunt. She is the director of the Law Enforcement Department." "Yes, I also want to write a letter to my family. The Daily Prophet has no credibility. The Quibbler did tell some truth and describe the battle last night, but why did it say that the Dark Lord and Shor were acting together? Too shameless." The little wizards were furious, and most of the half-blood snakes on the Slytherin side, who were almost Shor's die-hard fans, were the most excited. Alice, who was next to the first, had a serious expression. Although her slender hands wrinkled the newspaper, she did not get angry. She was well informed and had received instructions from Shor. She knew that this was the result of Fudge and the purebloods working together to suppress public opinion. Fudge was power-hungry and had paranoia, so the purebloods were prepared to wait and see if Voldemort would contact them, and they had to see what Voldemort's condition was like before they could make a bet. Draco, who was sitting opposite Alice, also looked very ugly at the moment and was almost as pale as Theodore. His parents wrote to him, asking him to monitor Shor and assess Shor's combat power. This is a spy. Draco didn't understand. They were obviously relatives, so why did they make things so ugly? Why couldn't they just get along well? Hermione and Harry came over at this time. Hermione, who was full of justice, immediately stood up for her idol. "Senior, what's going on? Shor really defeated the Dark Lord." Alice waved her hand to stop Hermione, who was about to ask a lot of questions. "The chief has said that we should wait and see what happens." Hermione choked, then pulled Harry over. "Senior, I want to introduce Harry to the organization. Oh, Draco can also be the recommender." Draco heard himself being mentioned, looked up and saw Harry looking at him expectantly. He was stunned for a moment and said absent-mindedly, "Oh, yes, I recommend him too." Alice naturally noticed Draco's strangeness but didn't say anything. Similar things happened to more than just Draco, but others were not as entangled as he was. But she was also dissatisfied with Draco's constant wavering. As for letting Harry join the group, "Hermione, this is not something I can decide, And are you sure Harry can unconditionally execute the chief's orders, even if he wants him to die? Harry's green eyes flashed with hatred. I can't guarantee anything else, but if I can completely kill Voldemort, I'm willing. Alice rolled up her hair and shook her head. If you're like this, not to mention that you can't pass the chief's test, even I think you're not qualified. Our organization is not established for Voldemort. Hermione was a little anxious. Senior sister, no matter what, it's okay to inform the chief. I'll mention it, but don't expect too much. Alice was in a bad mood, too impatient to talk to them, so she got up and went to class. Harry looked tangled. He just knew that Hermione had entered a force exclusive to Shaw, but Hermione didn't foolishly reveal what she did. In the battle last night, Harry felt very powerless, but he also saw hope, that is Shaw. But he couldn't obey Shaw unconditionally. After all, the kind-hearted Harry felt that he couldn't be so cruel about the Forbidden Forest, and he didn't understand how Hermione, who was full of justice, became Shaw's confidant. The joys and sorrows of the little wizards and the changes in the outside world naturally did not affect Shaw, who was lying in the school hospital and spending his days leisurely. Madame Pomfrey, the bully of Hogwarts, did a good job of shielding him from all distractions. Shaw's bed was near the window-sill with good light and a pot of daffodils swaying in the wind. In the morning light, Shaw half leaned on the pillow, his hair gently blown by the morning breeze. He was holding a book quietly, watching. On the bedside table was a pot of steaming tea. All this seemed so quiet and peaceful. Shaw was not actually thinking about the book, but was thinking about some follow-up plans. He thought of the interesting things that happened when several people came to visit him one after another. Alice came here to report some external reactions, and Hermione suggested that Harry join the group. Snape was very awkward at this time, and he came and left in a hurry. Only more than 10 kinds of precious potions, including the Felix Felicis, were left. Well, he also left a daily irony in a proud manner. I hope these potions can prevent the new savior from falling down when he fights recklessly next time. I don't want to bother to choose a new chief. In addition to Snape's visit, Dumbledore also came. The pot of tea or sweet water was brought by the old bee. The two Riddlers still didn't talk about business, but just kept making witty remarks. Dang, how do you feel? Zyho, I feel okay. Dang, yes, young people are full of vitality and will recover quickly. Zyho, yes, being young is good, full of vigor. Even if you get hurt once or twice, you still have the capital to recover quickly. Dang, you should be more careful next time. After all, it's your own body. There's no difference between letting Quirrell run away and letting Tom's residual soul run away. You don't have to pursue everything in one fell swoop. Many things need to be done slowly. The second half of the sentence in Chinese. Zyho, I'm really reckless. The principal has learned Chinese better recently. I recommend you to read a very good book. Chinese youth says. Dang. Oh, I will read it when I have time. I have been studying Chinese medicine recently. I have a lot of insights into this subject, such as monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy prescribing the right medicine for the right disease and curing the disease like pulling a thread. Zyho, it is indeed very reasonable. A terrible disease needs a strong medicine, otherwise you may die suddenly. Dang, you are still young. It is ominous to say this. Don't worry. Zyho, principal, I am really not in a hurry. Isn't it better to take good care of the disease? Finally, Dumbledore looked at Shaw meaningfully and left. He still had to deal with many things and deal with the Ministry of Magic and pureblood families. The two talked for a long time, as if they said a lot, but also as if they said nothing. Theodore on the bed not far away wanted to say, Riddler, get out of Hogwarts. Shor pondered and felt the incomplete dark mark spell. The mouth was slightly raised, just hoping that Christmas would come soon. He prepared gifts for many people. Shaw lay in the school hospital for half a month and endured countless abnormal potions before being allowed to leave by Madame Pomfrey. Go quickly. If you dare to get hurt so badly next time, I will operate on you without anesthesia. Okay, ma'am, thank you for your care. Shaw politely said goodbye to Madame Pomfrey, who had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and fled out of the infirmary. He felt that if he didn't leave the hospital again, he would have a psychological shadow on the bitter taste. Walking in the campus, he didn't meet anyone on the road, but thinking of the piles of gifts and love letters that Cretch handled for him every day, in order not to cause a commotion, he still cast a disillusionment spell. But soon, near the Slytherin lounge, Shaw actually witnessed a school bullying. Several male and female students, both senior and junior, were surrounding Pansy with the lion head in a corner. "Pansy, tell me, what do you want to do? Why are you asking what the chief knows and likes? You half-blood lowly people, I warn you to get out of the way. Ha, it's really funny. You, a poor little pureblood, have the nerve to look down on us. You. Ha, the Dark Lord is defeated by our chief. You, a dog of the Dark Lord, are now trying to find out about the chief. You must be a spy. If you don't tell me why, I will strip you naked. Woo, how dare you me. He, if it weren't for Draco's face, you would have been soaked in shit and urine by now. Woo, you will all be expelled." Pansy cried and threatened, but it was useless. There was really a girl who was ready to strip her clothes. Shaw looked a little ugly. Since he introduced some rules, the little snakes have been very honest. And things like Neville, who was often teased by Draco, have basically disappeared. I didn't expect that after only half a month this matter would come back to life. Although those students used the excuse of catching spies for themselves, this was definitely not the first time such a thing happened. No matter why, there is zero tolerance for this kind of thing. Shaw took out his wand and waved it several times. Then all 5 bullies were hit by the upside-down golden bell spell and hung upside down. This scene scared Pansy so much that she forgot to cry, and even scared the little snakes passing by nearby, who were not surprised. But when they saw Shaw appear, they were stunned for a moment, and then they screamed and cried out for injustice. "Chief, we are your people. Chief, did you misunderstand something? Let me down quickly. The chief is discharged from the hospital. Chief, mighty and domineering." Shaw's face was neither sad nor happy. He ignored the little snakes that were hung up and gave instructions to the little snakes that were about to gather around. "HMPH, pass it on. Bullying is strictly prohibited from now on, regardless of right or wrong." Shor did not mention the punishment and went straight to the lounge. He was naturally surrounded and stared at along the way, and his first order after being discharged from the hospital also spread out. The bullying incident that had revived was extinct again. It was so powerful. The entrance of the Slytherin lounge was soon crowded with fans who came to see Shaw. Shaw's popularity and prestige were unparalleled. The old savior Harry had not yet shown his style, and the new savior was rising like a bright sun. Time flies, and a month has passed. It has been mentioned before that the study at Hogwarts is really easy, and there are too many holidays. 2 days off a week is about 60 days. Winter and summer vacations are 3 months, including Christmas to New Year's Day. Easter is half a month, and the total vacation is 6 months, not to mention how cool it is. The day before the Christmas holiday, most of the wizards in the 3rd grade and above went to Hogsmeade to buy Christmas gifts, but there were still a few of the most attentive students who did not go. In a room of the Room of Requirement, which was smaller than the exclusive meeting room of the throne, more than 20 wizards were standing in the hall at this moment, all of them wearing a pentagram brooch on their chests. Everyone looked serious, stood straight, and all put one hand on their chests, looking at Shaw on the stage with admiration. Shaw, wearing a black robe with purple patterns, stood on the high platform with his hands behind his back, looking at the outskirts below who had been strictly screened for half a year. I felt in my heart that they were all seeds. On the high platform below, Alice and the others stood at the front. The others were from all 4 colleges, such as Penelope from Ravenclaw, Percy from Gryffindor, and Susan Burns from Hufflepuff. Susan was the little girl who stood up for Shaw and asked Aunt Director to help her idol. The girl had 2 ponytails and was a little chubby and honest. This girl was not qualified to join the gang, but there is no logic in this world, so she has strong connections. And the people here, half of them are from Slytherin, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Shaw's base is Serpentine House. Although his influence spreads throughout the campus, there are still not many people in the other 3 colleges who can meet the strict peripheral member standards. But even if it is strict, The scene can basically only be regarded as an affiliate of the throne, and even the name of the magic throne is unknown. Only Percy really got the sequence card. This Weasley, after a period of thinking and witnessing Shor defeat Voldemort, can be regarded as a real awakening. The awakening here means that he is absolutely fanatical about Shor, so he was awarded the 10 of Hearts. Dear friends, I have seen your efforts in the past month. It's very good. After you go home for Christmas, remember not to be lazy. Well, let's stop here today. Let's go to Hogsmeade to buy gifts for family and friends. It was not a formal meeting of the throne, and Shor just said it briefly. But the young boys below were very solemn, and each of them raised their wands to the sky. Chief, chief, chief. After shouting 3 times, they all bowed to the platform. They all looked at the 5 people in the front with envy. They were the chief's confidants. Then everyone lined up and walked out. Shor kept smiling. Although the official staff of the throne was still small, it was still growing slowly. Within 3 years, although most of these people in front of him were hypocritical supporters at the peak, but as long as they brainwashed and showed their strength a few more times, they could basically be regarded as the main source of their 3rd-level faith value. Shor came down to the stage. Percy stammered and wanted to plead for his stupid brother, but in the end he said nothing. He had to make merit first before he could speak, and Alice couldn't help but worry. Chief, is it really okay to accept Susan like this? Her aunt is extremely upright and will not be influenced by a student. Shor waved his hand. It's just a casual move, and don't underestimate the unintentional chat between relatives. After all, people are emotional animals. After saying this, Shor glanced at Draco, who was still a little absent-minded, and smiled as he led the way out. Draco, who was more mature, naturally knew what Shor meant and couldn't help but clenched his fists. After getting up early the next day, all the little wizards were in a mess, and some who forgot to pack their luggage in advance were even more flustered. Shor walked to the station with a few people carrying suitcases with empty hands. After Shor entered the magic world, he realized how precious the alchemical ring with the traceless extension spell was. It was enough to prove the 1,000-year heritage of the Black family, even if it was in decline. The platform was bustling with people at the moment, and the joy of the holiday made the little wizards who had been reserved for a long time go crazy. Shor nodded all the way, and the little wizards automatically made way. After getting on the train and arriving at the prefect's compartment, Draco hesitated as soon as he sat down. Shor, can I come to your house this Christmas? Shor never expected that Draco would suddenly make such a request, but he had many private plans to execute during Christmas, and these things were not suitable to be told to the members of the throne for the time being, especially Draco. However, seeing Draco's face of embarrassment and pleading, he thought that it was probably Lucius's signal again. He could understand Draco's difficulties, but as a superior, he could not sympathize. Let's not talk about the filial son Theodore, the brain-dead fan, and just talk about Alice. Alice recently received a strange order from her grandfather, which was to let her explore Shor's origins. Although Alice was puzzled, she told Shor without hesitation. She also wrote a letter to persuade old Furley with the words her grandfather taught her. Loyalty is loyalty, and double-dealing is a blasphemy against faith. Shor looked strange when he heard it, and he had a rough guess in his heart. Not to mention others' curiosity, he himself was also curious about his mother. But the dog system only provided a name, Fekin. Then he said that he didn't have enough authority, and that was it. The dog system was simply useless. Shor was not in a hurry about this matter. He would slowly ask someone to find out later. At this time, Shor wanted to reject Draco's request directly, but he saw that the kid's hair was almost twisted into a knot like a weather forecast. He couldn't help but sigh. Then you can stay at my house for one night and go back to your own house tomorrow, so that you can explain it more or less. Draco felt that his thoughts were seen through, and his face turned red and white. Beside him, Hermione was eager to try and wanted to go to her idol's house to take a look, but Alice gave her a sidelong look and told her not to meddle. The carriage was silent for a while. Percy was a newcomer, and there was a flash of calculation in his eyes. He stood up and told Shor that he was going to inspect and went out first. Theodore glanced at Draco with disdain and took out an envelope from his pocket. "Chief, this is the information you asked me to investigate." Shor took it and didn't mean to open it and put it directly into the ring. This was the task that Shor gave to Theodore at the beginning, to find out the addresses of the pure-blood families who were against him. With the relationship with Old Knot, Theodore still spent a lot of time to investigate clearly. After all, the cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, which is not exclusive to China. Taking the Hogwarts Express back to King's Cross Station is a kind of sentiment and ritual. Generally, no one will directly pick up and drop off the little wizard outside Hogwarts. And strangely, the return express is really fast, and it returned to King's Cross Station in half a day. After getting off the train on the platform, everyone asked Shor if he had any tasks to be assigned, and left without receiving any instructions. Hermione actively invited Shor to her house to play because her whole family was Shor's magic fans, but she only got a wait-and-see attitude, which made the little fangirl leave in a depressed mood. When only Shor and Draco were left, Shor didn't say much. Seeing Draco's almost depressed expression, he called Kletch and took them directly to the Black Mansion. Then Kletch ran to clean happily, still mumbling in his mouth. "The young master is the savior, the one who defeated the Dark Lord, but it's a pity that the old master is gone. If he knew, he would be very happy. Kletch, as a loyal elf, can't do anything but can only work hard." It was the first time for Draco to come to the Black Mansion. Curiosity made the tangled mood better. Although it was not as magnificent as his own home, it also had an ancient nobility that was not revealed. Shor sat down on the sofa. No matter how urgent the matter was, it was not urgent at this moment. So he took out a set of tea sets and started to make tea, ready to comfort Draco, the broken child. Draco walked around nearby, quietly walked into the bathroom, cleaned himself up inside, and finally said to the mirror, "I just came to take a look, nothing else, Draco. You are not a betrayer." Then he took a deep breath, left the bathroom, and sat down stiffly on the sofa in the hall. Shor gave him a cup of tea and started to bring up the topic. "Proud Malfoy, when did you become so introverted?" Draco was stunned, stammered a few times, and finally said nothing. He picked up the teacup and drank tea to cover up his embarrassment. Shor smiled, a little brat always worrying about adults. It's hard to say whether it's mature or childish. Just as Shor was about to say something to encourage Draco, such as beating Voldemort was as easy as beating a chicken. Not counting the small theater at this moment, Kletch passed by the hall with a pile of furniture, and Shor asked in confusion, "Kletch, are you going to move them to the warehouse? That bookshelf is quite new." Kletch stopped and jumped excitedly. "Master is the savior who defeated the Dark Lord and the most honorable person in the magic world. How can he still use these old things? Master, what he needs now must be the best." Shor choked. He wanted Kretch to at least move back the bookshelf that he liked very much, but he didn't want to refuse the kindness of Kretch, a loyal servant. If he refused, this guy would probably punish himself again. Then he could only let this bookshelf gather dust. "Well, it's not a big deal. I can just wipe it occasionally. 6 points for understanding." "Okay, as long as you are happy." Kretch was immediately overjoyed. "Master is really kind." Kretch is honored to serve the Honorable Black. It's a pity that Master doesn't agree to chop off his head and hang it on the wall after Kretch dies. Shor's eyes twitched. Draco, holding a teacup, stiffened after seeing this scene. He instantly thought of many things, such as how familiar he was with the bookshelf before Theodore appeared beside Shor. Before, he was Shor's closest person, and could be called his #1 younger brother, but things changed in an instant. Theodore, Alice, Hermione, and others appeared one by one, and his position became more and more awkward. He couldn't help but murmur, "So will trust and love disappear." Shor was sipping tea, and when he heard Draco's incoherent words, he almost choked to death. Why does it sound familiar? Shor coughed several times and quickly interrupted Draco's random thoughts. Okay, I'll give you a question. As a follower, what kind of qualities should you have besides absolute loyalty? I'll give you a holiday to think about it." Then, Shor began to drive people away. He really didn't have the ability to comfort a sick brain emperor, so they could only rely on their own brains to recover. When the platinum-depressed teenager Draco stood at Grimmauld Place, he was still a little confused. But he really thought about Shor's question in his mind. But he couldn't find a way for a long time. After all, others had been his followers before. Why not ask Goyle and Crabbe for their experience? Ugh, what can I learn from idiots? Draco stood there for a while, then summoned the house elf Dobby to take him back to Malfoy Manor. Shor's fireplace was not turned on, so this was the only way. Shor stood in front of the window sill and looked at the pureblood list and address provided by Theodore. After watching Draco disappear safely, he touched his chin. Let him struggle for 2 more days, and then he can have a beautiful Christmas. After that, he turned around and went to the basement to make some small preparations for the Riddle and fake Dark Lord plan. By the way, he had to draw a lottery. Wiltshire, England, is an area where pure-blood wizards are relatively concentrated in the UK, similar to Godric's Hollow and St. Catchpole. Malfoy Manor is also located in this relatively sparsely populated but beautiful place. There are several pure-blood families nearby, and unfortunately, the headquarters of the Pure-Blood Society is also in a dark castle not far away. The usually deserted castle has been bustling with people recently, but they are in a hurry. In a luxuriously decorated conference room, there are only 12 or 13 people sitting at a large round table with 28 seats. The Pure-Blood Society, which was once prosperous and had a domineering influence in England, now seems to be somewhat lacking in succession. Many families either have no descendants, such as Gaunt, or are still squatting in Azkaban, such as Lestrange. There are also 7 or 8 wholly pure-blood families that have directly left this loose organization, such as Burns, Longbottom, and Crouch. A middle-aged man with a cold face and bloodthirsty, twisted eyes looked at Lucius and said sarcastically, "Lucius, your son hasn't found out the depth of Shor's strength and the secret of his growth. Isn't it said that little Draco and Shor have a good relationship? This man is the crazy old knot, Theodore's father." Immediately, someone in his group continued to tease. "Flint, won't the Malfoy family be the first to jump across and have already joined the new savior? Travers, I think it's possible. After all, this is a convention. Ha ha." Lucius was dressed in a gorgeous golden robe as classical as a bishop, and he stood out in this crowd of black robes. He raised his head slightly. His face could not tell whether he was happy or angry, and he didn't reply to those weird guys. But he didn't speak, but his followers would. The tall old Goyle and old Crabbe immediately stood up and drew their wands to point at the few people who had just spoken. "Old Knight, say it again." "Damn Flint, you are just as stupid as your giant bucktooth son." The 3 or 4 pureblood family patriarchs who were huddled together on the opposite side also stood up and drew their wands. "Haha, do you want to start a war? I've been feeling mad lately, so I'm just going to vent my anger on you, a big fool. Don't look at these people who look like a bunch of people outside. In front of people of the same class, they are actually not much better, just like hooligans. Few of them can be called true nobles." At this time, a sinister, tall, and strong man slammed the table. "Enough, you are always like this, forgetting the glory and manners of purebloods, and a position meeting has been arguing for a month without discussing a result. The man's name is Yaxley, the one who chased Harry's trio in the Ministry of Magic in the Deathly Hallows movie, an extremely fierce and cold guy." The confronting people glared at each other fiercely, and took the opportunity to get off the hook and sat back in their seats. The cunning Borgin and Burke, the owner of the largest dark magic shop in Nocturne Alley, was playing with a bloody eyeball and said in his greasy tone at the right time, "No matter what, we still have to confirm the specific situation of the Dark Lord. Has no one received the Dark Lord's message?" Everyone shook their heads, silent but knowing the truth. With the Dark Lord's character, he would not take the initiative to meet these slaves when he was down and out. Even if he really met them, he would only choose 1 or 2 of the most loyal people to help resurrect. As for those two-faced people, haha, they are all here. After all, the most loyal Death Eaters are squatting in Azkaban eating black bread. Borgin and Burke sighed and then suggested. As for Shaw, judging by his performance at Hogwarts, He is not against purebloods, but he just doesn't like the idea of pureblood supremacy. If it is confirmed that the Dark Lord has really fled, or is really no match for Shor, then Shor can be recruited. Black already has a place here. The remaining pureblood family patriarchs, such as Avery, Selwyn, and Travers, nodded. I think it's okay. It doesn't matter who you follow or if you don't follow. Anyway, I didn't swallow up much of Black's property, so you'd better spit out what you have swallowed. But old Knot and his people still refused. No, a young boy like Shor is worthy of my bowing to him. HMPH, let's not talk about the Dark Lord. Dumbledore is not dead yet. We will discuss this later. Stop talking nonsense. I support the Dark Lord. Only by following him can we restore the glory of pure blood. Yes, I also support the Dark Lord. Tusk, I really want to ruthlessly kill those lowly people again. These opponents are not only the biggest beneficiaries of the Black family's property, but also want to follow Voldemort to kill innocent people. The foundation of the British Pure Blood Association is naturally not just these people in front of you, but those old antiques are not pure blood. In the face of life and death, they usually don't show up. Even Voldemort didn't have the face to let those people come out to support him. So no one could calm the situation, and it was probably another meeting that ended in vain. Lucius looked at the people who were divided into 3 factions and shook his head. He stood up and walked out with his ceremonial stick. Thinking all the way back to the manor, he saw Draco sitting on the sofa with his head down in the hall. Lucius was stunned. A trace of tenderness flashed in his eyes, and then his face became stern. Draco, didn't I give you a task and let you stay at the Black family for a few days? And what makes you so embarrassed? Draco raised his head and looked at his father. He wanted to rush over and hug his father's legs and act like a spoiled child like before. But he paused and drooped his head again, and his platinum hair covered all his expressions. Lucius hated him for not fighting and felt a little distressed, but his father's duty did not allow Draco, his son, to be weak. Lucius walked up quickly, threw the etiquette stick aside, put his hands on Draco's small shoulders and said very seriously, "Thinking about loyalty again. Why are you still so naive? Forget what I told you. In front of the family and relatives, everything else can be used as a bargaining chip, as long as the Malfoy family name can be passed down forever." Draco raised his head. Tears were already blurry in his eyes, but he tried not to cry out loud. Narcissa, who was making delicious food for her son in the kitchen next door, walked out quickly after hearing the noise. Seeing the serious husband and the aggrieved son, her heart was clenched, and she quickly stepped forward to push her husband away and hugged her son in her arms. "Xiaolong, don't be afraid. Your father didn't mean to be mean to you." Lucius was pushed away, but he didn't blame his wife. He sat on the sofa next to him with a somewhat depressed look. "Sissy, now is not the time to pamper Draco. He should take certain responsibilities for the family." Narcissa rarely refuted Lucius. "Shor is not only strong but also very close to our family. Moreover, the child has such a close relationship with Xiaolong. What is there to hesitate about?" Lucius shook his head and sighed. His proud expression was gone. He rubbed his temple and said, "You don't understand. The situation has changed suddenly recently. Not only has the Dark Lord returned, but I heard that the witch party has also revived. Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic are also very tense. Now there is the Shor incident. If we make a wrong choice, the destruction of the family is imminent." Narcissa was stunned. Didn't expect that the seemingly peaceful magic world was already so precarious. Draco, who had been curled up in Narcissa's arms, suddenly broke free from his mother's arms, stood up, wiped away his tears, and made himself decent. Under the surprised eyes of the couple, he asked solemnly, "Dad, as a follower, what qualifications should I have?" Seeing his son so serious, Lucius narrowed his eyes and said lightly, "Have you decided?" Draco's eyes flashed with a trace of entanglement, but facing his closest family, he was still honest. "No, but I still want to know the answer. Please teach me, Dad." Lucius looked at Draco seriously for a long time, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. Then he stood up, picked up the etiquette stick from the ground, and paced in the hall for a while before speaking. Do you know why I always bring the Goyle and Crabbe families with me? Draco thought of his two little followers and hesitated. Because they are stupid and obedient. Lucius said without comment. It can only be considered half right, but you don't see through the fundamental reason. Half reason. Draco was puzzled, and then he looked like he was listening humbly. Lucius also enjoyed the time of parenting. Superiors do like loyal and capable subordinates, but human hearts are complicated, and there are spells like brain occlusion. The so-called loyalty is unpredictable. Draco opened his mouth but could not come up with a rebuttal. Lucius seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly became complicated, and then he continued. There is a very good saying that people who can be hypocritical for a lifetime are really kind, and the same can be said about loyalty to a person. So even if you have thoughts about him, as long as you are not discovered, it is not considered betrayal. Draco's mouth was wide open, and his ahoge turned into an exclamation mark. Dad made it sound so famous that he was two-faced, which shocked his worldview. Lucius stretched out a hand and put it on Draco's shoulder, saying patiently, "Reality is not a fairy tale, but naked cruelty. Okay, you will digest this slowly later. Let's talk about Old Goyle and Old Crabbe. Although these two are dull, they have been taught by me for many years and are extremely loyal. For difficult things, we can spend money and use connections to find someone to do it, but for private or life-threatening things, it is a foolish choice to let smart people with quick minds do it. When encountering a family crisis, the position of smart subordinates is debatable. This critical moment reflects the role of the Goyle and Crabbe families. In ancient times, they can also be called dead men or scapegoats. Speaking of this, Lucius's face was a little unnatural, and he subconsciously touched his nose to cover up the embarrassment. Draco thought for a while and nodded and shook his head. But I'm not stupid. Lucius glanced at Draco unhappily and quickly calculated his experience of working under Voldemort in his mind, and then concluded, not all the subordinates of the superior are idiots, and you are not suitable to be a dead soldier. Let's put it this way. A qualified follower needs to meet 3 conditions. First, you need to know how to pay for yourself implicitly or explicitly. Second, you need to be invisible and efficient, which is easy to understand. Third, and most importantly, the highest level of a follower is to make the superior inseparable from you. You must play an irreplaceable role in the power you belong to. Other details are icing on the cake. After Lucius finished speaking, he stood up and took Narcissa to the study to discuss other things, leaving Draco to think carefully. Draco's eyes were confused, and he was brainstorming in his mind, thinking about his father's teachings, and what irreplaceable role he played for Shaw. Not only the Malfoy family was raising children here, but the same plot was also happening in the Fry family. But the plot was a little unusual. Somewhere in the suburbs, there was a low-key and luxurious 3-story building. In the study of the building, Alice looked at her grandfather, Old Fly, with dissatisfaction. "Grandfather, you taught me that loyalty must be consistent since childhood. Why is your attitude so ambiguous now? It's even annoying." The vigorous Old Fly was not angry and looked at his granddaughter kindly. "Alice, don't be angry. I don't mean to jump back and forth. Sometimes we need to look at the problem from the overall situation. Some micromanagement is just to check for deficiencies and fill in the gaps for the loyal people." Alice was full of confusion. "Grandfather, what do you mean?" Old Fly took out a silver pendant from his chest with nostalgia in his eyes. The pendant was triangular, with a circle and a stick standing upright, which was a combination of the Deathly Hallows. Old Fly gently rubbed the pendant and said with regret, "I look forward to the time when I followed Grindelwald to conquer the world. Unfortunately, I am old, and Grindelwald is also old." Then he looked at Alice steadily. "But the future belongs to you." Alice looked at her grandfather, who suddenly looked a little depressed, and stepped forward to support him with heartache. "Grandfather, you are still young and a handsome old man." Old Fry was depressed for a moment. Then he reached out and gently smoothed his granddaughter's blue hair, with other figures reflected in his eyes. "For the sake of my ideal, I lost my beloved wife and my 2 smartest children." At that time, I didn't complain at all. For the greatest benefit, this sacrifice was worth it. But the loneliness of the past 50 years has slowly changed my mind. Whenever I see them in my dreams in the middle of the night, whenever I go to the grave to pay tribute to them, my noble and cold heart is gradually gnawed by shame. I am a selfish and cold-blooded person until I saw you grow up and become an excellent person, which made up for the lack of family affection for me for many years. I knew that I was wrong. I was sorry for my wife and children. I regretted letting them sacrifice for an ideal that I didn't know whether it would succeed. Alice thought of her grandfather's love for her over the years, and she shed tears silently with old Fry, comforting each other. After a long while, Alice asked, Then why do you support me to follow the chief, and why do you want me to monitor him?" Old Fry took out a white handkerchief, wiped Alice's tears, and smiled with tears. "Just because you like it. As for monitoring Shaw, that's not necessary, but I want to know Shaw's character and plan so that I can guide him to become someone Grindelwald can take a fancy to. And all this is just that I have taken a fancy to the remnants of the witch party. Since you like it, I will fulfill you and let you and the people you admire take fewer detours." Alice couldn't help but cover her mouth. She suddenly felt ashamed. Her grandfather's love for her was higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. "I'm sorry, grandfather, I shouldn't." Old Fry waved his hand and said dotingly, "It doesn't matter. You didn't do anything wrong. Loyalty is a good virtue. It's just that I didn't explain it clearly before." Then Alice began to tell Old Fry about Shaw in detail. For example, the establishment of the throne, the selection of talents, Shaw's hobbies, and the Battle of Hogwarts, etc. Old Furley looked thoughtful with a gleam in his eyes from time to time, suddenly asked, "Do you like Shaw Black's old house?" In the basement, Shaw was sorting out some equipment. For example, a cloak that can block human detection, a wand suitable for releasing black magic, and a polyjuice potion. And the most important thing, a bunch of hair that Albert, the general agent of Muggles, helped to find and looked very similar to Voldemort when he was young. He put all the things into the ring, and just as he went upstairs, Cretch came to find him. "Master, the master in the portrait on the second floor is looking for you. He is angry and said he has something important to tell you." Shaw couldn't help but hold his forehead. Strictly speaking, Phileas Black is Shaw's great-great-great-grandfather, 6 generations apart. Foreign translations have to add a long string of prefixes, so Shaw usually calls Phileas his great-grandfather. Now the other party has come back from Hogwarts, and I don't know what's going on. In fact, there is an unspoken rule in the magic world for making magic portraits. That is, the original owner can inject his life experience and shape his personality, but cannot inject magic experience. This is to prevent the outflow of some profound family magic, or to prevent some portraits hanging on public walls from misleading others. As for whether anyone violated the rules in private, it is unknown. Anyway, as a portrait that needs to be hung in the principal's office, Phileas will definitely not violate the rules. Since he can't teach people magic, Shaw is too lazy to talk to the mean and foul-mouthed Phileas. Seeing Cletch looking at him eagerly, Shaw estimated that the other party may have served Phileas after all. Cletch is really old. The old Shaw wanted to give him a good life, but he didn't dare to say it. However, since Phileas ran back from Hogwarts, maybe there was something important. Shaw thought about it and went to the family tree display room on the second floor. Pushing open the door, there was a family tree on the wall. Looking at the lush family tree, the Black family is actually still very prosperous. It's just that the direct lineage is a bit more miserable, and there are many burnt holes in the direct lineage, including Sirius. Before Shordo could sigh, Phileas's angry roar came from the side wall. "Boy, are you so filial. It's really unreasonable. You didn't release me last time. You are as insidious as Dumbledore. How could the Black family have such a person like you?" When Shor came in, he put on ear-plugs and watched Phileas blowing his beard and glaring with interest, his mouth opening and closing constantly. Well, it wasn't until half an hour later that Phileas closed his mouth in boredom. After all, scolding without an opponent was too boring. He just glared at Shor. Shor untied the magic and bowed slightly. "Hello, great-grandfather, do you have something important to tell me?" Phileas said unhappily. "HMPH, you still know I'm your great-grandfather. You thought you could be so proud of defeating the Dark Lord. Close your ears and plug your ears." Shor waved his wand with a smile and cast another spell on himself. Phileas. Phileas was so angry that he almost jumped out of the portrait. He pointed at Shaw, his face flushed, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak for a long time. Shor immediately canceled the spell and said with a warm face, "Great-grandfather, don't be angry. We blacks are all noble people. How can we be so foul-mouthed? Okay, let's talk business. You came here from Hogwarts just to scold me, right?" Phileas took a deep breath, although he couldn't breathe anything. 2 hours ago, I got a message from Dumbledore. He was trying to find out about your mother's background. Dumbledore suspected that you have Nordic or Roman ancestry and your eyes are not pure black but purple and black or green and black. Because of the gray pupils of the Black family, they look pure black. Do you know who your mother is?" Shor was stunned. There is such a thing. How come he doesn't know? He quickly took out a mirror from the ring and looked at it carefully. Looking at his deep and delicate eyes in the mirror, Shaw did find something strange. A deep purple luster flashed from time to time in the pure black pupils. Well, it's good that it's not green. Then he admired the old bee's sharp observation. He had never noticed these details. Phileas on the wall said impatiently, "Is it purple or green? Who is your mother?" Shor did not answer immediately. He asked after a pause, "Great-grandfather, can you still be legilimency now?" Phileas was stunned for a moment, then said with great admiration, "As expected of someone who can defeat Voldemort, you are very thoughtful. Don't worry, I am not old and confused. The Black family's anti-peeping magic was used when the memory was injected. Even a legilimency master like Dumbledore couldn't detect it." Shor understood, thinking that although Phileas was a bit harsh, he was still good to his family. Besides, he was the headmaster and the patriarch of the oldest pure-blood family. He should have a lot of experience, so he began to ask, "Do you know what race people with purple eyes are? Have you ever heard of a person or race named Fecin?" In the portrait, Phileas stroked his mustache and fell into the search of memory. After a while, he was surprised and doubtful. Pure-blood families have always studied hair and pupils to distinguish bloodlines. I only found one kind of people with purple pupils from the injected memories, and that is a Eurasian hybrid. So far, the first record of purple eyes in history was 133 years in the Christian era, but this phenomenon can be traced back to the distant Nordic region in the Middle Ages. Coincidentally, Fiogen is the mother of Thor, the god of thunder, in the god of gods created by the legendary wizard Odin, also known as Jod, and your name Shor can also be translated as Thor. Interesting, Regulus is really interesting. He quietly found a poor pure-blooded Nordic woman as his wife. Shor's forehead was full of black lines when he heard this, and he didn't know how many complaints he wanted to vomit. The background arranged for him by this dam system is really ridiculous. I was bold enough to imagine that at most I would build a magic empire, rule the world, make wizards great again, and let muggles and wizards live in peace and prosperity. But after all this time, I became a descendant of God. What kind of screenwriter dares to write like this? As for Odin being a legendary wizard, I am not surprised. In the magic world, this is all expected. Phileas then popularized Norse mythology and the more ancient Greek mythology to Shaw, not only mentioning Salazar Slytherin, but also the despicable Herpo. For a long time, Shor came out of the room feeling a lot of emotion, not to mention those myths that were too far away for him for the time being. Just this chattering great-grandfather, in addition to his temper, although it is a bit harsh, it still has its shining points. I can talk about it later, we can talk more. I have always reminded myself not to judge people by stereotypes, but I have not achieved unity of knowledge and action. I still need to reflect on myself from time to time in the future. I looked at the sky outside the window and it was already evening. Shaw called Kletch to prepare food and then sat down in the restaurant, thinking about attacking the pure blood in the middle of the night. Well, Let's draw a lottery to strengthen our strength first. After completing the task of snatching the reputation of the savior, in addition to the task rewards, the little wizards in Hogwarts also contributed a lot after killing Voldemort. Although there was no large-scale publicity about this matter, it still caused quite a stir and also gained a lot of faith points. So Shor now has 12,000 first level, 286 second level, and 6 third level faith points. Let's draw 12 consecutive times to warm up. Ding, congratulations to the host for getting 1 skill point. *3 ding, thank you for your patronage. *4 ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining level 3 apparition. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 talent point. *2 ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 magic points. *2 Shor took a look at the rewards of the first level lottery and was particularly satisfied with apparition. Then he drew the second level one without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining puppetry. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining necromancer shield. Cretch quietly placed the prepared dinner on the table. He glanced at the young master who was in a daze and silently retreated into the shadows, preparing to replace the cold dinner with a new one if the young master didn't eat it in 10 minutes. The reason why Shor was silent was because of the puppetry. This puppetry is very powerful, and it is a comprehensive application of soul magic and alchemy. The part of the advanced alchemy knowledge involved directly pushed Shor's muddy level 0 alchemy talent to level 3, which shows that it is extraordinary. Soul magic is more complicated. In a nutshell, it is soul control, which involves will confrontation, soul contract, soul taming, etc. It is considered a more advanced and profound soul-stealing spell. As for puppetry, as the name suggests, it is to make an alchemical puppet with a soul. It can also be made into a general micro-intelligent puppet. This kind of puppet is injected with a little will by the owner and can complete some simple life instructions. The most advanced puppets require a variety of precious alchemical materials. After shaping, they are injected with a complete and controllable soul and can even be mistaken for a real wizard, becoming a real wizard. Shor felt that puppetry must be the top reward in the second-level lottery pool, almost comparable to the rewards in the third-level lottery pool he imagined. Shor was originally planning to pretend to be Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort, to meet the Death Eaters tonight, but suddenly there was such a puppetry, which gave Shor more ideas and plans. Originally, the first stop was to visit the Knot family, find the old Knot and vent his anger on Theodore. Now he decided to go to Malfoy Manor first. After coming to his senses, Shor quickly calculated the 3 skill points, 3 talent points, and 1 legendary value left over from the recent lottery. He pondered for a while on how to add points. First, increase the apparition to level 5 directly. This level of apparition can cast spells silently and without a wand, and can already be used in combat, combined with the lightning ring. Wow. The killing curse was upgraded to level 5. This powerful killing curse, coupled with the incomplete dark mark and the recently learned level 3 cruciatus, is enough to fool people. Then I upgraded the alchemy talent from level 4 to level 5. In addition to being able to make puppets better, I can also make my own alchemy poker without having to rely on that cunning Borgin and Burke, which is not bad. The white magic talent was upgraded from level 3 to level 5. It is not a good idea to always use skill points to add self-defense spells. Well, except for a little legendary value, everything else has been wasted. Shor has become a pauper again. He quickly took a look at the system interface to find comfort. After expanding, seeing all the advanced skills and talents, Shor did not feel too painful. Master, it's time to eat. Cretch had changed dinner twice. Seeing Shor come back to his senses, he could not help but remind him in a low voice. Shor smiled warmly at him and suddenly thought of something and asked, "You know where Malfoy Manor is, right?" Cretch nodded. "I know. Cretch and the Master have been there before." Shor was very satisfied. He didn't need to apparate to places he had never been to. With Cretch leading the way, he saved a hike, so he started to eat dinner. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Shaw was ready and asked Cretch to take him to the suburbs of Wiltshire near Malfoy Manor. Shaw waved Cretch to go home, and then he could apparate home. After Cretch left, Shaw disguised himself in a remote place. After a while, Tom Riddle with an anti-peeping cloak was freshly baked. As for why he wore an anti-peeping cloak, it was to prevent the pure-blood families from having any secrets and alchemical tools that could check the true and false of this body. Shaw stretched his body and came to a mountainside in the night. Looking at the green mountains and waters and the empty wasteland in front of him, with the blessing of protective magic, outsiders naturally could not see Malfoy Manor. Shaw stood behind a tree and began to use the dark mark to summon Lucius at close range. I don't know if the other party will be scared to death at this late night. In Malfoy Manor, in the magnificent restaurant, Lucius's family of 3 were still eating dinner. The dinner of the nobles was always cumbersome, and there were also soups before meals, main dishes and desserts after meals. At this moment, the dinner was coming to an end. Draco was absent-mindedly scooping pudding and eating it. He was just fed up with the meat sauce apple pie. Lucius and Narcissa did not disturb him all the time, but just accompanied him quietly. This is a sign that his son is beginning to learn to think and gradually mature. Suddenly, Lucius groaned, and his wrist seemed to be bitten by a snake. He quickly covered it with his other hand. Cold sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead, and his eyes were filled with panic. Occupied. One is pain, the other is fear. "Dear, what's wrong with you?" Narcissa immediately stood up and came to Lucius' side and asked with concern. "Dad." Draco was also startled back to his senses by the noise and also stood up anxiously to go over to care for his father. But Lucius suddenly shouted, "Draco, you now, go back to your room and stay well. Don't come out without my order." Narcissa vaguely knew why, after all, her husband's actions were too obvious. Although she didn't have the dark mark, she knew the effect of the spell very well. Draco was stunned and couldn't help but open his mouth. His father had never been so fierce to him, but his father's fearful and anxious look made Draco know that something bad was going to happen, and the only thing he could do now was not to make trouble. Then Draco, who became more sensible, bowed to Lucius and went back to his room without asking anything. After her son left, Narcissa couldn't wait and asked in a trembling voice, "Is he back? Is he calling you?" Lucius nodded with difficulty and lifted his sleeves, revealing a dark mark on his wrist. The venomous snake was still swimming slowly, swallowing a skull in its mouth. "Yes, yes, and it's right at the door of the manor." Narcissa's pupils shrank suddenly. What should we do? Lucius was still a little frightened at this moment, and all kinds of memories from 11 years ago quickly emerged in his mind. The Dark Lord was crazy, cruel, powerful, and arrogant, and after the other party fell, he was considered a traitor. Lucius took a deep breath, calculated in his heart, and patted Narcissa's arm to comfort her. "The Dark Lord asked me to go out to meet him. You stay at home. Don't worry, I will be fine. The Dark Lord needs help now." Narcissa is also a wise woman. She quickly weighed the situation and felt that it made sense. "Then you should be careful. Money and other things are all external things." Lucius nodded and walked quickly to the underground treasure house, not even bothering to stick his etiquette stick. In the message of the Dark Mark, the Dark Lord also asked him to take out the notebook that he had secretly entrusted to him for safekeeping. Adding several factors together, Lucius had no doubt that the person who summoned him would be a fake. He couldn't help but feel lucky that he didn't have time to get rid of the notebook. Recently, Fudge and Dumbledore have been fighting secretly. In order to make these pure blood stand on his side, Fudge spread the word that he would strictly check the dark magic items of each family. In the depths of the treasure house full of dazzling array, Lucius took out the notebook from a secret compartment and strode out of the manor. When he came to the grass outside, Lucius felt even colder when the cold evening wind blew. He looked around guiltily and called softly, "Master, your most loyal servant comes to see you." "Oh, Lucius, I smell guilt." A sigh came from behind a tree, and Lucius shuddered. He quickly knelt down and crawled towards the tree. Shaw slowly walked out from behind the tree and looked at Lucius, who crawled up to him and wanted to kiss his robe. He sighed in his heart that these men were really capable of bending and stretching. They could enjoy the wine and the meat, and they could also endure the humiliation under their crotches. Lucius buried his head and stabbed the ground, his voice trembling. "It's great, master, you are finally back, and the magic world will usher in greatness again." Shor paced around the kneeling Lucius, imitating Voldemort's tone, and sarcastically said, "It's been 10 years, but I still remember clearly how you united under me and said all kinds of ridiculous words of loyalty all day long. I am also glad that I failed once and saw who is truly loyal to me." Lucius quickly crawled lower to express his humility and loyalty. Shor put his foot on his back without hesitation and continued to speak quietly. "But I ask myself again, why don't you believe that I have defeated death? Will I make a comeback again? Is it that what I showed before was not enough magical power? Maybe you think that there are more powerful than me. Can pure blood live forever? Such as the leader who protects the mudbloods and muggles for the common people, the greatest and most hypocritical white wizard of this century, Albus Dumbledore." I don't know if Shor said these words to Lucius or to himself anyway. He said it more and more smoothly. I almost acted in his true colors. Lucius was terrified, fearing that the angry Dark Lord would cast a killing curse on him without reason. Sweat dripped down his forehead and he stuttered to explain. "Master, no. For the past 10 years, I have been asking for your news all the time. As long as there is news about you, I will always arrive at the first time. My loyalty, Tianri." Ridiculous. Shor snorted coldly, and without waiting for Lucius to continue to argue, he suddenly took out his wand and pointed at the tree beside him. Avada Kedavra. The wand spewed out a dazzling green light, and a killing curse as thick as a wrist directly blew the tree into 2 pieces, and the wood chips hit Lucius back. Although it was very painful, Lucius resisted and dared not scream. He was even more amazed and terrified in his heart. How long has it been since the Dark Lord was defeated in Hogwarts? How did he recover so quickly? Shor put down his wand. If he hadn't considered Draco and Narcissa's feelings and the embarrassment of being exposed in the future, he might really use the Cruciatus curse. These cunning people, if they don't give proof of their strength and cruel attitude, they will probably be exposed soon. Shor retracted his foot and asked lightly, "Where's the notebook?" Lucius was stunned. He had actually been mentally prepared to withstand a Cruciatus curse. After all, the Dark Lord might not kill him, but he would definitely punish him. And then that's it. But he didn't have time to think about it. Fortunately, it was too late. He quickly took out the notebook and handed it to Shor with both hands. The moment he looked up, he saw Shor's disguise at the moment. Lucius had a fierce brainstorm in his mind. How could it be? This is the young Dark Lord. Then he quickly lowered his head. Shor took the notebook and sensed it slightly. There was indeed a familiar fluctuation of black magic. He turned it over to see the signature inside. The system also prompted whether to absorb it, and it was confirmed that it was Tom Riddle's first Horcrux diary. Silently rejected the absorption prompt. Before yesterday, he would have absorbed this Horcrux immediately, but now. Shor put away the notebook, and little Tom went back to slowly make it. Maybe he would soon have a genuine Dark Lord's younger brother. "Raise your head." Lucius heard the order and quickly raised his head full of cold sweat. His platinum hair became very messy, and there was no arrogance and aristocratic temperament. He said with a smug face, "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Shor handed him a piece of parchment. "Collect these materials." Lucius took the paper and took a quick look. He immediately felt distressed. There were all kinds of precious and unusual alchemical materials on the parchment. Even if the Malfoy family's high-end material warehouse was emptied, it would probably not be enough. But thinking of what Narcissa said, money is just a thing outside of the body, and it is good to be alive. At most, I can spend money to collect it. "Yes, master, I will collect it as soon as possible." Shor looked at Lucius's flash of pain and put away his cold expression and became warm. "This is the first batch of materials, and I will continue to collect them in the future." These warm and gentle words almost made Lucius faint. Shor then instructed lightly, "Estimate how many loyal Death Eaters I still have and collect them together. Remember, this is very important to me. Lucius secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This is more like it. If it is handled properly, maybe he can make a fortune. Master, don't worry. Maybe some companions are temporarily obsessed, but when you return as a king, they will definitely be extremely loyal. That do you need to summon them to meet you? Not for the time being, I still have unfinished plans. Shor was too lazy to discuss this ridiculous loyalty issue with Lucius. Thinking about it, he explained again. By the way, give up targeting Shaw and the contact person will restore his identity as a Hogwarts director. He is now my partner. This is only known to you. As for how you do it, you don't need to explain to me. I just need the result. Lucius felt that his brain was not enough today. Shor and Voldemort, a cooperative relationship. Then the Battle of Hogwarts last month was just as guessed by the Quibbler. A show. Who was the show for? Thinking of Shaw's growing reputation and the conflict between Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic. It's terrifying to think about it. What a big layout. As for not targeting Shaw, he had been hesitant. Since Voldemort recognized Shaw's equal cooperative relationship, his strength was at least quasi-legendary, and legend was expected in the future. And now, my goodness, isn't this just two dark lords, one bright and one dark, joining forces? Lucius felt that today's the cold sweat was not enough. He also found that the Dark Lord was not crazy or cruel today, but also had a sense of wisdom. Not only did the Dark Lord's new body become younger, but his intelligence also returned to the state before he went crazy. This kind of Dark Lord is the most terrifying. Lucius became more cautious, thinking about how to work on the Dark Lord in the future and how to repair his relationship with Shaw. This is also a life-saving chip. Shaw was very satisfied with Lucius's performance. The Brain Emperors were really good. Okay, you can go back. Collect the materials. Let Old Knot send them to **** Street in 10 days. I don't need to tell you about the confidentiality. Lucius' eyes were burned by sweat and he didn't dare to wipe them. He nodded respectfully. Yes, master. Then, Shaw apparated away silently and without a wand, leaving Lucius stunned. He slowly stood up and staggered back to the manor, where Narcissa had been waiting at the door. She hurried up to support her husband, and kept checking whether Lucius was injured. Are you okay? The Dark Lord didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Lucius shook his head and told Narcissa. Sissy, the Dark Lord has become more terrifying. The British wizarding world is about to change. We must be more cautious in the future. Lucius sat down on the sofa in the hall, took a big sip of the water handed to him by Narcissa, and said after a sigh of relief, Sissy, please go and call Draco. I have something to tell him. Before waiting for his wife to call his son, Lucius wrote a letter to Old Knot in the hall and arranged to meet him tomorrow. He was still confused until now. When did the Dark Lord trust Old Knot, a madman who only wanted to kill? When Draco came to the hall with a nervous look, he was relieved to see that his father was fine. Lucius made a stern face and asked Draco to follow him to the study. Then he got straight to the point. Be sure to remember what I say next. Although Draco was confused, he nodded quickly. He had just thought about his father's teachings alone in the bedroom, and the more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He is worthy of being Shaw's father, who is as wise as him. Lucius was full of guilt. Draco was so young and had to start taking responsibility. It was his fault as a father, but it was also Draco's fate. Lucius pinned a Malfoy family crest brooch on his son's chest and then began to speak formally. Draco, follow Shaw carefully in the future. No matter what you think in your heart, you must show loyalty, even if he asks you to kill someone. Lucius waved his hand to interrupt his son's action of asking questions, and then continued. I don't have time to think about your irreplaceable role in Shaw. I will tell you directly. The Malfoy family entered England from France with William the Conqueror. Yes, what you wrote to ask before is true. Our family did serve as court wizards for the Muggle royal family. Draco opened his mouth again and his jaw muscles were strained today. Lucius sighed. Alas, everything is just for the continuation of the family. Let's not talk about these for now. For thousands of years, the Malfoy family has been providing connections and money to those in higher positions, whether in the Muggle world or the magic world. We Malfoys seem arrogant, but that's all disguise. Tactfulness should be our essence. Pretending to be arrogant, making friends with those below can make the other party feel honored, and kneeling to make friends with those above can make the other party feel an inexplicable sense of conquest. Just a simple external disguise can reap greater benefits. What a good deal! And the underlying logic of making friends is the resonance and exchange. I don't ask you to have a pair of eyes that can distinguish who is worth making friends with now. You will understand it slowly with more experience and thinking. The Malfoy family also has the capital to support you to slowly try and make mistakes. Your previous method is good. Although giving gifts seems stupid, it directly penetrates the essence of making friends. People are profit-seeking, but it is better to cater to their preferences. Some people are more emotional. After that, I think more useful friends will communicate more deeply, and useless friends will be gradually alienated. Lucius never tires of instilling some dirty and naked thoughts of the adult world into his son. This constantly impacts Draco's young mind, but it also allows him to learn a lot. The scene returns to the Black Mansion. After Shaw apparated back, he took off his disguise, took out his diary and glanced at it, thinking that it was not suitable to talk to the young Voldemort now. With the opponent's willpower and wisdom, he must weave a good trick to quickly break through the opponent's soul defense and achieve the effect of controlling the soul. Otherwise, it will only backfire. Shaw called Kletch and asked him to prepare some various wood, metal, and carving knives. He walked into the underground library. In the exclusive alchemy area, he picked up several large books, all about alchemy, magic pattern circuits, runes from entry to advanced, etc. He used the floating spell to take it back to the study. Looking at these thick books, he had a headache. He immediately recalled the intensive study before the college entrance examination. Shaw's alchemy knowledge and talent have indeed increased dramatically under the promotion of puppetry. It is indeed no problem to make puppets alone, but many things are known but not why. If you want to apply inferences to other things and be able to refine other magic items, such as playing cards that can store spells and magic, you have to start from scratch. Actually, Hogwarts has a magic rune class, but it is an elective for the 3rd grade, and Shaw can't wait until then. He said, "Learning makes me happy." He opened a rune book and read it slowly, but only read the introduction. Shaw's face showed a strange look. He and Norse mythology are really predestined. Runes, also known as runes, originated from Odin. These are all discovered by the author when he was looking up information, and the origin of purple eyes is the same. It is not fabricated. It can only be said to be a coincidence, of course. The magic pattern circuits engraved on alchemical items do not have to use runes. Alchemy, there are many systems of runes, such as the alchemy technology in Egypt and China, which is a system of its own. But in Europe, alchemy uses runes. After Zio smiled, he lowered his head to continue studying. As he was happy studying, time passed quickly, and 5 days passed in a flash. Zio had no time to pay attention to the restlessness of some pure bloods in the outside world. This morning, Zio was practicing engraving some magic pattern circuits on a piece of metal. I felt a little bit complaining in my heart. If I had known that I would travel through time and become a wizard, I should have studied art and 3D modeling. It is not only useful for engraving magic pattern circuits and making dolls. Transfiguration and mimicry spells are also very useful, otherwise the transformed things will look like a monster. I heard that when Dumbledore was young, he went to the Muggle world to learn craftsmanship from some carving masters. At this time, Kretch walked in holding a letter. "Master, a letter from the Malfoy family." Shor was stunned, put down the carving knife and the metal block, took the letter, opened it, and read it. Kretch was a little nervous on the side. He hoped that the master would get along well with Miss Narcissa and the Malfoy family, and jointly push the Black family back to glory. After reading the letter, Shaw touched his chin and pondered. With the warning of Tom Riddle, Lucius wrote this letter very humbly, and even there was a sense of flattery between the lines. This is what should be meant. The end of the letter was written by Draco. Shaw felt that the tone of the text was a little weird, but he couldn't say what was wrong. The purpose of this letter was also very simple, which was to invite Shor to the Malfoy family to spend Christmas together tomorrow. Oh, by the way, I hope that friends like the Christmas gifts he carefully prepared. Master, do you want to reply? Shor looked down at Cretch, who was eager and was about to nod. It's not impossible to go there. He really wants to know what expressions Lucius and Narcissa would have when they face him now. At this time, he saw a familiar figure standing in the square outside through the window. It was Alice with blue hair. Even in the snowy winter, the girl still wore an elegant blue dress and a mink vest on her shoulders. In her hand, she was holding a birdcage with blue flames. The extremely handsome purple bird in the birdcage gave Shor a very friendly feeling, like a companion who had been missing for many years. Shor's words that were about to agree turned into an order. Go to the door to pick him up. Shor sat motionless on the sofa in the hall, watching Cretch lead Alice in. One could faintly hear the grandmother in the portrait downstairs asking whether the girl was pure-blooded or not. Chief. Alice stepped forward and bowed slightly as a lady. Shor raised his hand to signal her to sit anywhere, but his eyes were fixed on the purple bird in the cage. Alice smiled knowingly and placed the cage respectfully on the coffee table in front of Shor. This is a thunder attribute pet that grandfather asked someone to find from Northern Europe. It is a Christmas pet given to you by the Fry family. I hope the chief likes it. Shor nodded and said thoughtful, but his eyes were still fixed on the bird. The bird in the cage was the purple lightning kite caught by the saints. Grindelwald didn't want to be exposed yet, so he could only send it out through the hands of the former saint Old Fry, who had an ambiguous attitude. In the cage, after the purple lightning kite entered the door, it also kept looking at Shor. There was a kind of meaning between the two. Among thousands of people, I only have you in my eyes. The bird's inner thoughts. This person smells good, just like my father and mother. Shor couldn't bear it being locked up, so he studied the alchemical cage a little and wanted to press a button when he found one. Alice had just taken out a dragon skin with complicated patterns, and when she saw Shor's action, she hurriedly spoke to stop him. Chief, although this purple lightning kite has been initially tamed, it is still unruly and aggressive. You need to sign a contract with it before you can let it out. Shor said confidently while pressing the button. Don't worry, it is my destined partner. The blue fire around the cage gradually extinguished, and after a click, the cage opened like a blooming lotus. The purple lightning kite was free, shook its beautiful tail feathers, and immediately raised its neck to cry. Cheep. The bird's cry was not very pleasant, but it was very sonorous and full of murderous intent. Swoosh. Then, the purple lightning kite flapped its wings and disappeared instantly, appearing directly on Shor's shoulder. It pecked Shor's black hair with its beak. Shor was surprised at its speed, and then he was overjoyed and scratched its feathers with his hands. One man and one bird, although they met for the first time, they seemed very close. Shor was very satisfied with the purple lightning kite and would not trade it even for a phoenix. Little guy, what name should I give you? Alice was surprised. The purple lightning kite had been sent to the Fry family for several days, but this elegant bird was so arrogant that it ignored people. I didn't expect that when I met the chief for the first time, I didn't need to sign a contract, and I just recognized him as my master. It's worthy of being the chief. Shor continued to get close to the purple lightning kite. Seeing this, Alice thought about it and said, Chief, I have something to report to you. Shor nodded and waved his hand, pouring a cup of hot tea for Alice. Drink a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up first. Alice took a sip of the teacup and calmed down. On the day of the holiday, I questioned my grandfather and found that I misunderstood him, and then, when Shor heard halfway, his hand stroking the purple lightning kite paused, but he did not interrupt, just listened quietly. Various conjectures flashed through his mind. When he first entered the magic world, the sense of superiority with a god's perspective had slowly sobered up after hitting the wall several times in a row. People become wise as they get older, and this is the case. The wisdom of some of these old people may be ordinary, but sufficient life experience has given them some characteristics that young people do not have. Not to mention old Fry, who is a wise man. I didn't expect that I was almost exposed by Alice. This is the saying, if the ruler is not discreet, he will lose his ministers. If the minister is not discreet, he will lose his body. If several things are not discreet, harm will be done. Fortunately, Shaw was a magician and knew the truth of the real and the fake, the true and the false. He was cautious enough and never told anyone the most secret things. And he didn't blame Alice. Alice's problem was not a low intelligence. She was completely trapped by the bond of family affection. She was very young and it was a normal performance. Draco and Theodore were the same. Only those with emotional ties can be good subordinates. So, grandfather will help us obtain Grindelwald's power inheritance. Alice said it in one breath and looked at Shaw expectantly. Shaw smiled. Although he couldn't see the real intention of old Furley for the time being, it didn't matter. Whether it was sincerity or conspiracy, it would eventually be no match for the absolute power. And letting Alice accidentally play a double agent might have a miraculous effect, so he praised. Very good, I will never forget the strong support of the Free family. Alice became enthusiastic again, fighting for the glory of the 5 stars, fighting for the creation of a better world. This is what my subordinates should do. Sure, the corner of her eye twitched. Fanatics are indeed. Alice inexplicably remembered her grandfather asking her if she liked Shaw. She denied it directly at that time. Alice actually asked herself this question. After all, admiration breeds love, and fanaticism embodies deeper feelings. The chief is so young and handsome, but he is already so wise, powerful, noble, and has great ambitions. It's really too perfect, which makes Alice feel that she is not worthy of him. So following him silently is what she should do. Alice came back to her senses and thought of something. Chief, grandfather thought of you being alone and sincerely invited you to spend Christmas at home. What do you think? Shaw waved his hand. No, I'm going to Draco's house for Christmas and do something by the way. Alice was a little disappointed and then she reacted. Chief, are you going to attack the Malfoy family? Shaw almost choked. Why does this subordinate always speak the truth? No, it's just that Draco invited me first. Yes, that's it. Alice was thoughtful and didn't ask any more questions. The two chatted for a while and then Alice said goodbye and left. Shaw touched his chin and pondered for a long time. Then he wrote a reply letter, summoned Creature, and asked him to deliver the letter to Malfoy Manor. Shaw was too lazy to study happily and went to the basement with the purple lightning kite on his shoulder. He kept discussing with it what name to give it. Shaw didn't realize the origin and extraordinariness of the purple lightning kite now. In his opinion, it was reasonable to get a precious pet with the connections and background of the Freely family. There was no conversation all night, and this night was the busiest night for the owls, with all kinds of gifts flying away by mail. Shaw had wondered before if an Auror mailed something to a wanted criminal, and then followed the owl to find the criminal, even if the criminal was hiding in a safe house with protective magic. Wouldn't this be a bug? Then when he understood it, he was relieved. Owls in the magic world, like elves, had signed a strict blood contract with wizards in ancient times. There are naturally many restrictions. Although it is convenient to arrest criminals, no one wants their whereabouts to be exposed at any time. Similar loopholes have basically been blocked. For example, if someone is following, even if they are invisible, the owl will sense it and will not go to the destination. For wizard families, general protective magic is not against owls. After all, Hogwarts does not prevent them. If you really want to prevent them, you can turn on exclusive protective magic. The original book did not explain it. The above is the author's second setting. Shaw also sent out the surprise gifts he prepared for his friends that night, and some places farther away were also sent out in advance. The basement of Hogwarts. Snape got up on time as usual. After putting on his black robe, he saw a few Christmas gifts beside the bed, which were quietly put in by the castle elves in the middle of the night. Snape didn't look strange, but just searched among the gifts with his eyes. When he saw the gift box signed by Shor Black, his expression fluctuated. In the cold potion office. There was a swish of flipping pages. Snape was holding a book similar to a comic strip at the moment. He pressed the bottom corner of the page with his fingers, making the pages flip quickly. On the flipping papers, two very cute little people were playing, interacting in various ways, telling a beautiful story of friendship. Under a swaying tree, a thin and lonely boy was sitting, lying on his back and staring at the sky in a daze. At this time, a little girl in a floral dress came and lay beside the boy very generously. The girl spoke to the boy sincerely for a long time, but the boy never said a word. The girl didn't care and talked about the bits and pieces of her life, some troubled and some happy. The two quietly watched the clouds roll in the sky and the sun rise and set under the tree. For several days in a row, the boy and the girl came to the tree tacitly. One day, the girl suddenly didn't come. The boy's silent expression became panic. He wandered anxiously under the tree and didn't go home after the moon rose. He waited like this until the next day. The boy was shivering with rain and dew all over his body. At this time, the girl ran over and the boy immediately calmed down. After caring about him for a while, the girl happily performed a palm magic for the boy, which made the boy know that they were from the same world and they were both wizards. From that day on, the boy no longer remained silent, and his smile gradually increased until they went to a magnificent and ancient magic academy together. The story of the comic strip ends here, but Snape couldn't get enough of it. He kept looking back and forth obsessively, as if he had seen the mirror of Heir. Until the 10th time, the comic strip suddenly made a click and locked automatically. The little girl on the cover suddenly said sincerely, "Sever, you should find new friends, don't stay alone in the basement all the time." Snape suddenly shuddered, his eyes were full of tenderness, and he stared at the innocent smile of the little girl in the painting. He murmured self-deprecatingly, "Friends, I don't deserve it. There were people who were willing to talk to me, cry with me, laugh with me, and play with me. I have had and obtained all of these. It's just that I gave up." Snape closed his eyes guiltily and hugged the comic book tightly in his arms. After an unknown amount of time, a phoenix cry that filled people with courage came from the house. Bing! Then, Fox flew out in the firelight, leaving a note floating down which circled twice and disappeared in the firelight again. Snape opened his eyes dissatisfiedly and quickly reached out to pinch the falling note, but his face became ugly after just one look. He carefully placed the comic book in a clean and secret compartment in the bedroom, and then strode towards the principal's office with his black robe rolling. Principal's office. Dumbledore looked haggard. After watching Fawkes come back, he half leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes to think. He kept rubbing his temples, and the wrinkles on his face became deeper. He is a centenarian after all. He had communicated with Fudge several times recently, but to no avail, and the other party was even more confrontational. Dumbledore couldn't really drive Fudge out of office, at least not now, and the attitude of the purebloods was very strange, which made the old bee alarmed. He could only secretly let the members of the Order of the Phoenix investigate the whereabouts of Voldemort's remaining soul. Fortunately, Grindelwald hasn't had any trouble recently, and the last time the Saints gathered in Northern Europe inexplicably was also a false alarm. In the end, it is unknown what mission the Saints have accomplished, and this has not been investigated. The Witch Party is indeed a disciplined organization. Dumbledore thought he would have a good Christmas and prepared a lot of sweets for himself. 10 minutes ago, he was eating candy and opening gifts happily, but when he opened the gift sent by Shaw, the old bee felt that the candy in his mouth was no longer fragrant. In addition to a box of top-quality tea from the East, the gift also included a note. The content of the note: the student found the whereabouts of a Horcrux, which was Harry, and the scar on his forehead was attached to a soul of Voldemort. Dumbledore stood up in shock. This Christmas gift was too surprising, and he was in a trance for a while. There were lightning and thunder in his heart. The cultivation of the Savior plan, originally formulated according to the prophecy, basically ended in vain after Quirrell's death. Dumbledore didn't have the energy to worry about it for a while, and he had already begun to question the prophecy. As Gellert said, There was a variable, and the future was different. And the old bee had basically determined that this variable was Shaw. Although Phileas did not tell himself about Shaw's maternal relationship, the relationship did not prevent him from making his own judgment, so he must be extraordinary. But for now, Harry's matter must be dealt with first. The plan to cultivate the savior seems to be a two-pronged plan. One is to die, and the other is to kill. And he must find an assistant who is capable, loyal, and willing to die. Bang! The door of the principal's office was kicked open by Snape. He strode to the desk angrily and said in a bad tone, "What's wrong with Harry? Isn't Quirrell dead? You promised me that Harry would not die." Dumbledore opened his eyes and said seriously, "Severus, I need your help, and Harry needs your help too." Snape's cold pupils shrank. The principal has always been lazy and wise, but today's expression seems to be very serious. He took a deep breath but habitually said sarcastically, "Oh, so there are things that can embarrass the greatest white wizard. Tell me." Dumbledore spoke out the plan he had just thought of quickly. "I need you to pretend to be Voldemort's man and continue to train Harry, making him doubt you and resent you. And train Harry into a brave and fearless warrior in the next 1 or 2 years." Snape's eyes were calm. He didn't mind being a bad guy, but he still said disdainfully, Pot is already reckless and arrogant enough. I heard that he can use the disarming spell well. Does he still need to be trained?" Dumbledore didn't plan to tell Snape that Harry was a Horcrux right now. He was really afraid that the other party would collapse or fight him to death, so he could only persuade him. "Severus, the current situation is different from the past. Harry needs to grow up quickly. You don't want him to die in a chaotic battle, right? I'm just afraid that I can't do it." Snape was silent, staring at Dumbledore with emotionless eyes. In the end, he didn't say anything, turned around and left with a wave of his hand, disappearing outside the door. Dumbledore sighed, slowly closed his eyes, his face full of guilt, and whispered the unfinished words just now. "Perhaps one day you may die in front of Harry in your true face, so that Harry can realize the truth and face his fate with supreme courage." Although Dumbledore was holding the Elder Wand at this time, he had not yet figured out a way to keep Harry alive. Great people use all living beings as chess pieces, and under the love, they are all ruthless. After a long time, Dumbledore opened his eyes and took out the tea that Shor had mailed. Then he started to make tea and put sugar in it. He needed to drink tea to calm his troubled mind. Suddenly, the coin in Dumbledore's arms was hot. This made the old bee look strange. 1 hour ago, Nurmengard, Austria. Grindelwald sat on a comfortable recliner, playing with a 5-pointed star-shaped variant Rubik's Cube in his hand. This was a Christmas gift from Shaw to him for intellectual purposes. Grindelwald's eyes were fixed on an elegant old lady in front of him. "Vida, you are finally willing to come and see me." The old lady was Vida Rosier, the Black Rose of France. "Well, the work is done, so I came. How did it go?" "Everything went well. Very good. It's all what I should do, and everything is for the greater good." "You are still so beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Simple dialogue, but it contains a lot of meaning." After the two finished talking, there was a little silence in the room. Ever since Grindelwald learned about the whole process of the Hogwarts battle, and knew that Shaw already had the strength of a top wizard under the legend, he was not overjoyed but a little worried. Although powerful power is fascinating, it is easy to make people lost. Without the corresponding state of mind, you will only become a puppet of power and a bloodthirsty madman. This is not a qualified leader. In Grindelwald's view, even if Shaw's talent and wisdom are far beyond his peers, he's still a child after all. The consequences of a child holding a gun in a busy city are really unpredictable. Sure, you need to be guided on how to control your power. Therefore, Grindelwald urgently summoned another capable subordinate, Vida Rosier, who was old but still cool and exquisite. After the simple greetings, Vida looked at Grindelwald, who was no longer charming. It turned out that everyone was old, but some feelings and trust will not fade with time, but become stronger like aged wine. Vida seems to be cold in character but passionate in feelings, and is a fool who can move herself. She always knew that Grindelwald had someone in his heart, and she would not be happy, but she still followed him until death without regret. After all the fireworks, swords, and wine she experienced with a figure of the level of the Emperor were enough to remember for the rest of her life. It's better not to look at other ordinary men. With Grindelwald's insight, he naturally knew that this most trusted female subordinate loved him. But he only gave his few and precious feelings to one person. Others are just tools. In this respect, he and Dumbledore are very similar. The two of them are tacitly aware of this point, and their mode of getting along is very strange and natural. Vita said after a while, "You asked me to come here. Do you have any instructions?" Grindelwald took out a photo and put it on the table and started to talk about the task directly. This September, find a way to sneak into Hogwarts as a professor and teach the child in the photo in person. His name is Shor Black. I need him to know how to control strength and power. Vita's narrow and beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. Is this the successor you are looking for? Abernethy told me about him. A good little guy. His real surname is Black. Grindelwald knew that Vita was referring to something, so he spoke directly to dispel Vita's doubts, and also mentioned a tempting bargaining chip that would make the other party pay attention to teaching Shor. This child is an orphan. I plan to take him in as my godson. If you have the ability, you may be his surrogate mother. A hint of joy flashed in Vita's cold eyes, and her body even trembled a little. This was obviously Grindelwald's alternative emotional compensation for himself over the years. Vita took the photo in her hand, and her eyes were full of maternal love. She looked at it for a long time before putting the photo carefully into her handbag, and then said in a firm tone, "I will find a way to enter Hogwarts. This child will definitely become a great person like you. Don't let Dumbledore know. I know." Vita didn't stay for long, put on the red windbreaker on her wrist again, and left a sentence, "The Austrian Ministry of Magic is ours." Then she left slowly. Although she was old, her steps were still elegant. Grindelwald looked at the female assistant and sighed. Human weakness, alas. This mission can be regarded as making up for her a little. Then he lowered his head and began to solve the Rubik's Cube. Of course, the method is very violent. The ordinary material 5-pointed star variant Rubik's Cube was directly disassembled into one fast and one fast. Click, click. Then, the scrambled Rubik's Cube was quickly reassembled by invisible magic. Looking at the exquisite and beautiful Rubik's Cube, Grindelwald couldn't help but feel pleased. The little guy always embarrasses me, a centenarian, but fortunately I am really very wise. Huh. But the next moment, Grindelwald put the Rubik's Cube in front of his eyes and took a closer look. Only then did he find that after the colors of the Rubik's Cube were neat, under the perspective illusion, 5 Chinese characters could be vaguely seen. Violent old man. Grindelwald was stunned and couldn't help laughing out loud, and he also enjoyed this rare interaction. Then he stood up and rummaged through a pile of gifts, hoping to find more surprises, but found that Albus didn't prepare a Christmas gift for him. Too much. Grindelwald DeVoe took out the coins and began to input magic power for free. The story after the 2 old men ends here for now. At the Black Mansion, Shaw also opened the Christmas gifts. Well, there were a lot, so he had to ask Cretch to help, such as the gifts from the enthusiastic young ladies. He only opened a few more important gifts himself. The old bat gave another small bottle of Felixir, which was really unintentional but unexpectedly sincere. Grindelwald gave an extremely luxurious alchemical cane, which was more like a scepter than a cane. Professor Flitwick gave a book called 7 Spellcasting Techniques, which was full of the professor's experience and a very thoughtful gift. The gift from Mag was a shabby book about failed cases of animagus that he found from some old paper pile, which perfectly supplemented the books he gave in the office last time. Hermione also gave a book about dental care, and the gift also came with a box of sugar-free cake. Theodore gave a stack of old parchment, which recorded a certain magic unique to the Knott family. Percy's family was not rich, so he gave all his notes since the 5th grade. The gifts also included gifts from Harry, Neville, and others. What made Shaw speechless the most was the gift from Dumbledore. It turned out to be the first cup of milk tea in winter. The mixture of sugar and tea was understood by this old guy, and he obviously wanted to tell Shor a truth. Shor tried to drink a sip of milk tea blessed with a heat preservation spell, and it tasted pretty good. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shor was wearing a formal dress in front of a full-length mirror. He only loved tailcoats, so at this moment, he was wearing a black slim tailcoat. The dress with a short front and a long back made Shor look much taller. The triangular purple collar and the bow tie on the white collar further highlight his nobility and elegance. Finally, Heir took the family emblem brooch handed by Kletch and carefully pinned it on his chest and took care of his black hair. Looking at the exquisite boy in the mirror, Heir nodded with satisfaction but did not brag narcissistically. "But someone will support him," Kletch exclaimed sincerely. "The young master is so noble and elegant." Heir gave Kletch an admiring look and ordered, "Take good care of the house. Remember to make a rich dinner for yourself. I'll leave first." The purple electric kite, who had been squinting and dozing on the exquisite bird stand made of pure gold, immediately opened his eyes, fluttered his wings, turned into a stream of light, and instantly appeared on Heir's shoulder. Heir sighed secretly. "This little guy is too clingy. Zing, how about you stay at home?" The purple lightning kite shook its head violently, rubbing Heir's cheek and chirping softly. Okay, but you have to promise me that you are not allowed to attack people without my permission." "Tusk!" The purple lightning kite cried excitedly, and its purple tail feathers could not help but rise high. Heir became a bird-walking boy again. Although he was helpless, he enjoyed this kind of communication very much. In his previous life, he lacked family affection, so he also kept pets for company. Zing's slightly arrogant temper was quite compatible with him. Malfoy Manor is decorated very festively at the moment. Even in the cold winter with snow, the fountain in the courtyard is still running, spraying gorgeous water, and 2 domestic peacocks are opening their screens near the porch. The most eye-catching thing is the Christmas trees planted on both sides of the manor from the entrance to the hall, with all kinds of Christmas decorations on the trees, and the main color is black and purple. Although weird, it reveals a little trick. At this moment, Lucius's family of 3 are dressed luxuriously and waiting at the entrance of the manor. In the cold wind, Draco rubbed his stiff hands, with a little resentment in his tone. "When will Shaw come, Dad? We are waiting for Dobby to notify us in the house, and it's the same to come out to greet him. It looks so stupid now." Lucius had a blank expression on his face. He did not respond to his son, who still had low emotional intelligence, and he was doing psychological construction in his heart. Narcissa stepped forward to tighten her son's collar and said gently, "This is called sincerity in hospitality. Shaw's status is different now. He can be called a VIP. It is only natural for us to welcome him in advance." Although Draco has undergone intensive training by his parents, he also has his own thoughts, but after all, he is not very experienced in the world. Knowing some truths and being able to apply them are 2 different things. His thoughts are actually quite simple. Shor is his chief, roommate, elder brother, and cousin. What a close relationship. Why do we have to do all these nonsense? Speaking of which, Draco is indeed a qualified family supremacist, but there may be a little deviation between the family members he includes in his heart and the members included by Lucius. Coo! With a long and sonorous cry, a handsome young man appeared silently on the lawn in front of the manor. The handsome young man smiled at the corner of his mouth, and a proud purple bird stood on his shoulder. The person who came was Shaw, who was walking the bird. Lucius' eyes narrowed. Such a superb apparition, so silent and soundless. Then he was relieved. Without this ability, Shaw would not have become the partner of the Dark Lord. And the purple bird was also extraordinary, and its beauty was comparable to Dumbledore's phoenix fawkes. Compared with this, it was much more upscale than the pair of peacocks in the Malfoy family. Lucius stopped Draco, who wanted to have fun, quickly turned around to signal his son not to make trouble, and greeted him with a smile. When he came close to Shaw, he touched his chest and bowed, welcoming him warmly. "Mr. Black, welcome to Malfoy Manor. The Malfoy family is very honored to have you as a guest." He really had no airs at all, and his tone was also full of imperceptible humility. Narcissa also took her son, who looked silly, to greet him, and her address was a little more intimate. "Shor, welcome to the Malfoy family." Shor looked at the snow falling on the three people with an inexplicable expression. Suddenly, he remembered a real joke in his previous life. Zhao Ergu went out to work in the village and had not returned for 3 years. The old man in the village called to ask and learned that he was working as a security guard somewhere. The gossipers talked and laughed at him. As a result, during the Chinese New Year, a luxury BMW drove into the village. The whole village went to see it and saw Zhao Ergu getting out of the car in a fine suit. Afterwards, everyone knew that Zhao Ergu had made a career and opened a big company in Beiyan district, Pengcheng. The whole village was boiling, with all kinds of enthusiasm, slaughtering pigs and sheep. Shor looked at the enthusiasm of Lucius's family at the moment and felt inexplicably similar. He nodded slightly. His attitude was neither distant nor close, and he said simply and politely, "Excuse me." Lucius didn't mind at all and still extended his hand enthusiastically to invite. "It's cold outside. Please follow me to the living room and have a cup of hot tea to warm yourself up. Your aunt has prepared a rich Christmas dinner." Short raised his eyebrows and followed Lucius inside. When he passed by Draco, he winked at Draco, whose face was flushed. Narcissa saw the little interaction between Shaw and Draco, and her nervous mood relaxed a little. Everything was moving in a good direction. Thinking of some of her husband's previous hints, she knew that Shaw's current attitude towards the Malfoy family was really important, so she let Draco go and explained gently, "Go, entertain your chief." The performance of his parents just now, this personal experience, finally made Draco understand something. He took a deep breath, forced a smile to his mother, and trotted after her. "Chief, your bird is so beautiful." Short looked back at Draco, whose face was still tense, and smiled warmly. "Don't be nervous, just watch carefully from now on." Draco was stunned. The chief was still the familiar chief. But forget it, just watch it yourself. The world of adults is so complicated. Shor walked along the snow, looking at the purple and black on both sides. "The stylish Christmas tree is my favorite style." I also heard Lucius introduce some of the Malfoy family's scenic spots, vaguely mentioning how Black lived here many years ago. All of this is to make Shaw feel at home. Shaw couldn't help but look up to Lucius. A family that can be passed down for nearly 1,000 years must have some skills. Draco is really far behind his father. When it comes to dealing with people, emotional intelligence is really important. If you feel unusually happy and relaxed when you get along with someone, it can only mean that the other person's emotional intelligence experience is higher than yours. After everyone came to the hall, they sat down as guests and hosts, and Narcissa quickly found a bird stand for Zing to sit on. But in the following time, even if Lucius tried his best to find topics, the atmosphere was still a little awkward. Because Shaw always responded with a smile, Lucius couldn't find any faults to further repair the relationship. Draco's son's assists were not good either. Why was he sitting there stupidly? Why didn't he warm up the scene quickly? Seeing this, Narcissa skillfully began to brew tea, and a set of blue and white tea sets flowed smoothly in her hands. Her craftsmanship was obviously derived from brewing black tea. It might be that she had recently made a breakthrough in the Chinese tea brewing skills, so it was quite pleasing to the eye. In the curling tea fragrance, Lucius held a cup of tea and took a sip out of habit. He gritted his teeth for the last time. It seemed that the polishing process in the middle could only be omitted. It was ugly. He took out a stack of new contracts in his arms. "Mr. Black, this is the property I have entrusted to the Black family over the years. Now that you have returned to the magic world, you must return it in full." Shaw put down the teacup in his hand, and his face finally stopped smiling falsely and became much more sincere. "That's right. We are all adults. It's a waste of effort to make pretentious things. Isn't it better to get down to business?" Now Shaw, except for high-end materials, doesn't really care about these things. But what he wants to see is an attitude. Shaw said warmly, "Mr. Malfoy has been very thoughtful over the years. I am still in school, so you can still manage the business. I will ask Kretch to collect the profits regularly." Shaw's words made Lucius slightly stunned, and then he laughed happily. The attitude expressed in these words was too obvious. "No problem, Mr. Black. Please rest assured, the Malfoy family will take care of everything for you." Then Lucius took out a bronze key from his pocket. "By the way, this is a Gringotts key. Keep it well. The profits of the Black family's industry in the past 10 years are all in it." Shor was not polite, took the key and put it in the ring, although he is not interested in money now. But some layouts still cannot do without this thing. The atmosphere relaxed, and then naturally the guests and hosts were happy. After a while, the dinner began. Various luxurious dishes were served one after another. "Chief, this is my mother's best meat sauce apple pie. You try it." Draco enthusiastically promoted his mother's specialty. Shaw looked down at a pie baked in the shape of a red apple on the plate. "Let alone the taste, it looks good, but it is made of meat sauce." Shaw cut a piece with a knife and fork and saw that under the thin skin was a kind of apple mixed with some kind of meat paste. He tried a bite with the mood of eating dark cuisine. How to describe the taste? It melts in the mouth, and the taste is similar to sweet and sour spare ribs, but lighter, not as fishy and weird as imagined. This is a good dish in British cuisine, which should be due to Narcissa's skillful transformation. Shaw thought Ziying should like it, so he fed it to Ziying squatting on the shelf beside him. Ziying was full when she came, but when Shaw fed it, it pecked reluctantly and stopped eating. Shaw smiled but did not force it. "How is it?" "Hey, I know even if you don't say it. Even the birds don't like it. It's really not as delicious as Chinese food." Draco asked and answered himself, which made Narcissa beside him laugh and cry. This child can't be kept. Before, this naughty kid had said that if it wasn't made by his mother, he had to give her face. Otherwise, the meat sauce apple pie would definitely fall out of the top 100 in his mind. Shaw looked at Draco, who was starting to let loose again, and he was tired. He no longer expected to get fanaticism points from this broken kid. He smiled faintly. "This apple pie is not bad, but British cuisine is too monotonous, which limits my aunt's cooking skills." Lucius looked at it with interest and continued. "I heard that Mr. Black popularized Chinese cuisine in school. Can your elf teach my elf cooking skills?" "This is not a big deal." Shaw nodded and was about to say yes, but in his peripheral vision he saw a ghostly figure shrinking back into the corner. It was a young house elf. It was probably the free Dobby. In fact, qualified house elves cannot appear in front of guests. Unfortunately, the two elves Shaw met were both weird. One loves freedom, and the other is really talkative. Now, it is hard to say whether Shaw likes Dobby or not. In the original book, the other party's sacrifice is very sharp, which can make people cry and is indeed admirable. But if Shaw wants to rescue the other party, I'm sorry, it can't be done. After all, the positions are different now. Malfoy is destined to be his subordinate, so the subordinate of the subordinate is also his subordinate, is the subordinate who always yearns for freedom and wants to leave still a good subordinate. Must be trained. Lucius looked along Shaw's gaze in confusion but didn't find anything. Shaw came to his senses and said meaningfully, "Okay, let Cretch teach Dobby well later." Lucius didn't hear anything else and nodded to express his gratitude. Draco suddenly mentioned something. "Chief, did you receive Harry's gift? He's really rich. He gave me a newest flying broom, the Nimbus 2001. Lucius looked at Draco with dissatisfaction. The situation was different now. The Malfoy family's position was no longer suitable to be friends with the old savior Harry, who had killed the Dark Lord and kept him dormant for 10 years. After all, Harry was not Shaw. Shaw looked at the father and son strangely, and after a little thought he understood everything and said something that made Lucius puzzled. "Well, I received it. Harry is a good person. I also gave him a very precious Christmas gift." Lucius was a little confused when he heard this, and his mind was a little confused for a while. Draco said excitedly, "Is it as magical as the little movie player you gave me? Muggles are really amazing. They can make a moving image machine." Just then, the elf Dobby, who had just flashed by, rushed in. Master, Cantankerous Knot is outside the manor and wants to come in." Lucius came back to his senses from his thoughts. Why did old Knot come here at this time? Could it be that the alchemical materials have been collected? He smiled at Shor apologetically and stood up to greet him. The situation was getting more serious. Lucius racked his brains over the relationships and intimacy of various characters. If he made a mistake, he might be doomed. Attitude of the new savior, Shor towards the old savior Harry, and the attitude of the Dark Lord towards the crazy old Knot. All of these made Lucius want to explode on the spot. Narcissa immediately took over the task of entertaining Shor, chatting with him about some family matters, and mentioned the past with Regulus. Shor narrowed his eyes and talked to Narcissa absent-mindedly. "Old Knot, there is a way to heaven, but you don't take it. I haven't found the door yet." After a while, the sinister Old Knot walked in under the leadership of Lucius. Old Knot saw Shor sitting in the first seat of the guests, was stunned for a moment, and then turned back and glared at Lucius fiercely. "Lucius, what do you mean?" Lucius really didn't want to pay attention to this lunatic who knew nothing, but he still explained perfunctorily. "Mr. Black and my family are cousins. It's reasonable to spend Christmas together." Old Knot said sinisterly, "Do you know what you are talking about? Aren't you afraid of the Lord? Humph, I hope you know the consequences." Lucius was not guilty at all. "I know what I am doing. Tell me what you are doing at my house at this time. You are still acting mysterious outside." Old Knot was very dissatisfied, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He secretly pinched the wand in his sleeves, thinking about whether to turn around and kill Shor so as to win the credit from the Dark Lord. But he was crazy, not stupid. He gave up after weighing it. He turned around and walked towards the Malfoy's study in a familiar way. "Come with me. I have important information to tell you." Lucius was even more dissatisfied, but before he figured out the Dark Lord's attitude, he had to endure it. Old Knot would destroy himself sooner or later. Just as the two were walking towards the study, a cold voice suddenly came to stop them. "Stop!" Lucius and Old Knot turned around at the same time and saw Shor standing up from his seat with a cold face. The purple lightning kite also sensed the owner's emotions, kicked its claws, flew up from the bird stand and circled over the hall with a clanging cry. "Cheap!" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became solemn. Seeing Shor's unfriendly behavior, Lucius asked hesitantly, "Mr. Black, is there something wrong?" Old Knot's face turned ugly and he said impatiently, "Black kid, what's wrong? Do you want to cause trouble?" Shor slowly stepped forward and said with accusations, "You just glared at me. I'm very unhappy. Apologize to me." Tick. This is the sound of sweat dripping from Lucius's forehead to the ground. What is Shor going to do? Old Knot's expression was distorted, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. He took out his wand and shouted at Shor with a cold face, "Arrogant kid, Avada Kedavra." Old Knot is also a ruthless man who doesn't talk much. He started with the 3 unforgivable curses. It's obvious that he is a habitual offender. Shor looked calm, with one hand raised forward, and a black diamond shield suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Death Shield. This magic shield is constructed by absorbing the dead air and residual energy of the soul in the air. It is Voldemort's usual defensive spell. It is especially useful on the killing battlefield. After gathering a large number of dead spirits, it can easily block the killing curse. Of course, this spell is not exclusive to Voldemort. Bang! The killing green light hit the dead spirit shield, only splashing a little magic light. Shor couldn't help shaking his head. Old Knot's strength can only be said to be average. It is estimated that when hitting a legend like Old B, he may not be able to break through the magic layer and can only make him bleed from the nose. Before the Old Knot on the opposite side was surprised that the defensive spell Shor used was black magic. Shor's other hand gently hooked, silently and without a wand. The 5th-level water prison appeared. There is no need for a magic wand to fight a weak chicken like Old Knot. 4 blue water pythons as thick as thighs and glowing with lightning suddenly condensed around Old Knot. They coiled towards the target without saying anything. Old Knot still had some combat experience. He retreated while chanting a spell to raise a shield. Armor protection. Crack! But at this moment, the purple lightning kite hovering in the sky flapped its purple wings and disappeared in an instant, appearing behind Old Knot at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A forked purple lightning shot out from its mouth and immediately hit Old Knot's back. Bang! Old Knot only felt a strong force coming from his back and was directly knocked out while his whole body was paralyzed. After hitting the ground, a burning smell of meat came from the tip of his nose immediately. After the paralysis in his back disappeared, a sharp pain came instantly. Old Knot rolled on the ground in pain, and his facial features were distorted and he howled miserably. It hurts so much. Shor was stunned, watching the purple shadow hovering and chirping in the sky, asking for credit. He smiled and casually removed the anaconda and the necromancer's shield. He wanted to punish the other party to vent his anger for the loyal Theodore, but he didn't expect that Old Knot was really useless and couldn't even beat a bird. Shor walked forward and looked at the miserable appearance of Old Knot. His back was blown to pieces, and it was all burnt black and bloody. He touched his nose and was embarrassed to continue punishing him. Lucius secretly wiped away the cold sweat on his head. He remembered that his son seemed to have said that Old Knot's son had a good relationship with Shaw. Why is this happening now? Mr. Black, what are you doing? Are you going to kill him? Shor said indifferently. If you don't like it, just do it. As for whether to kill or not, it depends on your mood. Lucius' pupils shrank violently. This arbitrary attitude was so familiar, but thinking that Old Knot would have to deliver the goods in a few days, he tried to test him. But although this guy is a bastard, I wonder if you know who he is. Shor gave Lucius a meaningful look. It doesn't matter. At our level, killing one or two of the other side's mad dogs is harmless and does not affect cooperation. Lucius couldn't help swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva. This not only implied a warning, but also showed that Shaw knew that Old Knight was the Dark Lord's man. But he is still so unscrupulous. What does this mean? Sure enough, these people with power are all of the same character. Shaw didn't give Lucius more time to think about it and directly ordered, "Go find some blank magic contracts. I remember that the Knot family seems to have entrusted a lot of property to my Black family. It's time to pay it back." Lucius looked at the miserable Old Knot pitifully. This is the end of being ignorant. He hurried to the study to get the contract. Shor listened to Old Knot's howling, which was a bit harsh, but he was not a pervert and would enjoy this kind of sadomasochism. With a wave of his hand, an electric current was injected into Old Knot's back, paralyzing him artificially. The effect was surprisingly good. Old Knot stopped howling immediately, but he was shaking violently. He looked at Shor with horror, but he still did not forget to stutter. Harsh words. Little bastard, you will die, the Dark Lord will kill you." "Oh, that's it. You seem to be relying on my defeated opponent. You are talking nonsense. The invincible Dark Lord will not lose, will not die. If you know what's good for you, kowtow and confess your guilt." Shor didn't expect that this madman really had no sense at all and couldn't see the current situation clearly. Don't you know that a man who knows the times is a hero? Snap! So he snapped his fingers handsomely. The current in Old Knot's body changed the simple paralysis effect to an all-round electric shock. Old Knot immediately had a crooked mouth and squinting eyes. White foam flew and his limbs twitched. This guy didn't forget to tighten his legs while trembling. I'm afraid he was about to be electrocuted. Shaw felt that it was almost time and snapped his fingers again, and the punishment was over. He asked warmly again, "Are you convinced?" Old Knot took a long time to catch his breath, but he was still stubborn. "Shit, fuck, Before he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. "Are you convinced? Damn it, kill me now if you can, or I'll let my master kill you later, Shaw admired the willpower of Old Knot, so he could only settle for the next best thing and couldn't really kill him. "Are you convinced? It's okay to be convinced on the surface, but not in the heart. Dream on, Lucius, who had returned with a blank contract, looked at this scene and felt that both of them were perverts. The eyes of the torturer were calm, and the tortured mouth was stubborn and refused to obey. However, human will has its limits after all. Half an hour later, Old Knot, whose hair stood up and his limbs were twisted beyond human form, finally surrendered and signed the property return contract. Shaw didn't mean to swallow up the Knot family's property, which all belonged to Theodore. Shaw casually handed the contract to Lucius. "You will take care of it as usual." Lucius narrowed his eyes, and without thinking too much, he quickly took the contract respectfully. Yes. Shaw looked at Lucius at this time, and he already had some taste of a subordinate. Sure enough, when there are chickens, the power is established quickly. Shaw returned to the dining table and smiled at Narcissa and Draco, who were already dumbfounded. The smile was warm and like a spring breeze, but in the eyes of the mother and son, it was so scary. Narcissa had just met Shaw, and only then did she know that Shaw was such a moody and vindictive person. Fortunately, she jumped early, and Draco felt the most deeply and had the most complicated feelings. He seemed to have just met Shaw. However, he vaguely guessed why Shaw punished old Knot, and his little fist clenched tightly, and he was very envious of Theodore in his heart. Afterwards, Lucius sent old Knot to St. Mungo's. As soon as old Knot, lying on a floating stretcher, left the courtyard, he yelled for Lucius to take him to see the Dark Lord. Lucius ignored this idiot. In the restaurant, Shaw watched the two leave, not worrying that old Knot would vent his anger on Theodore after returning home. Shaw dared to bet that if old Knot really dared to domestic violence, Theodore would definitely fight back and win. Narcissa entertained Shaw with an awkward expression. Draco remained silent all the time. What he had just seen and heard made him understand why his father would give him those cruel adult ideas. This Christmas was too profound. Shaw did not stay for long and left after dinner. Before leaving, he looked at Draco with messy hair and smiled and patted his shoulder. "Merry Christmas. I hope there will be a new you in the new year. Oh, I'm really annoyed recently. The professors have too much homework. I'm so tired during the holidays. It's all that Shaw's fault. Who does he think he is? The principal doesn't ask us to do this. But what can I do? Shaw is so powerful now. I'm an ordinary student and can only endure his oppression." In the study, Shaw was writing in Tom Riddle's diary with a quill pen, pretending to be a mediocre student. Shaw saw that the diary had no reaction, but he still felt a divine thought sweeping over it. Shaw didn't care, and his expression was still very appropriate, with a look of deep hatred. He complained a few more words in the notebook, but still didn't get a response. So he put the notebook into the ring to isolate Tom's divine thought exploration. For the young version of Voldemort with sound intelligence, you must have enough patience to kill him with one blow, break through his mental defense, and control his soul successfully. At this time, you have to compete with acting skills and patience like communicating with Grindelwald. Then Shaw took out the latest New Year's greeting letter from an old fan, opened it and read it. "Dear Mr. Black, Happy New Year. In the new year, the magic world is not too peaceful. The development of the Muggle world now seems to be non-interference with the magic world, but what is the fact? Under the influence of the Muggle government, the powerful Soviet Ministry of Magic was also torn apart. There were suddenly countless magic ministries in Eastern Europe, and there was chaos for a while. Some people were happy and some were sad. The boiling sound of the celebration of the Magical Congress of the United States almost broke the confidentiality law, but European countries were very distressed. The vicissitudes of this world reminded me of the difference between good and bad. To good people, the murderer is a bad person. To animals, we are all bad people. To the whole nature, is there really a difference between good and bad people? What if it is magnified to the entire starry sky? The difference between good and bad people is nothing more than the opposition of positions. How do you think a visionary superior can distinguish between good and bad? Your dearest fan, Perrier Rouge. When Shaw finished reading the letter, his eyebrows raised slightly. Shaw naturally paid attention to the great changes in the Northern superpower, but he got rich too late, and it was too late to intervene. Although it is not impossible to intervene now, there is no need. First, Grindelwald's witch party must have intervened, and these achievements will be his sooner or later. Second, with the emerging industries invested by Albert, plus the continued investment in the future, it is enough for him to sit on the chess table to participate in the situation in the Muggle world. So there is no need to take advantage of this. Shaw took the blank letter paper and thought about the question of good and bad for a while. This is indeed a grand proposition. For the superior, it is worth discussing. It's interesting to say that Grindelwald originally wanted to indirectly instill a lot of ideas into himself, but things have developed to the point where the two of them influence each other. He wrote a reply on the letter paper, sealed it and put it in a mailbox, and waved to the purple shadow on the bird stand beside him. The purple electric kite flapped its wings and flew to Shor's desk, stretching its neck to let Shor touch it. Shor stretched out his hand and rubbed the purple shadow's feather crown for a few times, then tied the mailbox to the little guy's leg. "Help me deliver the letter to No. 21, *** Village, *** County, Austria. You should be very familiar with that area." The purple electric kite was originally looking at it with doubts, and after hearing the address it looked at Shor with pitiful eyes. It kept chirping, and it seemed that it didn't want to leave. Shor smiled, and he didn't know what grievances the purple shadow had suffered before. It was really very attached to him. He had to hover outside when he took a bath or went to the toilet. "Go ahead. At your speed you'll be back in a few hours. I'll make you something delicious tonight." "Tusk." The purple lightning kite cried loudly in dissatisfaction, flicked its tail, and its long tail feathers hit Shor's face. Then it disappeared in the house with a flash of lightning. Shor touched his cheek angrily. The little guy has a big temper. One person and one pet. Although they are close now, there is no problem in general communication. But Shor is not a bird after all, and he doesn't have the tacit understanding of Dumbledore and Fawkes, who have been together for decades. Naturally, it can't be seen that the purple lightning kite was not complaining just now, but saying that the old man who received the letter was hateful and would tease it and let Shor avenge it. At the beginning, the purple lightning kite also told Shor that it was caught by another old man, but Shor couldn't understand what they were talking about. Then, Shor began to study happily again. Alchemy is a subject that you don't know until you learn it. Only after you learn it will you know how profound and complicated it is. Heir took the materials, melted the gold and shaped it, engraved. After a while he looked at a rough and simple poker card in his hand. The magic pattern circuit on it flashed with blue flow, and then it burst into flames with a puff of green smoke. Shor looked at the scrapped poker card, but he was not discouraged. This time it was much better. It's just a bit expensive. Alchemy is really not something that ordinary people can learn. Not only does it require talent and knowledge barriers, but the financial threshold is also very high. Well, other subjects are actually similar. No wonder it's difficult for poor families to produce noble sons. He took out a beautiful poker card made by Botgenbach and pondered it again. Although Botgenbach was cunning, his craftsmanship was indeed good. Shor suddenly became very interested in the magic stone in the old bee's hand, and became curious about the legendary alchemist Nicomel. He thought of a guess he had thought of before. Spells, potions, alchemy, etc., when they are at a high level, will all involve the exploration of the soul and the eternal transformation of matter. The ultimate goal is immortality. Spells include the black magic of making Horcruxes and the rejuvenation of transfiguration. Potions include the legendary Eternal Potion and the Legendary Potion. Alchemy has the Philosopher's Stone, which can derive the elixir of immortality and the Midas Touch. It's a pity that Quirrell died too early. The trap on the 4th floor is probably scrapped. The Philosopher's Stone won't be put in, right? Shor said with regret and continued to study alchemy. He spent Christmas very regularly, reading in the morning, alchemy in the afternoon, and practicing spells and transfiguration in the evening. As for Animagus, Shor was not in a hurry, although he was curious about what kind of animal he could turn into. But if he only turned into an ordinary animal, to be honest, there was no practical significance. So he has been studying the failure cases of those madmen given by Professor McGonagall. If you want to change, turn into a magical animal, otherwise it would be boring. If Mag knew what Shor was thinking, he would regret finding these books for him. Tusk. During dinner, Ziying came back from Austria. Although not as fast as Phoenix, her speed was quite good. Ziying came back home and instantly appeared on Shor's shoulder. She pecked at his black hair in dissatisfaction and soon made his hair into a mess. Shor doted on her and let her vent her anger, watching Ziying's feathers flowing with purple energy. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. Teach Ziying to apparition in a sparsely populated wasteland. For the 10th time, Shor told Ziying, who was listening with his head tilted, the key points of apparition. Ziying, this important thing must be remembered. Apparition must follow the 3D principles: goal, determination, and calmness. The first step, focus your consciousness on your goal, which is the center of the wooden ring. The second step is to make up your mind and think that you must move to the goal. Let the idea of going there fill your whole body from your brain. The third step is to turn around on the spot. Subconsciously let the magic scan your body until it becomes nothingness, and then move calmly. Looking at Ziying's still puzzled look, Shor couldn't help but hold his forehead. How about you try it first? Ziying's eyes flashed with thought, nodded his head, and then began to turn in circles, circles, circles. Click! Ziying fell to the ground. His dazzling purple-black pupils were hazy. His lower eyelids kept blinking, and his beak was still making unclear sounds. Trivia: Bird's eyelids turn up from the bottom. Shor sighed, stepped forward and hugged Ziying, who looked like he was drunk, in his arms. The little guy pitifully nudged Shor with his head, looking aggrieved that he had tried very hard. Shor laughed dumbly. He still took it for granted. Magical animals and wizards are not the same race, and the principles of casting spells are different. How could they apparate successfully? But he still didn't give up, and after thinking about it, he summoned Kletch. Swish! The air in front of him twisted slightly, and Kletch appeared in the same place. He immediately bowed and asked, "Master, what do you want?" Shor said directly, "Kretch, how did you apparate? Is there a specific method?" Shor's plan was obvious. If the wizard's method didn't work, the elf could always learn from it. Kretch's eyes bulged, and then he said, "Master, there is no method. I just apparate directly. I did it when I thought of it." Shor. Seeing that Shor was speechless, Kretch's expression immediately became panic, and he couldn't help but say in annoyance, "Kretch is so useless. He can't help the master." "Damn it, shut up." Shor had a headache and quickly scolded him, then waved his hand to send him away. "It's none of your business. Go and do your own thing." Hickey, "Oh, okay, master." Kretch choked, shrank his neck, and disappeared in a flash. Shor held the purple shadow, who had not yet recovered, with one hand and paced back and forth in the wasteland. The elves are born with the instinct of apparition, which is a matter of blood. The appearance, temperament, and outstanding ability of our own Ziying must be derived from the Thunderbird and the Phoenix. Since he has the potential bloodline of the Phoenix, he should be able to apparition. We have to find a way to activate it. Shor thought for a long time and got 2 methods that he could think of at present. First, ask the old bee to borrow Fox and let the Phoenix be a teacher for Ziying. Second, he can transform himself into a magical animal animagus of birds, and then use his level of apparition at level 5. He can definitely quickly find a set of methods suitable for bird apparition, and he can also teach Ziying in bird language. The second one is a bit unrealistic for the time being. After all, many geniuses have failed in this. If you want to learn to transform magical creatures by reading books, it must be birds. It is better to expect that the chance of directly getting similar rewards in the level 3 lottery is greater. It seems that we can only focus on Fox. Now that the decision has been made, it is a matter of calculating the chips, which needs to be carefully considered. Well, wait until little Tom is coaxed out of the diary, and then give the blank diary to Dumbledore. Maybe it can be exchanged for Fox's right to use it for a period of time. Shor thought this was a good idea, and his mood suddenly improved. He took the purple shadow back home with him. Back in the study, he put the purple shadow on the windowsill to bask in the winter sun. Without further ado, he turned around the desk and took out the diary. Adjusting his state, pretending to be exhausted, picked up the quill pen, dipped it in ink, and began to write. I'm so tired. I finally finished the 30-inch spell homework. But what's the point of doing so much homework? I don't feel stronger at all. It's all that bastard Shor's fault. Damn it. I'm rich, why should I study? HMPH, when I get stronger one day, I will beat him up and give him a 1000-inch homework. When Shaw wrote this, he felt a divine thought sweeping through his brain again. Shaw's brain occlusion is at the maximum level and can create fictitious memories. But this little Tom is really patient. Still, there was no movement, very cowardly. But it seemed that the other party was about to lose his temper. Shaw wrote some more complaints, and the information also revealed that his family was good. His father was a Death Eater, and he admired Voldemort very much. It can be said that 9 were true and 1 was false. Shaw smiled and put away the notebook again, took out the alchemy materials from the drawer and started practicing. The 5th level alchemy talent is not covered, although the formal learning time is not too long, after wasting a lot of low-level alchemy materials. After learning from the principle of the two-sided mirror, he can now refine communication playing cards with a single function and simple messages. This will be distributed to the members of the Outer Throne in the future, which is also good. While Shaw was immersed in learning, the international situation really changed suddenly. In Nurmengard, in the brightly lit conference room, Vita, wearing a red windbreaker, looked elegant and capable. She sat in the first position on the left hand. While screening the information of famous wizards in the UK, he listened to his saints report on the intelligence of more than a dozen magic ministries that suddenly appeared in the north. The senior officials of the newly established magic ministries in Ukraine, Lithuania, and other Eastern European territories have secretly contacted us, hoping that we will support them to gain a firm foothold. Of course, these people are also making various bets, and there may be the possibility of fraud. After all, it is not appropriate for us to be openly active now, and we need to be cautious. The Polish Ministry of Magic is too close to the turmoil area. After their Ministry of Magic failed to get assistance from the International Wizarding Association, its minister has come to Austria and sincerely rescued us. I think this is a good opportunity. The international wizards are not energetic. If we can persuade the master, we can officially make a comeback. Vita was distracted and sorted out a pile of information about famous wizards in the UK who might be hired by Hogwarts next semester while listening. Since Vita moved into the tower, these government affairs have automatically been transferred from Abernethy to her. Abernethy's ability is more suitable for going out to perform tasks. After watching the saints finish their reports, Vita took a pen and turned it gracefully between his fingers. After a few minutes of silence, he wrote down his opinions on a piece of paper. Then he handed the paper to Abernethy opposite him. His eyes sharpened a little, and he began to explain. Do as written. The Polish Minister of Magic will disappear. Let him go directly to the Austrian Minister of Magic. For other things, we can use some of the hidden connections in other magic ministries. This sudden change is an opportunity for our witch party to make a comeback, but it is not advisable to act rashly. But we have learned a lesson, so what we need to do now is to accumulate more strength. Abernethy took the paper and looked at it, frowning slightly. Do I need to ask the master about this? Vita shook his head. No, he has more important things to do. Abernethy understood and knew what Vita meant. He could only shake his head helplessly, got up and took the saints to do things. Vita lowered his head and continued to further screen the list of famous British wizards. It included a flirtatious wizard with a smile showing 8 white teeth.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.